All right, we will call this meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We'll call this meeting to order. We'll begin with our roll call. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam President. Ryan Gonda, he is on his way. He'll be here shortly. John Mayer.
Here.
Diane Nicolette.
Here.
Howard Rosenberg.
Here.
Lucy Ruggiero.
Here.
Angela Taylor.
I'm here.
Student Representative Katie Deutsch.
Here.
And I'm Veronica Frankel. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. And here is Trustee Gonda. Let the record show that he got here just in time. And as you're seated, don't sit. Well, we'll stand as you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Trustee Gonda. Thank you, sir. Our first item on the agenda, next item I should say on the agenda, is public comment. And I will defer to our assistant. JJ, we have public comment?
We do.
If you please would read them just one at a time.
Kendall Detweiler.
Is it Detweiler?
Detweiler, yeah.
Detweiler, thank you for being here. Just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes and the podium is yours, okay?
You could everybody gets one.
And I see you.
Anybody in the audience wants to see what I'm passing out?
I see you have a helper.
Yes, I have a helper. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kendall Detweiler, and I'm a parent of a 3rd grade GT student at Westergaard. And this little one here, do you want to introduce yourself? Here.
My name's Taya. I go to Winnemucca preschool.
Okay. Welcome, Taylor.
Since the announcement about Westergaard going to multi-track next year, I've spoken with Area Superintendent Roger Gonzalez, and I've sent the trustees emails about variances. The responses I've received make it seem like variances will not make much of a difference. But I did a little calculating of my own, and I think that it will actually help more than you realize. This handout reflects a hypothetical situation in which Roland Milton would take 30 variances from our school. I'm using this number because 30 was approximately how many Westergaard students that moved to Milton when the AAP program started there 3 years ago. The top spreadsheet reflects the future projections exactly as you have them posted on your data gallery. The bottom spreadsheet is the hypothetical situation. I simply moved 30 students from Westergaard and added them to the population projections for Milton. As you can see, it keeps Westergaard below the 120% threshold for the next 4 years and barely affects Milton as they are currently not even at 80% of their capacity. Additionally, Milton has a surplus of 2 to 3 classrooms for the next 8 years, so they have room both in population capacity and classroom capacity. Based on the data gallery projections, it certainly seems that Westergaard will likely go to a multi-track year-round schedule eventually. But isn't it better to wait before we jump into it? Double Diamond has already lost 18 teachers and Brown has lost 15 since it was announced that their schools would go to multi-track. Westergaard has a similar amount of teachers saying that they too will leave if this takes place here. A lot can happen in 4 years. We have WC1 being voted on next month, and who knows, if it passes, maybe we can get a new elementary school built in the Northwest area. Before we uproot teachers and families, shouldn't we explore other options? Shouldn't we be given the opportunity to come up with a SMOP? Our ship is sinking and we're asking for your help. Since Westergaard was told that they would go multi-track, Mrs. Weir has signed nearly 100 variances and only 2 have been accepted. Yet we were told by the school board several years ago that our variances would be accepted. Please refer now to my handout from the school board meeting on April 23rd of 2013. A motion was carried with a unanimous vote. Parents within the Westergaard zoning area are to be allowed variances. This is not happening now, and though I realize you do not want to micromanage the schools, we are at a point where I feel the school board needs to step in. Please help us get the variances we were promised, because as you can see, it can help a lot. It helped in 2013 when the GT students were transferred to Milton, and it can help again by doing the exact same thing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need our variances to be accepted. This simple idea can buy us a little more time before making changes that will upset an entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Detweiler, and thank you, Taylor. You're welcome. JJ?
Jeff Church.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Church. I run a website, renopublicsafety.org, that deals with some of the Washoe County and WC1 issues. I had a handout for you today and a little speech prepared, but something happened in the news that I want to cover first. If I have time, I'll cover the rest. A lie is halfway around the world before the truth is outside the gate. On Sunday, the Reno Gazette-Journal had a big article, 3 pages, on school overcrowding, up to 140%. Today, the truth comes out in the Reno Gazette, a little blurb on a Tuesday that almost nobody reads. The fact is that Washoe County has been misrepresenting overcrowding. The fact is, as the one lady mentioned, some schools are not overcrowded. What Washoe County is doing is misrepresenting the truth by excluding modulars, no matter how nice, no matter how new, by excluding modulars from their figure on overcrowding. That's deception, that's not true, that's not accurate. How low will you go to get this WC1 passed that you can't even tell the public the truth? And it's not the only non-truth that you've told. This is the sky is falling figure from the Nevada Department of Education on enrollment. You can see that it's even down 2 years ago, and it's increasing according to the Nevada Department of Education at 1% per year. Your own figures are 1.7%. So the sky is not falling. Yes, there are needs. Yes, there are things we have to address. But I ask for accuracy and truthfulness, which I'm not getting. Now let me address a few other things in my remaining time. First thing I want to discuss is the improper membership of the Washoe County School District in a political pact organization. And the second thing I want to talk is the proposed addition to DeMonte Ranch High School at $828 a square foot. Now, first of all, in June, the Reno Gazette reported DeMonte Ranch was going to add 32,200 feet at $25 million. My wife made this up for me. It comes up, this is a square foot. That figure comes up to just about $700 a square foot. The national average is $250 to $300. That's for a new high school where the infrastructure is not already in place. I'm outraged. But wait, it gets worse. After my wife made this up, in the newspaper, it says that the price has gone up to $30 million, $828 a square foot. Where's the outrage? Where's the oversight? Your oversight committee last met in 2015. So much for oversight. Finally, it's in your handout. I would like you to get a legal opinion on your membership in the PAC and the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce has morphed into a political machine. They endorse candidates. They endorse ballot measures such as WC1. You don't belong to them. I had a debate recently with a member of the chamber, paid for by the chamber. Your taxpayer, my taxpayer dollars should not be paying to belong to a political PAC, and that's in there. And all I'm asking is a legal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church. JJ?
Kate Flocini.
Mrs. Polchini?
Flocini.
Oh.
It's like zucchini. You'll never forget now.
Oh, okay. Flukini. Got you.
Flokini,
Flo.
yes.
Flokini.
Or as my daughter likes to call her bikini, her flokini.
Oh, bikini.
It's very funny.
Okay.
Yes. So anyway, yes.
Well, thank
so,
you for being here.
Thank you very much. And I'm on my note it said 4.03, but I'm actually directed at 4.04. Your
Okay.
agenda item.
Okay. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait until that agenda item comes up?
I would like to speak now.
Okay.
I have to go back to work. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you for being
I'll be
here.
watching. I'll be multitasking back at work, but if I
Okay.
may. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
My name's Kate Flocini, again, and I appreciate your service to our community. I'm here to express my concern with the district's announcement that Westergaard Elementary School must go to a multi-track year-round school for the 2017-2018 academic school year pursuant to the policy 6111. I start with the premise that everyone here and involved in this process wants what's best for our children. I also presume that we are a community committed to working together to make our school district the best it can be. Finally, I appreciate that there's a lot of change happening in our school district, that we are most definitely experiencing growing pains, and that there's a need to create frameworks for addressing certain issues as our school district grows. With these premises in mind, I ask that you reevaluate Policy 6111. to accommodate for the presumably unusual circumstance when a school leaps from a watch school or less to a school with a population that automatically triggers conversion to the multi-track year-round schedule. That one's always hard to say. In that instance, a school community is not provided with an opportunity to participate in the creation of a SOMP. Major decisions like converting to the multi-track schedule should not be made solely by formula. A multi-track schedule may be the best option available to address a particular elementary school's overcrowding, but it should only be implemented after evaluation of all other potentially less cumbersome options. The opportunity to create a SOMP is important to a community. It allows the one elementary school community to evaluate itself and how best to reach its goals and enable successful students. It also allows the greater community to participate. Each school is not an island, and I believe that we all want to work together for the greater good of all the kids served by the school district. I want to analogize the circumstance to a parent's choice to stay home or work. Each family makes its own decision about what amount of work the parent should do outside the home. Each family evaluates its needs and goals in making this decision. Each family's decision is different from the next. Sometimes the decision is made in conjunction with other families, pooling childcare resources, for example. And we all respect and appreciate that each family's decision, however they reach it, and its success is important to our community as a whole. A school is like a family, and it needs to be able to participate in making an individualized plan that is the best choice for it as part of the greater community. I admit I'm here because of the impact that Westergaard might have. Nonetheless, I think it's important to look at Policy 6111 and how it might affect other schools going forward as well. I know that you meant the best when you implemented this policy, but it might need a tweak or two here to be the best that it can be for our school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Flokini. Did I get it right?
Yes.
All right. JJ?
I have no more cards.
We have no more public comment cards at this time. Are there any others that would like to take this opportunity to speak? Again, you'll have those opportunities as we go through our agenda. Okay, seeing none, next on the agenda, I will entertain the motion to adopt the agenda as presented unless there is a board member that would like to pull one of the agenda items.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Next item on the agenda, I do want to remind those who may be here or that may be watching that agenda items 4.03 and 4.04 will not be heard prior to 4 p.m. Again, agenda items 4.03 and 4.04 will not be heard prior to 4 p.m., just as a reminder. Okay, we'll begin with board reports. And we will start with, let's start down here with Trustee Rosario.
You caught me off guard, President
I
Taylor.
know, I'm sorry.
It's always a busy time and always an honor to serve as a trustee. I had the opportunity to participate in the CUBE conference, Council on Urban Boards of Education, with Superintendent Davis and President Taylor. And what's so wonderful about when you go to these conferences, you are with your fellow colleagues from across the country, from school districts across the country. And, you know, I wish everyone knew how wonderful the things are that are happening here in Washoe County School District, because when we have an opportunity to interact with our colleagues across the country, we really see about the amazing work that we're doing, because they're always coming to us as the experts. And we were looked at as one of the experts for our equity policy and had an opportunity to talk about that. So that was very interesting, very rewarding. Have we gotten any calls yet, Superintendent? Because we put our number out there. So yes. So I think we'll be hearing from a lot of school districts across the country who've had a lot of challenges in pushing through their equity policy, and it's something that we did very well here in Washoe County and received national recognition for. So that was very interesting. And then as usual, doing lots of events and working with parents and our students, and always honored to be here.
Thank you, Trustee Rosario. Dr. Dye.
I will pass on this occasion.
Okay, thank you. We had fall break, so sometime we didn't get to do much, didn't have other things to do. Our student representative, Miss Katie.
Lately I've just been going and meeting with Blanca Miller to talk about our next student advisory board meeting, which is next Tuesday. And so I'm really excited for next meeting. It seems like it's going to be really great to see everybody working in their different subcommittees. And then we've also just been working on planning for the data summit. And so I think that that's going to be a really great event. And I'm excited for that.
Thank you. We're looking forward to the data summit as well. Thank you. We'll jump right across the table to Trustee Gonda.
I too will pass.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Frankel.
I would just like to take this moment to wish our President Taylor a happy birthday. And I have nothing to, I will also pass on any other happy birthday.
Trustee Frankel, why are you so tan?
As many of you know, I had the opportunity to go to Greece to attend a good friend's wedding, and so I've had an opportunity to enjoy the beaches of Greece. I actually will say that I did see a couple of schools. It was wonderful to stop by schools and see children playing, and actually managed to have a broken conversation with a teacher about teaching and education, because I don't speak much Greek and she didn't speak much English. So, but it's interesting because what I gathered was they have a lot of similar challenges and joys that we do here in our district. So I'll share that.
Well, welcome back. Hope you had a great time. And I will admit, she did check some email while she was gone, so I'm a witness. Thank you. Trustee Rosenberg.
I shall pass.
Shall pass. Okay. Vice President Mayor.
You know, I don't
Thank you,
have
sir. Oh, get your
much
mic.
to say, but
Get
I'd
your
like
mic
to
on.
ask if we could take a moment of silence. Most of you probably know Karen Case, who is, if you go to graduations, especially at Worcester, she does the signing. And when there's parents for parent conferencing, and they're not able to do it without the signer, she'll go to parent conferences and stuff, and a long time employee of the school district, and I'd like to ask for a moment of silence if we may.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Okay, for my report again, with fall break, so many of us had the chance to take a little bit of time off. I enjoyed the CUBE conference, as Trustee Rosario said, and she was actually really forthcoming in sharing not just our policy, but how the policy was developed, and so I thank her for that. On that same vein, I was able to speak to a class earlier this week, a class at the university, a social work class. Councilman Oscar Delgado actually is the instructor, but it's a policy class, and he has different people coming in to talk about just how we establish policy in our own governmental agency. So very similar. Got to explain our policy process. And on this weekend, Saturday night, represented the board at the Equity and Diversity table at the NAACP banquet. Very well attended. It was a nice event. And then finally, yesterday, I attended the Start Thinking About College program called STACK. 4 different dates for that. I was able to attend Mendive, Dilworth, Sparks, and Mount Rose. 7th graders were there for a day on campus to get exposed to campus. They had student guides for them, gave them a great tour. So it just looked like it was a great send-off, great kickoff for them. And they were very, very excited, and several hundred students were there. So it was great to see the relationship between our, again, Equity and Diversity Department and the Center for Student Cultural Diversity. Very mixed group, though, very, very diverse. Students from all backgrounds were there. And I thought it was just fantastic for those kids to get exposed like that. So it was tremendous work done by our team and with our partnerships. Superintendent Davis.
great. So I'll talk about CUBE a little bit. It was a great opportunity to engage with board members and talk about the work that we are working on in our district, which is absolutely phenomenal when you hear about other districts trying to get to where we are. And Trustee Ruggiero, great job getting up to the mic and speaking on the work. Since it is a board superintendent's convention where we work together to talk about how we continue to improve on outcomes for students and working relationships between boards and superintendents, and it's nice to hear about the differences, the struggles, and what's good across the country. And I think when we look at ourselves, we talk about what's positive about agreeing to disagree, but still do the right thing for kids. And we have been very strong in that sense, so it's a great opportunity for us to engage. I also attended STAC, Start Thinking About College. I went to the first one, and just say kudos to Dr. Taylor. I think you started this at UNR, right? Is that true? That's what I heard. So
Back in another life.
Yeah, way back in the day. but
It was about, it was the early 2000s, probably around, I left the university in 07, so probably around 04, 05.
And what's great about it to me, it's about a lot of first-generation college goers to engage those students in an opportunity to start thinking about college and how great it is to be in the student union and to go across the campus and have backpacks and start thinking about their future, because the work they do now gets them to that point, so they need to see what that is. So that was amazing. And then I have a short video. Are we queuing up? So I'll talk a little bit about the video before we hit play. Last week in the National Indian Education Association Convention was held here at our very, very own Grand Sierra. More than 1,600 educators were in attendance, and I want to thank Irene Payne because I was with the trustees at CUBE. You attended on my behalf. We had the opportunity to share with them what we are accomplishing with our Paiute language and what we're doing with our students. And as you know, we've shared that with the board before. We created a video, which is 10 minutes long, I believe, but the actual video, we did a little cut just for the sake of time here. But that video is trending, and we've had more than almost 50,000 people see the video through Facebook and shared almost 500 times. When you look at that work and what comments are about reaching the work and valuing diversity, it's amazing. I mean, we have people that are out of the country talking about this work. So I want to say kudos to the communications department for getting this video together. I know you worked with Kristen and myself at the last minute to get some sound bites, but about how we appreciate diversity, which goes hand in hand to the policy I believe the board valued and put in place. So it's good to hear the kids talk about that. So I'll just show you a quick 3-minute snippet, but so proud of all our schools and our students that was a part of this.
For the Paiute language, there's only like 4 or 5 elders left that can really speak the full language. I really want to preserve the language and help other Native people that don't know the language.
It has been rewarding since this is part of my culture and it is my native language that I want to relearn and maybe teach my son one day.
For me, it's about owning their heritage and learning to love it, to pass down history so it's not forgotten. And as a district, we honor that for our students.
So I feel like this class is helping us to learn it and pass it on not only to ourselves and our family, but maybe even to some of the actual Paiutes.
When we're talking about a language, there are thousands of languages across our world, and many of them are becoming extinct. And so when we're talking about the Paiute language, that's a treasure, and we need to treat it as a treasure.
I love it a lot. And this group is really great because there's a lot of passion this year in the students. Like, they really want to learn this language, and that's really inspiring to see.
When we first got in there, a lot of kids were quiet, and I feel like once they saw that we were all stumbling and we were all messing up at this, it was sort of funny to us. So we're learning together.
You can see with the kids that are in the classroom, they are participating, they're not shying away from it, they're taking on the challenge.
It's not a difficult language. I don't think it is. Once you get the vowels down, the sounds, it just becomes easy and it flows.
And the kids are having a wonderful time. And that's really what education is all about, is engagement.
Just like seeing people's faces when they're like, oh, what language are you taking? Oh, Paiute. And they're like, you taking what?
patois. We bring different things to us in a classroom. And when we can appreciate culture, we can appreciate the individual. And you learn to respect and understand each other better.
I am producing new teachers here. That's what made me feel really good about this whole thing was these are new teachers. They can pass this language on.
Sometimes I talk to myself in Paiute. When I'm counting on my hands, it goes Samotu, Wahayu, Pahiyu, Watsukwayu, Manigi, things like that.
If I see another student walking through the halls, we'll greet each other in Paiute. Pija Watma means good morning, so we use that a lot.
This is kind of like who people are, and if the language dies out, then part of us dies with it.
Very nice, very nice.
I think that's it. I think when we think about this work and we think about some of our relationships as we build on them with our Native American community, I'm really proud of the partnerships we're creating with tangible outcomes, not just we go out to Natchez and shake our heads, but how can we be a partner and how do we measure those outcomes? And so those are part of some of the things that we have implemented this year, and I think that we're going to see some surprising results done.
I just want to thank staff and superintendent. Sorry, President Taylor, I just started talking. I got so excited.
Go right ahead. It's exciting. It's exciting.
This was a conscientious decision by the school district to close that achievement gap and to reach out to our American Indian population. And, this is just one piece of the puzzle of many things and strategies that have been put in place by the district and our team of professionals. So it's super exciting. It was so exciting to see Tony Abbey, who's a Worcester graduate, on the video too. So.
And can I just shout out to equity and diversity for this work also? And remember when we started this journey, we started with one person in equity and diversity, but it is a true department that reflects the needs of our community. So wherever they are, thank you, equity and diversity. I know everybody's out doing work.
And sorry, President Taylor, it was a battle to increase it wasn't easy to increase that department because there wasn't agreement on the board necessarily, and we pushed through and dedicated a position, and then Superintendent Davis came in and expanded it even more and put the supports in place, and it's truly a professional, very, very professional department, and the work that is happening is recognized nationally. So we should be very, very proud of that work.
Great work to Tiffany and her team. Yes. I know they work really hard. Great video. That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Irene staff. Thank you, communications, Irene and your staff. That's awesome. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. These are agenda items 3.02 through 3.16. This is, of course, for possible action. These are agenda items that are typically routine in nature, but any board member may pull one if they so desire. And I am aware that we do have some public comment on this as well. So why don't we hear from our public comment first, JJ?
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I have 3 children in the district. I'm a former K-12 teacher, and I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children. At the last board meeting, there was a $250,000 anonymous donation for social and emotional learning. And it looks like the prior year there was at least $100,000 for social and emotional learning. We had 2 simple questions for the board, and they are, do you guys know who donated the money or not? And 2, will the party that donated the money, will they be profiting from the psychological profiles that will likely be created on our children via the social and emotional learning? And I believe the framework has been laid for that in the multi-tiered system of support. Mm-hmm. That's what they call it at Incline Middle School. It's a separate tab on the Infinite Campus website. Mm-hmm. At the last meeting, you said you don't have to answer our questions. But at the same time, the board brags to the media about how transparent they are. It can't be both. You either answer our questions or you're not transparent, or you are transparent. You know what I mean. Also, at the last board meeting, we read through the questions that the anonymous secret donor had to answer no to all of. The most important question they didn't have to answer at all: will they profit from the psychological profiles of the social and emotional learning? That's a question I think everybody in here would want to know. Today's item, 3.12, I guess you're spending $62,500 for something related to social and emotional learning. I would be curious to know what exactly that is, but I guess the answer is you don't have to tell us, and you probably won't, but you are transparent. But I'll wait if you do want to tell us. "46 seconds left. Are we going to know what it's for? $62,500 for the
Mr. Eppolito, as you'll see, this is a grant application. It's not a distribution of funds. It's a grant application. And in the support materials for the board, that information is there.
So you're applying for money for something?
This is a grant application, yes.
Okay. So on the other questions, will they ever be answered?
Well, I was going to say not. Go ahead.
It's not on the agenda. Those are totally off the agendized item. The last question is related to the agenda.
Well, they were really yes or it was a yes or no question. Will those questions ever be answered?
I would just be careful where you go, because
I'm asking you, counsel.
I answer to you, so.
Well, certainly not in this context, Mr. Eppolito. We really want to stay to the agenda, so certainly not in this context.
I've been asking via email for 2 weeks. You don't even respond to the emails, including the council. Thank you.
Thank you
for the opportunity to be ignored.
We have other public comment, JJ? No. Okay, so the agenda item before the board is, do we approve the consent agenda? Again, these are agenda items 3.02 through 3.16. I'll entertain a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded that the board approve a consent agenda items 3.02 through 3.16. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay, moving on to agenda item 4.01. This is discussion and possible action on the approval of the statement of work agreement with Experience Financial to develop and implement recommendations from the quality assessment review of the internal audit department in the approximate amount of $25,300. This is for possible action. And this is myself and the chair of the audit committee, Trustee Rosenberg. To our colleagues, you may recall that we had a review that was submitted to us by the group Experience, and there were several recommendations that the board accepted the recommendations, and then now we asked the internal auditor, Mrs. Paula Ward, to work with Experience. Our direction was for her to work with Experience to develop an implementation plan. Trustee Rosenberg, who is the chair of the audit committee, and Mrs. Ward and myself sat down and discussed that this is in line with really our traditional audit department behavior. When our internal audit team does a review of a department, oftentimes there are recommendations that come from that review, and then that department is called upon to respond to those recommendations, and they sit down with that department, with the audit department member, and then present back to the audit committee. In this case, we would be in that same vein. Experience would sit down with the department, being our internal audit department, as they work up the implementation plan, and then report back to the board.
Who's in charge of this agenda item?
It says I'm the presenter myself as the chair, and Chair Trustee Rosenberg, and then Mrs. Ward is in the audience. Questions? Did I leave anything off of that? Yes, Trustee Gonda.
Sorry, my mic is not working. So what we're approving here today is that, sorry, there's feedback here, that the recommendations on how to implement the recommendations cost $23,000 to develop the recommendations. That's where I'm confused, is I'm trying to figure out what we're exactly, what cost $23,000 that we're voting on today.
To put together the implementation plan. The recommendations were already submitted to the board and approved, accepted by the board.
Right.
And then typically what happens when there's an internal audit, typically what happens is, like for an example, in our school district, the internal audit department sits down with that chair. They've built, that chair has received recommendations, and then whatever staff member on the internal audit team go through those recommendations with that department head, and they go over those recommendations. Some have been fulfilled, some have not been fulfilled. Why? They review those and they report back to the audit committee. And because that's internal, we don't have to pay for someone to do it because we have an audit team that's doing that. In this case, the department that's being audited is the audit team, and the ones that did the audit was Experis, and so they would serve in that vein. Because they're outside, then there's a cost that's associated with it.
All right, so it's the implementations that we're accepting.
That we have already accepted, yes. We've accepted the report and the recommendations. So this is to come up with the implementation plan. How we put those? How does the internal audit, not us? How does the internal audit department, Mrs. Ward and her team, implement those recommendations? Is to put together a plan for these are things that are being recommended, that were recommended. This is how they're being implemented, and a review of that plan.
Sorry, if I
no, please
could follow up on that. So I guess maybe if I could clarify with another question. So the internal audit department can't develop their own implementation of those recommendations, because that seems like that was what we had discussed previously, is that the audit department was going to work towards implementing our recommendations. And so what I'm seeing here is that we're paying $23,000 towards an outside company to do what the internal audit department should be doing. That's where I'm confused.
Okay, no problem. Trustee Franco, you just got appointed to the audit committee,
Yes,
so you may want to add.
And I appreciate Trustee Gatto's question, because I think I'm a little unclear too, because I heard you reference that, and it's appropriate in when there's an audit that our internal audit department does internally, that they provide the recommendations to the department. That department develops its implementation plan, and it implements, and then audit follows up to determine the status of their completion of the recommendations. If we are contracting with Experis as the outside auditor to do the second piece of what I just described, which is to come in and evaluate the status of the recommendation implementation, this seems a little larger than that. I mean, I'm listening to what you just described to Trustee Gonda. My thought was, if we follow the same practice, the audit department would come up with its own implementation plan, bring it to us for approval and review and approval, which I think is what we had originally asked for at the previous meeting. And that Experis, we would hire them to come in and give us a follow-up report on the status of implementation of the recommendations. So I'm a little confused too on what we're hiring Experis to do. I don't know that we need to hire them to develop the implementation plan. I think that I'm leaning where Trustee Gonda's leaning, which is that I think the audit department should provide a list of how they're going to implement or come up with a plan for how they're going to implement the recommendations, some of which I think have already been implemented, and provide that. And then Experis can come in as the auditor and evaluate the status of the implementation. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Yes. Okay. So I'm sharing the confusion around what we're hiring them for. I prefer that they be hired to come in and evaluate the status after the fact, rather than be hired to come in and do an implementation plan.
So it is, President Taylor or legal, is it possible for us to put this on hold for a moment to get the minutes of that meeting? Because there's confusion, but my recollection was that we had asked them to come in to assist us with making the implementation plan. So that's my recollection. So is it possible we can, JJ, can we pull up those minutes? And
I think it's possible that we can do that.
why don't we do that?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. However, one of the things that, and we can do that and take the look at that and see, because that was my recollection as well, is that was our direction at that time. But let's certainly follow up to see. So what's the appropriate way to do that?
I'm pulling up the minutes right now. If you have discussion, you can continue to discuss, or if you want to
Take
on
a
your
quick
mic.
Quick recess, or you can keep
Well,
discussing.
we can take a quick recess. Just take a quick 5 minutes so we can pull those minutes up and then go
President
back to a
Taylor?
decision. Yes.
The minutes for that meeting are in board docs at this time.
Oh, perfect.
So can we?
Okay, so
June 7th.
okay, so let's just take a quick 5 minutes. We can take a look. Okay, so we'll have a 5-minute adjournment so we can take a look and refer back to what action we've already taken.
Okay.
I think Katie needs one. Katie needs one as well. Tracy probably doesn't care.
I'm already winning over, so.
Okay, we will reconvene the meeting. Thank you, JJ, for getting the minutes, and Trustee Rosario for making sure we look back. I would like to direct everyone's attention to page 17, the bottom of page 17. That's the motion that was ultimately acted upon. There were a couple of other motions along the way discussed and amended and withdrawn and so on. And the final vote actually occurred on page 21.
President, maybe you should read that.
That motion?
Yes.
Okay, the motion that was ultimately approved, the motion was, it was moved by Trustee Rosario and seconded by Trustee Gonda, that the Board of Trustees accepts the Quality Assessment Review Report prepared by Experis Finance regarding the Washoe County School District Internal Audit Department and directs staff, which would be Mrs. Ward and her team, and directs staff to work on an implementation plan to be presented to the board at a future meeting. And there was some public comment that came in. You'll see this in the next several pages. There was some public comment. There was also other discussion from the board. Mr. Fox, I believe, made some remarks as well. As you may recall, Vice President Mayer was presiding over the meeting at this time. And the result of the vote was 5-1-1. It was a pass. It did pass.
So the pass was accepting the report.
Turn your mic on, please, sir.
The pass was accepting the report.
The pass was accepting the report and asking staff to prepare an implementation plan.
Asking staff to prepare the implementation plan. I see no reason for spending $23,000 to have somebody outside do it.
Then perhaps, go ahead, Trustee Gonda. I see that your mic is on.
I concur with Trustee Rosenberg. That's exactly my point, that we don't need to spend this money. So I'm voting against this.
There's nothing to vote against yet.
My question would be about closing the loop. I am totally on board with saving any dollars we can save. Having said that, because this is the internal audit department, who's going to close the loop on accepting recommendations and improvement plan and monitor it down the road? And I caution that in a few months, there will not be, correct me if I'm wrong, a board member who serves on the audit committee.
Should the policy get finalized, yes.
Should we finalize a policy? So, looking at it two ways. If we have a board member serving on the audit committee, is it the audit committee via the board and service of the board member who closes the loop on the audit department's implementation plan?
Trustee Frankel.
I think that's a great question. I think that's kind of what I was trying to allude to before. I believe at a previous meeting, we heard a number of audit reports and follow-up reports, and I liked the way those presentations were presented to us. The department that had been audited by internal audit presented what they had accomplished, and audit described kind of what the department had done and gave an update to us on the status of the completion of the recommendations, which were completed, which were semi-completed, which were outstanding. So I too think that there's a role for experts to play once the implementation plan has been developed and implemented, for there to be that they work and they review the status of the implementation of the recommendations after the fact and come back to the board with the audit department collectively, like they do with our departments, to present to us the status of completion of those recommendations. So I'm agreeing with you that we don't necessarily not hire experts to do something, but I'm saying we don't need to hire them to do the implementation planning. We let audit do the implementation planning. We asked her to bring that to us, and then once the implementation plan is implemented, experts comes back and gives us a status report or an update or a review, like audit does when they do their own audits internally. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'm trying to look back on, why we went down this road, and I'm cautious that, one, this is incredibly important work, and so I don't want it to be done in a vacuum. And so to me, it would be conflicting to put an implementation plan in place without having the support of an expert and outside entity working in partnership with us. Now, maybe what that process looks like may look different than what's proposed today, but to me, that looks like we're doing things in a vacuum. And I'm not sure that that's effective and is going to meet the need. Do you want me to?
No. But please, I was going to say, let's hear out Trustee Rosario. Please continue.
That's my concern. I don't want things to be done in a vacuum. And so the point is to have that expertise and support from an outside entity. And so that's something I'd like to have addressed or commented on by the trustees. I don't want this work to be done in a vacuum. It should be done comprehensively and in concert with our outside experts.
Trustee Rosenberg?
I've made it abundantly clear that I didn't like the report in the first place. By the same token, we have an expert who can put together the plan. Then if we want to have it checked by an outside source, I can see that. But spending $23,000 to have someone come up with the plan and then have to go through whether or not it can actually work, I think is a waste of time and money. We have an expert. Let her put together the plan to put through what Esperis has given us, and then we can hire someone from outside, and possibly it should be someone that is not Esperis. It should be someone that may be local, that can look at it and say whether or not it makes any sense.
Did you had something, Trustee Nicolette?
I'm thinking out loud. So we also have internal experts who we're referring to in this audit report, QAR. So is it appropriate at this time to bring up Ms. Ward and ask her where they are in the implementation plan?
I had a question related to our internal audit process of our departments, because I know one of the things you said was that we're trying in this situation to mirror what we do internally. So I was actually I had a question for Ms. Ward about that, and the degree to which our audit department is involved with the departments internally. When they do their audits, do they help the departments and work closely with the departments as they develop their own implementation plans? Because if what our goal is to mirror the process that we use internally, that's a question I have. Is kind of what is the role of the audit department helping the departments with their implementation planning? Or are the departments allowed to just develop them on their own and then audit follows up with them and evaluates their completion of the recommendations? So that's a question I have for her. So I would agree with Diane that maybe having Ms. Ward come up and answer some questions would be a good idea.
Well, why don't we have Mrs. Ward come up and answer some questions?
I would suggest that we just tread lightly here because the agenda item is relatively specific to the contract with Experis. So let's keep our questions framed under that regard because we have to stay on the agenda.
So let me reframe the question then, because I thought it was fairly tailored, because I understand that what we're trying to do with this contract is mirror the process that we use internally with our internal audit department, except given that it's our audit department that's being audited in this case, we're working with an outside contractor to play the auditor role. So I'm asking, if we're trying to mirror, I just want to make sure I understand what the internal process is, so as we approve a contract, that it does in fact mirror it. Does that help?
That's great.
Okay. Do you understand my question?
I think so.
Okay.
Paula Ward, for the record, Chief Auditor. When we do follow up on audits, so we follow up 6 months initially and then a year until all recommendations have been implemented, we do work with them, but we do not write it because then we would be auditing our own work. So we send them the recommendations that we've made, and then we give them time to look it over and let us know where they stand. Then, of course, we have to go back in and they have to provide evidence that these recommendations have been implemented or whether there's something else that they're doing that will meet the recommendations that we've made or maybe even that it's no longer applicable.
So just to be clear, you don't play a role in helping them develop their implementation plan for the recommendations?
Not in the way I'm reading what this contract is about, no.
Thank you.
And what role might you play then? He'd give us a little more clarity on it from.
So again,
Yes.
they'll respond to us and they'll send us their, how they see that they've implemented it, provide the evidence, and then we go back in and we meet with them almost every time and say, okay, this is what we're seeing. We're not quite sure this is what it means. Let's read over the report again. Can you provide this evidence? And then they'll do that. But we can't actually tell them how to do it, because it's just the same as when we do any audits at schools. We can't write the procedures that they have to follow, because then we'd be auditing ourselves. So they have to do the procedures. We go back in and audit. And the Red Book, which is what the agenda item says that we follow, says that I am the one to bring you the implementation and action plan, and I present it to you, the board. Usually, when I've done the peer reviews throughout the country, we don't go back in and follow up. That follow-up happens when we have our next QAR, if it's Red Book, or when we have our peer review. So that's who will follow that up. But I think you also have the audit committee that would, they're knowledgeable in what we do. They'll look at what we say is our implementation plan, and they'll call me out if they think that I haven't answered what the report says.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. Trustee Gonda?
So in your opinion, is it premature at this point to hire someone to review an implementation plan that, if I'm hearing you right, is not yet written?
Yeah, I did write the implementation plan.
It is ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It was ready for...
So in your opinion, is it premature to hire anyone to review it at this point, or is this the right timing? 'Cause that's...
In my opinion, you don't hire somebody, but that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. Yes.
So again, processing out loud. So we have an audit committee that has experts seated at the table. So your implementation plan that's ready, there's an audit committee meeting in November that could be ready to present to them. They have full and deep expert discussion, and then I'm not sure what will happen because I don't know what they're going to say. And one way or another, they either move it forward to the board or they send you back to the table to do more work. I'm kind of actually rethinking my statement about closing the loop. Maybe our audit committee closes the loop.
I would say this. I think that we land someplace, if it's appropriate based upon the agenda item, I think we land someplace that's, I guess, somewhere in the middle. I think that based upon our audit process that we have, which is the process that we work, because I'm hearing what Mrs. Ward is saying, in that it's most appropriate for the department to write the implementation plan as opposed to having some outside influence on that. However, that we ask Experis to play the role that your team might do with a department, and then reviewing that implementation plan at the 6-month mark or the 1-year mark, whatever. I know in part of our contract, we asked you to bring us back an implementation plan, and so we've kind of been talking about when this meeting is going to happen and Experis and so on. And so what we do at this point is to allow you to go forth, I guess, for lack of a better, because you've already written the dang plan, right? And then instead of bringing Experis in to assist with writing the plan, which has already been written anyway, but to have them come in and play the same role that a member of your team would play with a department. And then from there, that is the work that goes to the audit committee. And then from there, the audit committee, forwards it with the recommendation of acceptance or not up to the board, because that's in line with what we typically do. That does close the loop, and then that does give us where we landed in the first place and bringing someone else in from the outside. Yes, Trustee Rosenberg.
That's a good compromise. I don't have a problem with it. The only problem I have is how much is it going to cost?
Well, we'll have to get another scope.
If it costs $23,000, no way.
Well, we'll have to get this. What we have on the agenda is the scope that was presented to us today.
Right.
And so we would, if I'm hearing consensus, we'll see where we land. Then this is not something that we go with, but we ask Experis for a different scope, for us to consider. We can't consider it otherwise because it isn't on the agenda. Do I have that correct?
Yeah. Yes, you could pass a motion that says something along the lines of, we'd like to reconsider this to meet what you just said. That's fine, because it's reasonably related to the agenda item. What you can't do is, obviously pass a $100,000 contract when you only have 25,000, that type of thing. So that would be fine.
And we don't have a number from Experis, and so we would expect a lower number because the scope of the work is significantly decreased. And I think we would ask that of them to bring back to our next meeting.
So
Yes, Trustee Biggio.
So just a review for the public, have we ever audited our audit department? Was this the first time? This was the first time. So my thinking is, so I'm not.
Oh, please do.
I'm not disagreeing with you, President Taylor, or actually any of the thoughts. I just feel we need outside expertise in this process because it's not something clearly, and I don't want to sound silly when I say this, that we're good at. And so for me as a trustee, I want to ensure that I have an outside set of eyes and helping guide this process and assisting us and working in concert with us. So that's my concern, is it just seems like we're having challenges getting this right. And so I want to feel secure that we have some outside expertise working in concert with us to ensure we're doing everything that we should be doing to move forward and doing the very best work that we can. So that is where this conversation started from. The last time it was on the agenda. So do you want?
Trustee Rosenberg.
Thank you. That body is called the Audit Committee. We have outside experts on that committee. If you've ever been to one of our meetings, you know how really good they are. And I think that's where it needs to be. They make the recommendation to the board, and we go from there.
So at this point, what I would, because from bringing this forward and closing the loop, what I would ask my colleagues to do is to, thank you, Mrs. Ward. I'm standing, sitting, thank you, is to have the intention of having Experis give us a different scope of work so that they can review the implementation plan that has been put forth by staff, which is in alignment with the decision that the board made back in June. And what that would do is go forward with the action item that we already took. Staff does the implementation plan, but it also closes the loop, as Trustee Nicolette said, and allows us to have, yes, we have a tremendous group of people on the audit committee. We certainly absolutely with a high level of expertise, but there are audit committee. And so it closes the loop because we didn't ask that audit committee to do this internal audit. We got to one that was completely outside, separate, intentionally. And so it continues the fidelity of that process, but it gives us a place to land in the middle. So at this point, then, it seems as though it's the pleasure of the board, with that kind of being the spirit of what we like to do, to not take action on this at this time. Would that be most appropriate, Mr. Rombardo?
Yeah.
And then my direction, my direction, as I'm hearing from my colleagues, is to reach out to Experis and have a conversation of how we'd like to reconsider their involvement and look for a different proposal and scope of work to come back to us for a future meeting. Yes, Trustee Mayor.
I'd like to try a motion that at this time we table this particular item and put it out to Experis to have a different scope of work and bring that back for action.
I'd second that.
Is that appropriate language before? And then we'll have discussion. I see you, Trustee Biggio. Is that, because the table, the word throws me a little bit, so.
Yeah, with tabling, it's, again, that's fine. I don't,
Oh, yeah, we're Julia Roberts, Rules of Order.
Right, exactly. But we may want to have a little more detail in what type of scope we're looking at, just so in case we have this issue again, we can look at the minutes and have a little more, better idea of what we're talking about.
So it may be the scope of their work is to review the implementation plan?
Well, no. I stand by my motion that, and when they come up with a scope of work, then we move it off the table for consideration. And then you and Howard and Paula do, present them the plan and say, what's it going to do to review this? So that's I stand by my motion.
Okay, you stand by the second?
I stand by my second.
Okay, discussion. Trustee Rosario had her hand first, and then Trustee Gonda.
Explain to me what we're doing, so I'm clear.
Okay, the motion as I understand it, please, Trustee Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, the motion as I understand it is to not take action on this scope. In other words, really to not approve this agenda item as presented, but instead the motion be to ask Experis to send us another proposal with a more limited scope of work, more in line with the discussion that would work with the implementation plan that Mrs. Ward has already put together, and then that to come forward to the board for consideration at a future meeting. Did I kind of coin that, Trustee Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, Trustee Gonda?
Those are two different motions in my mind. So
okay.
Completely two different, because my concern is that if we table this and go with the motion with Vice President Mayer has said, we're coming back to the same dollar amount, we're coming back to the same problems, the same discussions that we're having now, whereas if we can walk away and make a more clear motion, which I think is what you're saying, is the compromise, then that's what I would support. So that's my position. It's just because when we table something, and maybe I'm wrong, we're not able to work around a more detailed. It's just more clunky when we get to it as a tabled motion. We have to get to it later, and we have to discuss the specifics of this language. When in reality, we're trying to walk away from this. What I think we're doing is walk away from this agenda item in its entirety because it's no longer effective.
Right. No, I hear you, and that's why I asked him about tabling, and that's why I asked him about the word tabling because it means something different. And go ahead, Trustee Rombardo.
So I think if maybe this could make it easier if that's part of the motion, since the internal audit reports to the board, that the board allow President Taylor and the Vice President to discuss with Experis a new implementation plan different than the current one, and then come back with that. And this way, they're coming here with that information. And that might make it a little bit better. I think that's what you're getting at anyway. Does that work?
We have a standing motion, though. We have to make sure that the motion wants to change it.
Well, right, but I'm saying that might be the easiest way to.
Turn your mic.
We passed these.
I'll change my motion to include the statement that legal counsel just gave there, that we get together and hammer out a new plan, and then when it's ready, bring it off the table.
You're the seconder? You're okay? We good, Trustee? JD, you have that captured?
No.
Trustee Rombardo, can you help her with that? I mean, Mr. Rombardo, can you help her with that?
I'll email her to her right now if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, does that work?
Okay, any questions? So the motion is that the agenda item as presented today is tabled. It's tabled, and that in the interim, myself and the Vice President, and I will assume we'll include the Chair of the Audit Committee, will sit with Experis to talk about their scope so that what comes forward to us is something that meets the discussion that we had here. And then when it's ready, we bring it back to the board for consideration, for reconsideration. You pull it off the table in the new makeup. And it has been seconded. Are there any other questions, any lack of clarity on the motion?
A thought. So back to the audit committee, we can put that on the next board agenda because I want the report, which is finished, to go to the audit committee, which meets in November.
Certainly that will be the idea, but we have to be able to get with Experis in 2 weeks to make that happen. Hopefully we can.
Why do we have to have Experis involved to make that happen?
Well, because the motion says that we're going to get with Experis.
Yeah, but it doesn't say what the scope of work's going to be, and I personally think that it would be more efficient and effective to have the plan as written now by our audit department presented at the November audit committee meeting, and in the meantime, figure out what will happen after that.
Okay.
Trustee Frankel.
I understand where Trustee Nicolette is going, and I think the challenge is this agenda item is written around a specific contract. I think what you're raising is what are the next steps on the implementation plan, which isn't agendized. So I don't think we can actually make a decision about that here today, but I think we do at some point want to have that conversation. So I'm just clarifying. I see where you're going, and I totally agree with you, but it's not necessarily something we can include in this discussion, if I'm right, legal counsel.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Hard work, but good work to get through that. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Agenda item 4.02, and I see the particular people moving into position. The agenda item is presentation and possible action on new elementary and middle school educational specifications to lay out the physical relational requirements to be used in the development of future elementary and middle schools, and then the determination of revitalization program equivalency requirements for existing schools. This is for possible action. Mr. Joe Kabika, Mr. Joe? Tammy Dimmerman and Mr. Tim DeFault is here before us. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm going to do this right this time. President Taylor, members of the board, Superintendent Davis, for the record, I'm Joe Gabika, Interim Chief Facilities Officer. With me today is Tammy Zimmerman. She's the Director of Planning and Design. For this particular task and process, Tammy did all the heavy lifting from our department, so I wanted her here in case there was any questions of how that came to pass. And to my immediate left is Mr. Tim DeFoe, architect with the Cunningham Group that did all of the work of the 2 volumes that you saw on the board items. So I'm going to save us a lot of time, and I'm just going to turn it right over to Tim and allow him to go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Gabika. President Taylor, members of the board, and Superintendent Davis, it's good to be back. I appreciate the opportunity to present the work that we've been working on over the last several months with a very dedicated group of administrators and teachers and district level people for developing these middle school and elementary school educational specifications. I want to also extend a deep thanks to Tammy Zimmerman for the work that she did in this, because she really was faced with trying to coordinate summer meetings with administrators, teachers, and district level staff, really at a relatively short notice, and did a great job of getting a very good representation from both the elementary schools and the middle schools as a part of this process. My presentation today I will try to keep very short, no more than 10 to 15 minutes, to just really go over at a very high level what the educational specifications are and what they're for and how we develop them, and then also just kind of to, at a very high level, compare the new educational specifications that were developed with what was being used prior from 2005. So the first thing I want to talk about is just really what is an educational specification. It's an interesting term because it sounds perhaps like it's more academic than a functional document for designing buildings, but it is really a combination of the two. It takes the academic goals and the academic outcomes that are expected by the delivery staff, teachers, administrators, the district level people, to integrate that into a series of functional and physical characteristics and components that would make up a new building or potentially any remodeled building that is done as a part of the school district. So these specifications are intended to be given to any design team that's involved in designing a new school or designing a renovation to an existing school that is program-based. And by program-based, what I mean by that is that a renovation that would not necessarily be just to replace the roof or to do some maintenance on the building, but would be actually aimed at developing new program space on a existing school. So these would be given to the design team. The design team would then be mandated or required to use these as the functional characteristics that they would develop the design solutions from. Now, as I mentioned in my opening, there's a series of educational specifications for the elementary and middle school that were developed in 2005. That was done as a part of the work that America's Schoolhouse Council did for the district, which we were a part of. And those have been used for the last 11 years to develop new schools and to do some program remodeling across the district. The intent or the effort here was really to update those, given the changes in the district, given the changes in educational delivery systems, and also given the new academic goals that the district overall has. So what we did was use those really as the basis, the fundamental basis for the work that we did. So in addition to that, we also used the 2020 strategic plan for the district, and we used the 2014 to 2017 tech plan as basis points for us in our exploration of what the specific program and space requirement needs might be for schools, to make sure that we are continuing to keep alignment between educational delivery, academic outcomes, and the physical space that we're going to be creating, or the people, design teams will be creating to support that. So those were the three basis documents that we started from. Also, we believe it's very important that we keep at the forefront of everything that we do the mission of the district. And so throughout the entire process, we kept the mission of the school district at the very top of the work that we're doing, and use that as really a stepping off point for creating what we like to develop, which is a specific vision that is for facilities. The school district has its own vision for the school district. This is a vision for facilities that would be supporting the mission of the school district. So the process that we walked through was a series of meetings with the elementary level principals, administrators, and middle school level principals and administrators. We started in mid-June. We had a series of on-site meetings with at Kendall DePoli Middle School with those groups of people. We started, the first meeting was really a combined meeting of the middle school and elementary school teams, so that we could develop that facilities vision as a group. That way we had a guiding framework that we could use for all future discussions at the individual levels. Once we had developed that broad facility vision, then we broke the groups into the elementary school and the middle school groups, and we talked very specifically about the needs at each of those levels relative to the buildings that we're using to educate students. That process went through a series of refinements. We had follow-up meetings with each of the groups to refine the data that we gathered, as well as the outcomes of the document. Once the documents were drafted, then we circulated those documents to the individual teams and asked for input and comments from that, and then we incorporated that into the final documents that you have before you today. So ultimately, these would be submitted, or are being submitted to be used as the framework for moving forward. So the facility vision that was developed by the joint group was, we see sustainable school facilities that support 21st century skills through the use of safe, flexible, collaborative, and technology-rich learning environments to serve all students, families, and communities within Washoe County. This was a very, it was a fun process to go through this, and I think the group did a great job of really coalescing all of the goals academically and also from the district's vision into something that we could use to really support facilities. So this became really the guiding framework for all of the rest of the discussions as we drilled down into the specific detail. Out of the facility vision, then we developed a series of facility principles, and these principles are really meant to be guidelines that are broad in scope, but can be used to assess decisions, design decisions that are made in each of the schools or in each of the design projects that are underway, to make sure that we're moving in a way that would support that facility vision. So the first of those was flexibility. And what does flexibility mean? So there's a little bit of, the top is really sort of definitions of what flexibility means relative to a facility. And then the bottom really is really kind of getting into some of the detail about how we would implement flexibility, or how we would see flexibility being implemented through furniture, through scheduling, through the use of the facility, and how the different rooms in the facility are used for multiple purposes. The second of the principles was equity, inclusiveness, and collaboration. And again, really trying to define clearly what that means from a facility perspective. The district has definitions what it means from an academic perspective. This is really focusing on the facilities. So active learning, student-centered, adaptable, that we're open to, open spacing for accessibility for all students in that facility, and of course, access to resources throughout. The third of the principles that was developed is that our schools will be safe, secure, and welcoming environments. And the goal here was to really try and balance the need to create secure and safe environments for our students, but at the same point in time, create some place that everybody will feel welcome when they come and enter the school. So really focusing on natural light, getting environments that are going to be pleasant to be in, easy movement inside the facility, but also incorporating best practices when it comes to safety and security relative to how we control entry into the building, how we control access throughout the building. Creating the opportunity for openness and connectiveness between the different classes and the different groups, the different activities that are going on in the building. Next principle that was developed is we are committed to community partnerships, really focusing on engaging our community in our schools, both in a functional and actually in the way that we allow them to use the space, making them community-centered. We are focused on really forming some partnerships with some of the other groups that are out there that are community-based, our health department, the Sparks Park and Rec, clubs that might be out there. But really trying to engage as much as we can the community around our schools into an active involvement in the school, because that will make it a healthy environment. The last two that were developed were committed to technology, which means providing the current tools, technology, and resources to the students to use, and then it's rich and rigorous in a rich and rigorous 21st century curriculum. We had a lot of discussion about technology. Obviously, technology has changed a lot since the last educational specifications were written, and technology is changing as rapidly as we can write it. So providing a framework, a principle that was flexible enough to acknowledge that in the future, 5 years from now, we won't know what actual technology might be available, that we still understand how we would integrate that technology and what kind of framework we might put into the building to allow for that expandable infrastructure. And the last one, committed to sustainability, ensuring our schools are designed and built in a manner that is efficient and accountable to all of our stakeholders. Sustainability as a term is, relatively bandied about these days in regards to green buildings and green design. But really the discussion here focused around this understanding that sustainability really is much greater than the building itself, that we really need to be looking at sustainable communities and how do we create a sustaining academic environment that is supportive, that is nurturing, that also recognizes the climate that we're in, it recognizes the resources that we have available to us, and also the limitations on those resources, and that we're not using the resources that we have, whether those are financial, functional, physical, in ways that are wasteful for the school district. So those were the facility principles that really came out of a lot of discussion by the groups as a whole. So that was at this point that we sort of took all of this information and we broke down into then the two specific groups. And so I'm going to start with the elementary school and really do a comparison, a side-by-side comparison here of the elementary school ed spec from 2005 versus the elementary ed spec for that's in front of you today. So the simplest comparison to make is that the schools that were designed under the 2005 educational specification had a base capacity of 616 students. And we had the capacity to build up to 772 students in that school if we were to go to teaming. And of course, if we went to multi-track, then that school could have almost 1,000 students under the program that was developed in 2005. So that school had 54,000 square feet of net space. Net space is all of the actual program space. So it's the classroom, it's the toilets, it's the principal's office, it's the cafeteria. But it's not the walls for those rooms, it's not the structure, and it's not the hallways that connect all that. It's not the mechanical rooms that provide the air. So we have to gross that number up. We have to increase that number to accommodate all of those other things that we have to put into a building to make sure the building stands up, is functional, and actually has a good air quality. So that grossed up to 72,000 square feet. So under the new educational specification, we have a base capacity of 745 students. So the capacity is larger than what was developed in 2005. Has a team capacity of over 900, a little over 900 students, and has a multi-track capacity of 931. Now you can see the multi-track there is slightly smaller than the multi-track in the 2005 ed spec, and the primary reason for that is the new educational specification envisions using more of the spaces in a more flexible way to bring the greater base capacity into the building, so that we wouldn't necessarily have some of those spaces available under a multi-track system. The square footage allocation then from a net perspective is 54,494. So you can see it's just slightly bigger than the 2005 educational specification. And the gross square footage is 76,292, so it's about 4,000, a little over 4,000 square feet larger on a gross level. And again, that was mostly to acknowledge and accommodate the mechanical systems that we're using in the schools, along with the increased need for circulation and movement within the school as we move to a more open, active environment. The two diagrams above those numbers really are to sort of just graphically show the major program components of the school and how they are organized. There's slight variations there, but generally speaking, the overall organization of the school remained very similar to the 2005. Probably the biggest addition is on the diagram on the right. You can see there's two little dash bubbles outside of the classroom wings. Those are really identified as potential student spaces that will be shared resources for those grade level environments, and would allow for students to be active in small group outside of the classroom type activities. Going a little bit into some of the detail, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on a lot of the detail, but really looking at the neighborhood, one of the key differences between the 2005 educational specification and the current one that is in front of you was the use of this, what was called sort of the neighborhood team space. Under the 2005 educational specification, those spaces were identified as sort of individual rooms that are isolated from the team, and they're not really designed to be used in a functional way all of the time during the school day. They were intended to be sort of resource pullout areas, if you will. What we've looked at with the new educational specification is really focusing on bringing those activities back into the actual neighborhood itself and providing that space as part of the neighborhood environment, the academic neighborhood environment, thereby providing more opportunities for teachers to engage in small group, one-on-one learning activities, technology-based activities, all of the different multiple modalities that we're dealing with in educational delivery today, as opposed to what we were looking at in 2005. So it really is intended, again, to increase the flexibility of the school and increase the opportunities for different learning activities going on all the time. The other area where there was some really significant change was in the actual classrooms themselves. Now, under the 2005 educational specifications, the kindergarten classrooms were designed to be bigger, significantly bigger. And they were designed to be sort of dedicated use to kindergarten, the kindergarten education program, and isolated from the rest of the classroom environments. And then the primary classrooms were designed sort of as these cluster of two classrooms that shared common resource area, and then shared a pair of restrooms that the two classrooms could both access. Under the new specifications, we've actually moved to a much more flexible model where all of the classrooms are the same size. And because they're all the same size, they can be used for any grade level at any time without much reconfiguration of the space itself. And because kindergarten class sizes are smaller than they were in 2005 by mandate, I believe, that it isn't necessary that the kindergarten classroom be a bigger room than the regular classroom. So, and by doing this, again, we create a much more flexible environment where as class sizes fluctuate, as enrollment at the different levels fluctuate, we can accommodate that in the different rooms without really much reconfiguration. And then the restroom for the classrooms was pulled into the classroom, so from an elementary level, the restrooms are always inside the classroom, which is observable and manageable by the teacher in the room. That's the primary, call it the big change, if you will, in the educational and the elementary specifications. So lastly, I'll move on to the middle school and just kind of quickly go through this, and then I'll entertain any questions you might have. On the middle school, again, from a programmatic standpoint, the big picture pieces did not change significantly from 2005 to 2016. However, what we did really look at was that academic neighborhood and really how we were engaging the sixth grade component in the middle schools, as well as the 7th and 8th grade and the elective components. Under the 2005 educational specification, the delineation between the 6th grade, the electives, and the 7th and 8th grade was fairly undefined, is the best way I would describe it. In that there was there wasn't as much focus on how are we going to be teaching within the context of those individual spaces. There was some definition at the 6th grade level with regards to math and science, but generally speaking, there was not as much focus on how are we really building a team teaching or a team-based teaching environment. And that was a bigger discussion this time around, and the net result was some significant changes to the way that we are organizing the neighborhoods. From a capacity standpoint, the 2005 educational specification had a base capacity of 1,087 students, and this is at core educational, so math, science, social studies, and literature, and then had a student capacity at 100% use of 1,200 students. So this is Kendall DePoli was built on this model. Its square footage was 126,000 at a net level, and 126.6, and grossed up to 182,168,000 square feet. Under the new educational specifications, we have a base capacity of 1,096, so it's about the same. We have a 100% capacity of 1,218, so again, approximately the same student enrollment. However, we have a student capacity if we now engage all of the teaching stations within the school at an 85% usage. So that's in essence saying that every available teaching space in the school is used at 85% capacity during the day. That school would have a capacity of 1,400 students. So again, we're really focusing on flexibility to accommodate the changing needs of the district. The the net square footage has increased a little bit to 131,000 square feet. So it's about 4,500 square feet bigger than the previous educational program. And the gross square footage at 188,878 is about 6,700 square feet, larger than the previous educational specification. Again, those increases really had to do with how we are dealing with the flexibility across the different programs, also as to how we're engaging or how we're creating the opportunity for the team teaching that the administrators and principals talked about.
Excuse me, Mr. DeVoe, would you again explain the difference between the net square footage and the gross square footage? I know you said that, but if you wouldn't run that by me again, thank you.
So again, net square footage is the space inside of the walls. So in this room, in essence, it's the carpeted area inside of this room. And that would be considered the net square footage. So when we say a classroom is 950 square feet, just to use a number, then that would be 950 square feet from wall to wall in 4 directions. The gross square footage then takes into account all of the other stuff that makes up a building, the actual walls themselves, the structure that's holding the building up, the exterior walls of the building. It also includes all of the space for mechanical systems, electrical systems, technology systems, and probably the biggest component of all of that is just simple circulation. The hallways, the corridors that allow you to get between the different rooms. Because at the net square footage, you'd have a bunch of rooms that you couldn't get to. So that's the difference between net and gross. You're welcome. So then talking specifically about the grade level organizations, and the two diagrams you can see up above, this was probably the most time was spent in the discussion about these neighborhood arrangements for the educational specification. Under the old model, the sixth grade math and science were broken out as separate rooms, and language arts and social studies were also sort of separated from, or were envisioned to be across the hallway from that the math and science classrooms. So math and science being team taught, and then the social studies, language arts classrooms really being focused on, one would be social studies or language arts, it could be either. What really came about from our discussion was this idea that we really want to create a more interdisciplinary team at each of the levels in the middle school. So really doing more to group those rooms together, to create team areas that are math, science, social studies, language arts, core team teaching areas, where all of those programs are delivered simultaneously or in conjunction with each other so that the students are engaging in a full interdisciplinary activity. So the grouping becomes a little bit different than what we had in the 2005 educational specification. Then at the 7th and 8th grade level, looking at the same sort of idea, but because of scale at the 7th and 8th grade level, it gets a little bit bigger. So we organized again sort of a separate science room, because science has a little more academic requirements at the 7th and 8th grade level, requiring its own room. Then a math room, the social studies, language arts are engaged in all that. So you have now really within the context of a given floor of the building, wing of the building, you would have a series of teams, interdisciplinary teams of students working on their core curriculum inside of that neighborhood, that academic neighborhood.
Tim, remind me where the bathrooms are?
I'm going to get into that just a little bit.
Okay.
So under the old model, we had sort of in the science classrooms at the 7th or at the 6th grade level, there was a shared lab resource room for the math science rooms, and then the classrooms across the hall. Here we really envision a sort of, again, this combination of rooms that work together with all of the different academic programs, resource that is both resource for math and science, but also resource for language arts and social studies as well. At the 7th and 8th grade levels, under the old educational specification, again, there was a sort of a separation of science from the other core academic areas. The intent here was really to create a team where everybody is working together and all of the rooms are sharing the same resources. So, in terms of some other neighborhood support spaces, there's the team area that was planned for each of the rooms. If you recall at Kendall DePoli, there's a sort of a double-sized classroom at the entrance of each wing that would be used for team gatherings and for larger team-based program. The intent is to still have that kind of space in the new educational program, but also to integrate that more into those core academic zones, as opposed to having it isolated out at the end of the hallway. So this is really just really trying to describe that. So the last piece I'm going to get into, and probably the most controversial, is going to be the toilets. And this is really specific to the middle school level, because as I mentioned on the elementary school, the elementary classrooms have restrooms in the classroom, so the students are not leaving the classroom to go to the restroom. With all of the discussion about gender-neutral restroom facilities that's going on across the country right now, and certainly also even here in Washoe County, we looked at a model that actually would take away some of the challenges that middle schools face with the multiple gang toilets that are multiple toilet facilities that are at the bane of all middle school principals' hearts. So we really looked at creating a more flexible and more gender-neutral solution to toilets for the middle level program, whereas you have a shared sink area that is used by everybody, and then the individual toilets are individual rooms. So there's no men's toilets, there's no women's toilets. There are individual toilet rooms that are unisex, and anybody can use that room. To give you just sort of a sense of what that looks like, here's a couple of pictures that we've put in of other examples of doing this. And this is really becoming a much more significant discussion around the United States and around the schools that we're working on. But it really does provide the opportunity from a couple of different perspectives to provide better control of the restroom facilities by staff in the school, to eliminate some of the, in essence, some of the problem areas that we have in middle schools, especially, where students are getting together and doing things they shouldn't be doing in the restroom facilities, because the fundamental public space is out. It's open to the hallway. Those sink areas are joint use and really are easily observable and part of a public environment as opposed to inside of a restroom facility. Sure. So this is just the picture on the right shows two different examples. One, you can see the windows above the sink there. Again, it's really intended to provide clear visibility from any administrator or teacher in the hallway of everything that's going on at the sink area. Obviously, we still need to provide privacy in the toilet facilities, but they are easily observable, and anybody going into those toilet rooms is going to be seen going in. So time is not going to be, or the ability to sort of hide and do bad things wouldn't be happening in that space as much. Kids are kids. So that's, so again, this is really intended mostly at the middle school level, but there was also, we had the discussion at the elementary level. There are, in the public areas of the elementary school, there are public restroom facilities, and it was discussed to use the same model on the elementary schools where there are public restroom facilities, i.e. down by the gymnasium and cafeteria and the performance stage area. So again, being consistent, also recognizing the need to be more gender neutral in the way that we treat students and their needs. So with that, that's really all I intended to present.
Mr. DeVoe, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because Trustee Ryan, I know you have a question.
Yes.
So as far as the bathroom design, the dressing and locker room designs for middle schools, what do those look like?
Those would be the same as they are today. We did talk about whether or not we should create gender-neutral options for the locker room facilities, and again, we get into it's a more difficult situation when you get into locker and changing areas because of the nature of that activity, and so it's not as simple as a public restroom to do that. There are examples out there of gender-neutral solutions in middle school and high school educational facilities, but again, I believe where we ended up, we didn't really change anything on the locker rooms on the educational specification.
So in this booklet, which I appreciate all the work that's gone into, it says dressing locker rooms serve up to 60 at a time, provide up to 20 changing cubicles, some associated with showers or toilet stalls at the perimeter of each room. Is that, so that was not adopted as a recommendation?
Yeah, it is. That's
This is the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. So the changing cubicles have showers?
But they are part of the actual locker room, so they'd be part of the men's locker room and part of the women's locker room. So they would not be necessarily be gender neutral.
Right, so the shower facilities are still as they are today?
Well, we did talk about moving away from a gang shower, or gang is a bad term, a multiple person showering space, open shower area. and really moving to, as it says in there, cubicles where the student has privacy and the student has the ability to dress within, without having everybody looking at them.
Dress and shower.
Dress and
I
shower.
think that would be the concern,
Yes.
is if they feel uncomfortable for whatever reason,
Right.
that they have the option of
Yes.
privacy at some point. So
Yes.
if there's 60 students, there's 20 cubicles.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Also recognizing that those facilities aren't necessarily used by every student.
Right, of course, in middle school especially, yeah.
Back to the bathrooms. So I'm looking at this picture here.
Oops, I'll go backwards. This picture? Or
Now,
the-
is this exactly what it's going to look? Is this
Okay.
exactly what it's going to look like?
No, these are just examples.
Okay, because that little square thing to me
Yeah,
just says
no.
hazard with all those
No.
kids, student. Okay,
No.
so
The
Joe,
little diagram that's on the left,
do you,
Diagram is more,
just to see the doors and the openness, but I mean.
yeah, the diagram is more what the committee basically decided upon. It's a little bigger, obviously, than the pictures are showing. The
Yeah,
pictures are
that's-
more just just kind of giving the idea of what we're talking about here. But in order to provide the number of just facilities we need, it's going to be more like the diagram that shows there, with some sinks and some transparency and all that kind of stuff.
Not some little square nook.
No, the idea is that we really want to set this up, if we can, from a design standpoint, to where even teachers from their rooms can see this corner of the world, and different people can see this, so that they can kind of monitor, because even with this, there are pitfalls, but the idea is to try to provide that gender neutral ability, but to have a more open, more monitored kind of situation where people can see who's going in and out of the bathrooms.
Yes.
Does that answer?
It does, and I'm
Okay.
glad we're on the same page.
Okay.
Okay.
Trustee Franco?
I will get back to the bathrooms since they are the controversy, but I do want to say first, one of the things I really appreciate about the differences in the designs from 2005 to this year is that emphasis that you keep talking about on flexibility, and the emphasis that I think sometimes gets overlooked when we talk about 21st century skills, that it's not just technology. It has a lot to do with teamwork and collaboration and providing students those opportunities for shared learning. So I really appreciate the hub concept and look forward to hearing more about how that's going to be used if we approve this down the road in terms of curriculum and how it changes what the work is in the schools. But back to the bathrooms. One of the things I wanted to ask about, you mentioned that there's some examples around the country of bathrooms like this. And one of the things I wondered about is any research that's been done, because I know the issues around safety and some concerns that people have when you start talking about gender-neutral bathrooms. My concerns have more to do with the safety of what happens in an unseen environment like a bathroom has been. But what do we know about any information or any research about improvements in student safety when you switch the bathroom structure from the previous structure to this new proposed structure?
at this point, I would have to say in the United States, it's too early to really have any of that data. The understanding of the need to provide gender-neutral restroom facilities has really only come about in about the last 18 months. There are very few facilities that are in place that are that we can go to and say, is this a more safe environment? Are there other challenges that we're not understanding or not seeing? So we don't have real data that we can go to in terms of United States examples of this. However, this is a model that actually is very prevalent in the UK and in some European countries, and has been around for a very long time in those regions. Now, we're not the UK. How we deal with privacy, how we deal with the relationships of students to each other is different at some levels, and it's very, very much the same at other levels. So I think we can imply from the fact that it's been successful in the UK, and that schools use this as a very consistent model across facilities in the United Kingdom, that there is rationale for doing it here. But beyond that, any evidence that we have would be purely anecdotal at this time.
Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you for this hard work. I see the visionary work in here. It still needs work. because I ask about flexibility, number one, and when we talk about technology and flexibility, that becomes a very touchy situation. Who can know what's going to happen in 3 years if your phone's going to catch fire? But I'm thinking of fragile times in middle school and high school, and I'm thinking of young girls, and I'm thinking of everybody has a different level of comfort when they enter into different stages of their growth and development. And I would hope, I'm sure it will happen, and I look forward to hearing the results of the Student Advisory Board discussions where students actually speak about these fragile times and how it could be very uncomfortable to have this open concept at some times in your life, and to listen to the students about how that can be mitigated, addressed, and that will become an important conversation.
Trustee Gonda?
So these bathroom designs for middle schools, I noticed that the designs for elementary were PK through 5. And I want to ask a question about that in just a minute, but this bathroom design would also be the same for 6th graders sharing the facilities with the 7th and 8th graders. Is that they won't get our separate facilities?
Well, under the educational specification, each of the wings, the academic wings of the building, have their own set of restroom facilities. So because 6th grade is defined as its own wing, it would have its own set of facilities that would be specific to the 6th grade. Now, that's not to say a 7th grader or 8th grader might not use it, but they wouldn't, on a regular basis, they wouldn't be in that wing of the building.
And I had a follow-up question,
Please.
if that's okay. So I just wanted to talk real quick about the ramifications of what we're approving here today. It's asking us to approve educational specifications. So because 6th grade is not included in the elementary school design, going forward, if we approve this design or these specifications, does that mean that all elementary schools are now going to be outfitted so that 6th grade is no longer effectively in elementary school, or is that just a case-by-case basis?
We set the educational specifications up to reflect the direction that was given by the community and the board back in when we did the Vision 2015 process with American Schoolhouse Council through 2004 through 2006. That time the community told us pretty clearly that any school we built going further, elementary should be K-5, middle should be 6, 7, 8. That being said, there was a lot of discussion during these sessions about this, that 6th grade could easily happen in an elementary school if you've got 28 classrooms that are all the same size and all the same function. What Tim talked about, for example, was kindergarten not being a specialty space anymore. We had the same discussion with regard to special education spaces not being a very specific size or really anything different than a generic classroom. We provided more classrooms, well, not more, it's the same number of classrooms if you include special education and one extra for pre-K that we had before in our ed spec. It's just that there's more flexibility because the spaces are all the same and they can use them in any fashion they want to. So that being said, this elementary school, should it be designed, would easily accommodate a 6th grade as well. Okay, it's by design it's set up to be a K through 5, or actually pre-K through 5, beg pardon, but that's not to say that it couldn't easily be 6th grade in an elementary school still as well. If the numbers warranted that, you know, if for example we just don't have the ability, if we're let's say we're feeding into some of our existing middle schools and there's not sufficient space for the 6th grade, we would have to house them, and this design would allow for that.
Okay.
Does
so
that
flexibility
answer?
is built in
right
to that. Okay, that does answer my question.
Thank
Sorry
you.
to monopolize. I have other questions.
Okay, we'll jump across to actually, I saw you. I was going to ask you to weigh in on this, Katie. You know I was coming your way, and then we'll bounce back to you, Trustee Gonda.
I just like to say that I actually really like these plans for 2016. I feel like they're very modern. I went to pretty old elementary and middle schools in the district, and so I think that they'll be really up to date, and that overall with the energy plans and
the different technology advances and the flexibility, I feel like in all will actually save a lot of money throughout the different schools with this model. So I really like it.
Thank you, Katie. Please, Joe.
If I could, we have a middle school principal here that was on the committee, Mary Green. Oh, she must have left.
She just, oh, no, she is. Here she is. Please, please.
I think she made a comment to me, and I'd really almost rather have her address.
Would you mind just step right there if you would, and just turn the microphone on and state your name for the record? Okay. Hang on, Mary. I know. Let's get your. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
I'm Mary Basso, principal of O'Brien STEM Academy. And one of the questions was about the sensitivity of our young ladies and their sensitive needs at this time. And my comment to Mr. Gubika was that we work with our kids to make them aware that there are resources in our clinic that are available. And that's where our girls' resources are available for them. They're very comfortable coming in and accessing that as a point for to meet their needs. So.
You said that very gracefully. Thank you. Trustee Gonda, you said you had another question.
Thank you for that. And it is a sensitive issue, although it's real life. And not, have two boys of my own, and so I don't want to speak just for young ladies. Boys have sensitive issues too. Having said that, oh shoot. Go to sensitive issues, now the 30,000-foot view. The 30,000-foot view. Existing schools, without maybe showing too much of your hand because we're not ready to go there, what are the next phases? What schools are we looking at, and how do we move forward?
That's a question that frankly today I don't have an answer for.
Okay.
What we use educational specifications for is not only for the design of new schools, but it is also a kind of a guideline, if you will, if we make major revisions or remodels to existing schools. We would try to take a look and say, okay, how can we, through this change process, how can we make the spaces in the older schools reflect more of what we're doing in the newer schools? That's something we've always done with ed specs. It has to do more with some of the simpler things, fit and finish, maybe the juxtaposition of some spaces. It's pretty hard to do unless you get in there and start knocking out concrete block walls to really make it work. But we always look to this document as a guiding document to say, okay, what can we do in that older school through this process to make it reflect more of these needs?
I guess I ask because I wonder about a project school. A project approach to this, to do some testing. Not that I want to test on our faculty and our families and our students, but it seems to me that when you have something this big, that there should be some approach to having a pilot project, a test phase, if you will, in some way. And I'm guessing you've already talked about that.
Well, as far as the middle school goes, DePoli is the test. DePoli is a reflectant structure, having used the 2005-2006 ed spec. That said, there are some changes, and in the wings, in the classroom wings, there'll likely be some changes to reflect this new ed spec. But the administrators from DePoli were involved in these conversations. They had some very good ideas about how we could make DePoli better. There are some other changes that Tim didn't go into, one being, again, in the technology area. If you look at the 2006 ed spec, there was computer rooms, specific dedicated computer rooms. This time around, there's not. That space is being dedicated more for teacher area and projects kinds of things. So the space didn't go away in terms of just the square footage in the area. It just got assigned other duties.
Thank you. Let me ask a different way. Our needs are great on many levels. My understanding was that Tim said existing schools. I may have misunderstood what that meant. Having said that, here's my big question. What's the sustainability of this plan? Because we know we have 93 schools, 94 schools. Where do we start? I think about the equity issue, and I guess I really look forward to fleshing this a little deeper.
Trustee Gonda? I mean, did you? Oh, go ahead.
If it's okay if I address that, you might recall in the, if we are allowed the funding to go forward, one of the plans that the Public Safety Overcrowding Repair Needs Committee had was a significant investment in what we called our core schools. I would think that we would take this document, and as we look to the elementary schools and the middle schools that are deemed the core schools, which I think are within the McCarran ring, loosely defined, that we would use this document to say, okay, what do the existing schools provide that is similar to this document, and what is it that they cannot provide because they don't have the space? We can look at that and use that to, we can correlate that and from that maybe come up with the spaces we need to make those better schools to fit the educational curriculum that we're now delivering.
Thank you, Joe. Trustee Gonda.
Trustee Nicolette and I are like mind, and she asked the exact question I was going to ask, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? I see we have no public comment on this. Any further discussion from the board? What the staff is asking of us is to approve the recommendations for these specifications for the newly designed schools.
I'm ready to make a
Trustee
motion.
Ajaria, please.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the new elementary and middle school educational specifications to be used in the development of future elementary and middle schools and in the determination of revitalization program equivalency requirements for existing schools.
It has been moved and seconded. Trustee Mayor, we have another seconder? Okay. Fantastic. We'll double second it. It's all right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Tim and Tammy and Joe, thank you very much for your hard work. And Katie, thank you for commenting. It's kind of exciting as you look forward. We are going to take, we know we have two big agenda items, and there are some that are still coming. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time, which we know will turn into 15. Okay, we will convene our meeting at this time. We're moving on to agenda item 4.03, discussion and possible action on an update to the Board of Trustees regarding school overcrowding management plans, affectionately known as SOMPs, and possible action regarding SOMPs, which may include funding for portables, moving 5th and 6th grades from certain elementary schools to middle schools, additional team teaching, and/or conversion to a multi-track year-round calendar for Bud Beasley Elementary School, Libby Booth Elementary School, Nancy Gomes Elementary School, Huffaker Elementary School, Hunter Lake Elementary School, Lemon Valley Elementary School, Echo Loader Elementary School, Miguel Sepulveda Elementary School, Silver Lake Elementary School, Alice Smith Elementary School, Smith Ridge Elementary School, Alice Taylor, my cousin, Elementary School, not really, Jerry Whitehill Elementary School, and Sarah Winnemucca Elementary School, per District Administrative Regulation 6111. School calendar. This is for discussion and possible action. We're not hearing this before 4 p.m. Our presenters are in front of us, and I will just say that we're unable to squeeze in any more chairs because we're at fire code capacity, so there is an overflow room, and there are others that are watching from there. So Dr. Dr. Lamarca will turn it over to you.
So I guess I'll start this. Thank
Superintendent
you,
Davis.
gentlemen, for being here and starting. I kind of just want to give some opening remarks around our school overcrowding management plans and what they mean. But specifically, this was part of the board's desire to have voice as it related to problematic overcrowding of schools. And in those problematic overcrowded schools, those are schools that had some options to look at within their building. It was imperative for us to involve the school community, so these plans come to you from school community, planning with parents, planning with principals, walking the buildings, and I'm glad to see that we actually have some parents and a principal here to also discuss some of these attributes. This is in contrast to schools that we talk about that have reached the conversion threshold, and schools where, in our professional opinion and affirmed by the board's previous action, that there is no question about the safety and academic outcomes that are too much to risk for schools when they are overcrowded. And those are the schools we talk about that require multi-track. We have spent over a year out in the public hosting meetings at a variety of schools, going to a variety of organizations, taking questions, explaining to the public so we could be transparent about this process. That said, at least one school, which is in front of us today, Alice Smith, is asking to move to multi-track now before they've hit the conversion threshold because they are not comfortable with the sacrifices they have to make on the balanced calendar. This is a good reminder that school overcrowding management plans are not about avoiding multi-track. They're about how the school community wants to manage their problematic overcrowding. In terms of the school overcrowding management plans, there were no easy decisions here. Many schools have far more teaming, 2 classes packed into one room, than we would like. Many more schools requested portables or expensive renovations that the district could not afford. Limited funding was prioritized by where it would make the most difference long term, so not just a single year, but over the course of years to come. Leadership staff will go over details on specific schools, and I want to reiterate that I don't think that any of the options are options that any of us like. But in a perfect world, we'd have enough facilities to accommodate growth for every school so that we would all stay on a calendar. But we know that's not true. We've talked about the challenges of growth. I want to stress that throughout this process over the last year and a half, and I reiterate, we've been doing everything we can to inform the community every step of the way about what we are doing. We've posted things on the data on the website. Community leaders had access to ask Riley questions 24 hours so that no question would go unanswered. I think we've done a great deal of due diligence to be transparent about school overcrowding management plan versus what a threshold conversion would be. So I'm going to give this opportunity for the team to present on those overcrowding plans. And I'll tell you, yesterday, the deputy and I walked the building based on a plan. Went in and I said, exactly what does this look like for students? Not adults, but how does this impact our kids? And what kind of learning environment would it be for the kids? And had rich discussions with the principal, the assistant principal, the custodian about what does that mean and what does that look like and what do they have to give up? I'll tell you, the principal talked about it. It was an at-risk school. She talked about not giving up the library because why was it important to have a library in an area where kids might not have an opportunity to have books? And what does music mean for kids and not being able to have to give up a music room because this might be their only opportunity? And I say that because I want to thank all the school communities because they did their due diligence in thinking about children and their needs, not necessarily about the adult needs. So thank you, communities who provided school overcrowding management plans, and I will give it over to the fellows up front. Dr. LaMarca.
President Taylor, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Paul LaMarca, Chief School Performance Officer. These fine gentlemen are Richard Swanberg, our Truth, and our parent representative, John Rouse. What we're going to do is walk through really the school overcrowding management plan process, and we're going to detail or provide you some detail out of Regulation 6.111, some of the strategies available to schools, to the district, independent of schools. We'll spend some time talking about the example of Alice Smith so you can kind of feel the process as it unfolded. We'll return to the SAUG process, the school working group process. That's a group designated by the superintendent to review the plans from schools. We will walk through very briefly, but you have it in your packet, each school and the recommendations the SAUG made to the superintendent. We will talk about some of the cost implications open it up for questions and hopefully some action. So again, Regulation 6111, you've seen this.
I'm sorry, President Taylor, would you just make a note to
Please.
the audience that when they're whispering and talking, we can't hear the speaker because it's hard to hear over the talking.
Trustee Ruggiero just made a note, and we would really appreciate, these are, as each of you know that's been involved in these are very, very detailed and very important plans. So if you have to have a conversation in the audience, and sometimes you may, if you wouldn't mind just please keeping that volume really low so that we can certainly hear the gentleman up front and make the best decision that we can. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
LaMarca.
Okay, I'll proceed. So we're going to start with Regulation 6111. I know you have it, and we've talked about it with you in the past, and it does outline the school overcrowding management plan process, the SOMP process. Essentially, we start with projected enrollment. That comes from the Capital Projects Office. We look at that at multiple times. We used August 19th, it's in regulation, as the key date this particular school year. We base our planning from those numbers. Those numbers, those projections over several years tell us which schools are overcrowded but have not yet hit that critical threshold for automatic conversion to multi-track year-round. It also tells us which schools are under capacity. That leads us to local school community meetings in which we present sort of the state of the affair at a particular, in a particular community. We seek volunteers. There's certain criteria for membership on what's called the SOMP committee. It's made up of parents. It's made up of classified staff. It's made up of teachers, principal area superintendent. The committee then meets often on multiple occasions, walks building, does other things, looks at a variety of options for the school that fits the community, writes up, we have a form that they complete, they write up their plan, they submit it, then it's turned over to our SAUG team. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We walk through what we can do, make determinations based on limited resource, et cetera, best needs for students. We turn those recommendations over to the superintendent. We work with the superintendent's office, area superintendents to make sure the plans are viable, and then we find ourselves at a board meeting where we present this information to you. I want to walk through just some of the strategies. Again, these are outlined in the regulation, but just so you're aware, these are strategies that are available to the school community planning team. They can request multi-track year-round. If they feel like that's the best option for the school, that's an option they have available to them. They can request additional space. So in the form of a portable kind of a situation, they can convert space they already have, such as a computer lab, and disperse the computers into the classrooms. They can look at strategic scheduling, so multiple lunches or maybe an extended day. They can look at, for strategic use of space, the use of the quad area for interventions, freeing up classroom space really is the idea there. They can team teach, those sorts of things. The district, independent of the schools, can make other recommendations, such as the movement of grade levels. So where it makes sense, in our master plan, you heard with ed specs, those designs for middle schools would have sixth grade at the middle school level. Well, many of our elementaries right now have sixth grade. So if it's viable to move sixth grade to a middle school, and that would free up space and not overcrowd a middle school in that process, that's an option. Spot rezoning is an option. It's not a real viable option right now for us, but that's something the district can do. The SAUG could recommend to the superintendent triggering to multi-track, even though they haven't, a school hasn't hit that automatic threshold. And then we can also talk about the movement of educational program. So a school can't say, well, if you just move these special education programs or this GT program elsewhere, we're fine. But the district can look at regionally where the best placement of programs are, and we can make those kinds of decisions. So again, this is really sort of the process leading up to what happens at a school. So I'm going to turn it over to Richard and these gentlemen to walk through the example at Alice Smith.
So on the second Friday of August, Alice Smith's enrollment was at 110% capacity. So we called a community meeting with all the community members to discuss overcrowding and options. At that night, we developed a team, and Mr. Rouse was a vital member of that team, and we scheduled a building walk. We walked the building, and we discussed all the options that Dr. Lamarca talked about: extra teaming, converting the computer lab, repurposing some rooms that were smaller rooms and putting kids in there. A room that probably could hit 14 kids, we'd probably have to have 18 kids in there. We couldn't do an extra portable because of we already have 3. So after the walk, we sat down and we just started talking about different options. And when we looked at our numbers, next year we're going to be at 118% capacity, and the following year 121% capacity. So John brought up a great point, saying it sounds like we're putting a bandage on a huge problem here. And I'm going to turn it over to him for a little bit because he did a great job explaining to the committee. And then after we talked as a committee, we went to the staff and had a staff meeting. And then we had another parent meeting and brought them in and sort of talked about what our recommendation was and why, what rationale we had to recommend a multi-track year-round calendar. So John, if you'd like to just sort of talk.
How's everybody doing? Guess I'm on the spot now. You know, a little history about myself. I've lived in the Golden Valley area for a while now. This is my 4th kid to attend the school, and 3 graduated from there. So I've been there for a little while, and I have another daughter that's planning on going there in the near future. So I have a little bit of history about the school. You know, I went there and it was traditional. Then we had to go to year-round because we had overcrowding. And I didn't want to go year-round. I hated it. But I noticed that it was a lot better for my kids once my kids were there. And I thought to myself, okay, this is great. This is for the kids. It ain't for me. It's not for my vacation. It's for our kids. So then we went back to traditional, and now we're at a situation where we're overcrowded. I went to the meetings with my wife and my kids, and first off, I'd like to tell you the staff at our school is tremendous. They really are. Hardworking teachers, hardworking administrators. We should all be very proud of what they're doing. And I came to that realization that everybody there wanted to do their job and wanted to do it well. I was very surprised at how crowded things were, because I'm going to one kindergarten class versus another kindergarten class. And this is, you know, true to my heart because my daughter is going to be in kindergarten pretty soon here. And I'm thinking to myself, which kindergarten class do I want my daughter to be in? The one with the team teaching or the one with the single? I went into the double teacher class, and don't get me wrong, they're doing an excellent job. But what we're supplying them as supplies is not right. They weren't able to do their job right. It was so loud in there. I don't even think I can learn in there. And then I went to another class where we had one teacher and so many kids, and it was so much quieter. The teacher had more control over the kids and everything. It's not because one teacher was more talented than the other. It's because we as a community gave that one teacher a better opportunity. And then we walked to school and we noticed that almost all the closets. I didn't go in the principal's closet though, but all the closets were being used for different things, the special ed and different things. And I'm thinking to myself, I have a kid in high school right now. So this is going to affect me by suggesting this to go on year round. And my job is to be in this committee is to do what's right for the kids. And we walked to school and we noticed there's no more space. And then we had suggestions, well, we could convert this computer lab, or we could convert the cafeteria, or we're already using hallways right now for different things. And I'm thinking to myself, what are we going to do? Okay, we don't have the money right now to build a school overnight, which would have been the ideal situation. And I'm thinking, well, before we went to year round, and I remember my situation, and it was better for the kids. And it was better for our community. And at that time, we went a year early to year round. We had this similar situation, and we chose that. And I suggested that we'd go year-round, and it seemed like the teachers that were there before that went year-round were all behind it too. And I think that was the key and very important, that you have the staff of the school in supporting this. And it seemed like we got the members on the committee to support that were teachers. And we went from there. We didn't want to lose our computer lab for 1 year. We didn't want to lose, plus it's an expense of it. We're going to convert the computer lab over to a classroom, which costs money. Are we going to get new portables? Well, I was told we couldn't have any more portables. And you look at also the lunchroom, where the kids are having lunch. It's so crowded. So if you keep on putting kids into school at this time, it doesn't do anything for the safety of the kids at lunch and at the quad area and everything. They're not getting bigger. We're just putting more kids in this one school. So we were thinking as a committee that we'd go to this year-round school a year early and keep the stuff that we have, like our computer room, for one. You know, why do we want to give it up for a year? And then we're going to go on it following year. Why would we do that? And don't get me wrong, but I know stuff about government. Once you lose it, you don't get it back usually. And no offense, but that's the truth.
None taken, John.
And I want my kids and I want my neighbors' kids and stuff to have the opportunity that I did. You know, music is very important. I noticed you mentioned music. I think that's very important in school. I don't want stuff like that sacrificed in my school. I would rather take a sacrifice as a parent and do it this way. And people that are concerned about daycare or child care and stuff like that, when we did this before, guess what happened? The Boys and Girls Club stepped up. They had programs for people. The City of Reno had programs for their kids. And it all worked out. And it was a good situation for us. And it sort of put a Band-Aid on it for our school until the population went down. So as a committee, you know, I haven't really seen anybody oppose it, to be honest with you. Any staff or any parents, but maybe there is, they haven't came up to me. But we'd like to go to year-round a year early and to be able to keep our stuff, because the way our area is growing in Golden Valley, we're going to have to do it sooner than later. So my recommendation as a representative of this overcrowding is to go for that right now.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
So
Very well said. Thank you.
So at our staff meeting and our parent meeting, we showed them the options. We showed them the numbers, and looking at the projections, next year we're going to be about 14 kids short of 120%. So when we talk about student safety, when we talk about optimal student learning, is 14 kids going to make a difference? Should we not go to multi-track? And so the staff, some members, you know, because of their own schedules, were saying this might not be best for me, but they really could not say it's not what's best for the kids. So once we had the staff input, we brought the parents in, and on September 22nd, we had about 30, 40 parents attend our meeting, and Mr. Ruth did a great job sort of explaining the numbers, where we are, the two options, and we really did not have any opposition. They understood that this was what's best for kids. We are currently using the courtyard for a room. We're using the computer lab right now for a computer lab. They would like to keep that. So, Mr. Ruth, would you like to expand, or?
Thank you. It's first off, thank you, John. He said everything so much better than I can. What we went through at Alice Smith was really a community effort. We brought in our parents. We talked to our staff. We looked at all of our options. Many of the different options that were already afforded to us as a SOMP were things that we've already been doing. Our focus and what we try really hard to do is try to have the smallest learning community for every student. And we're at a point now with our growth that without going to multi-track, we're looking at going from a couple of classrooms with teams of teachers to 5 or 6, or having to cannibalize some of our other space. We already got dividers and we jokingly call them flexible learning spaces in our quad. We have dividers on wheels, which we move around and really try to take advantage of our space, but our focus has always been to try to make sure our kids feel that they're in a place where they're loved and cared for and can learn in the best age-appropriate experience possible. And basically what we talked about is for the next year, for a 36-week school year, if we were on a traditional or balanced calendar, what do we gain? And versus going to multi-track. And the committee and our teachers and our community and everybody, when we sit down and talk this out, really feels that we don't gain anything by doubling up space or cannibalizing rooms. We feel that what's best for our kids is to continue to have classrooms that have them in the smallest learning communities possible, where you have one room with one teacher and one group of kids, and to get that best experience possible. And then likewise, when you talk about our EL kids and our special ed kids and kids who require pull-out or specialized services, they don't deserve to be just shoved in a closet or pulled out into a hallway. We need to make sure that they have a space as well where they can receive the services that they deserve as well. And so when we went through this process as a committee, as a community, for us, this feels like the best choice. But again, I got to give credit to John. He said it just way better than I could. Thank you, John.
So at this time, I'd also like to thank John, but also he has two lovely daughters that have been here for about an hour. So I was going to ask if the board members have any questions for him, and if not, I was going to excuse him so he could go have some family time, and Arch, Paul, and I will stay for the remainder of the presentation. So any questions for Mr. Rouse?
Not a question, but I just thank you exactly for your time, for your commitment, for all 5 of your kids coming through the district. but really thank you for your time, for your focus on the children. And really, you're having a large family, you have a lot of things to do, but you took the time to serve on this committee, not just for yourself, but for your kids and for all the kids in your community. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Maybe President Taylor, he can introduce his daughters.
That would be fantastic.
Since there's 2 of our students.
So if they hear this, maybe they can come from the overflow.
Sure.
This would be a good time for someone to bring them from the overflow, in case you're listening in the overflow. Hello in the overflow.
I think they're coming. 2 seconds.
There are a lot of people in the overflow. Oh, overflows. You want to wait until he gets back, Trustee Dave?
Oh,
just while we wait. Oh, here they all. Look how adorable. Oh. Who do we have here, John?
This is Eliza Rouse.
Hi.
All right.
And this is Lucy Rouse.
Lucy's like,
going to be 2, and she's going to be 4.
All right. All right. How adorable. Look at those rosy cheeks. Thank you to all of you. Thanks. Thank you very much. Back to you, gentlemen, if you would.
Okay, so I hope that was informative. It certainly was for us as a committee. So now this happened in 14 schools. There's also some secondary schools that have to go through the SOM process, and as you're aware from the staff report, and within 611, superintendent can change that timeline, and we won't receive those plans until the middle of November for the secondary schools, because no one is in jeopardy of triggering 2 double sessions. We felt that was prudent to split this process this year. On the 21st, all the plans were received from the 14 elementary schools. That came to our working group internally. The working group internally is made up of myself as a representative of Office of School Performance, PDET chart with operations, and really several staff from the operations staff because they have so much knowledge about buildings. So Randy Baxley was present, Joe Gabika was present. We had representation from the business office, from student accounting, Dr. LaPenta was present, human resources chief HR officer, Don Huckabee was present. We had representation from communications. And so we poured over these plans one by one. We came up with what we felt were the best recommendation. Sometimes it came from the SOMP itself, but we also looked at what strategies were available to the district, independent of the schools, to see if there are ways to remedy the overcrowding without impacting the school that's sustainable. That was an important point that was made earlier by Superintendent Davis. As part of the calculus we used in looking at these plans, especially when we're investing dollars, is this something that's going to help a school remain off multi-track for a substantial period of time? The other important point is that many of these plans are for schools that aren't necessarily ever going to go on multi-track, but they're still overcrowded critically, and there's a need to manage the space for the safety of children and to optimize learning. So again, we met, we considered these things, we worked with the area superintendents to make sure they talked with the principals about whether or not the options that were being recommended, pushed forward, were viable, because there were some changes. Those went to the superintendent's office, and again, we are here today. In your packet and on the screen now, you have a listing of the 14 schools, and they're grouped. I do want to reiterate, several of these schools, in fact, 7 of the 14, we don't expect to ever trigger to multi-track. 2 of the 14 will, but based on the current projections, and that can always change. We've seen examples of this changing very quickly, but based on what information we have now, they won't trigger until 2025, 2026. I think another 2 schools won't trigger till 2020. So again, SOMP is really to manage overcrowding now prior to that threshold being reached.
Dr. LaMarca, would you repeat that again? Say that?
Sure.
Okay, slower?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm going to try to remember.
Thank you.
So of the 14 schools, 7 of the schools, based on our projected numbers, will never trigger to multi-track. They're still critically overcrowded. 2 of the schools will trigger, but not until the 2025 school year, and one to the 2025, one till 2026. So we're talking nearly 10 years off. 2 other schools wouldn't trigger until 2020, still several years off. The point is that the SOMP is critical for schools even when they're not going to trigger off the balanced calendar. It's important to manage so that we create safe learning environments for all of our children. So we do have them grouped in this spreadsheet for you. We, of course, heard from Alice Smith, and based on the SOMP committee's recommendation, we agreed as a SAUG that they should convert to multi-track year-round. The next 4 schools were among schools that requested portables, and we, as a SAUG, recommended portables to the superintendent. I do want to point out that in 2 of these instances, the portables had already been specified for those buildings, so it's no impact on the quote-unquote SOMP budget, and that's asterisk for you. The next 2 schools, these schools submitted plans in which they were going to utilize space differently, perhaps convert rooms. But in these instances, we felt as a district, the better move was to utilize space available at the middle school. So the recommendation is to move 5th grade from Silver Lake to Cold Springs Middle School. That may seem a little odd, but what you need to remember is that Gomes Elementary School already feeds its 5th grade to Cold Springs Middle School. And so there's a practice there. Already 6th graders from Silver Lake go to Cold Springs Middle School. So this is not as drastic of a change as it might appear at first glance. Similarly, Lemon Valley Elementary School, which, as you know, at one point we thought would be converting, but their numbers came in a little low. They submitted a SOMP, and we felt that the best fix for Lemon Valley was to move their 6th grade to O'Brien Middle School. The next couple of schools are schools in which we are looking at real kind of significant space conversion. So at Loader Elementary School, and this is a school that really has probably been the most problematic for us in terms of getting our head around what's the best plan. But at this point, what we're including is a conversion of a boiler room, which would allow freeing up a current classroom space. There may be some other internal changes in terms of space utilization, but this one comes with a significant cost. That is a conservative estimate. It may be lower, but until we really get in there, or until Pete and team gets in there, it's hard to hone that down a bit. Taylor Elementary School. Taylor Elementary School was one that initially approached us with the consideration of converting to multi-track like Alice Smith did. In both cases, and I'm not sure that was clear, because of that very significant change, we felt it important to go back to the broader community to have another meeting. And at Taylor, that community felt like it wasn't going to work for them in the following year. I will mention that Taylor is one of the schools that at this point we don't see them converting. The projections don't see them as converting. However, as you know, that Spanish Springs Valley is growing. So those projections could change rapidly, and there's several schools that could be impacted in that area. But so Taylor is opting to convert a computer lab and to disperse computers, which would require us to purchase some laptop carts.
Trustee Rosario?
Would you go back to Loader, and what do you mean converting a boiler room? Just so the public understands what that means.
Basically, what it means right now, the space is being used for storage, and it's, I think it might even be. I haven't walked.
So I walked it yesterday. We did a great walk, and I'll tell you, when I first saw boiler room, I was like, "Whoa, what does that mean?" When you walk the building, and we have converted a boiler room before into a room, so this is nothing new. There's a boiler room converted at Verdi. You would never know it was a boiler room. I wanted to go see the amount of space that it had, because when you think boiler room, you're thinking small, tons of stuff. Right now, the boiler room actually houses 6 offices for ELL, special offices, and it's also a teacher workroom, right? So there is enough space in there so we're clear, part of their plan is to move their music room there, and then the room that the music room is will be a classroom. So they want to use that so they can continue to give students music. And Joe Gabika, I think, just arrived to talk about the boiler room. But I'll tell you, when we looked at these plans, because and everybody will tell you, I was like, change my schedule. I need to understand what that means for kids when you say a boiler room. But when you actually go see it and you understand the conversion, it looks like a room. I mean, it's a different type of room, but it is enough space to house music. And so they were thoughtful about, the conversion of that room, and actually won me over. Thank you, Joe.
In that design of school, we've got 30-something of those, 50s model schools. Years ago, we put rooftop heating systems on there. You look up on top and you see this big kind of cage thing up there. They're rooftop heaters and coolers. So the boilers were abandoned years ago. And through time, we've taken most of the boilers out because there's asbestos issues and other kinds of things with that. Schools wanted them out of there. They've used them mostly for storage spaces and that kind of thing. So it's basically a reasonable, as Superintendent Davis alluded to, it's a reasonable sized space. It just needs some fit and finish work because it's still got pipes that are unused and different things in there. But we can easily convert those. We have, if you want a good example, I think you can go out to Verdi. We changed that one around years ago, and it's an occupiable space now.
Trustee Gonda?
I had a question related to another school. I don't know if you were done with the boiler room.
Remind me of a South school that has the same model. So I can't picture what the school just off the top.
Smithridge.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay. They're not using.
Right.
There are still some of those models that are using their boilers. Agnes Risley comes to mind because they have a heat pump system because of the sound stuff for the airport authority.
Okay.
So there are still some that have some boilers, but we've taken the boilers out of an awful lot of them.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Joe.
Trustee Gonda, is it for Joe before he leaves?
No.
Maybe, okay.
Could we comment one more minute, though, on this particular
Please.
instance? Because of the point made that what we would do is take the current music room and put it over there. You'll remember in the regulation, in certain building designs, we cannot do that. This is not one of those. So I know that's been an important issue in the past.
So I wanted to go back to Silver Lake, in talking about my concern. The light going on was the 5th grade in Cold Spring Middle School. Can you just tell us a little bit more about what 5th grade does at middle school? Is it similar to 6th grade? Do they have different teachers they rotate, or when they're in middle school, are they in the same teacher room up there?
Yep. So Cold Springs has 5th and 6th grade. There's about 100 kids that are zoned for GOMS that go to Cold Springs in 5th grade. And what they do is a mini team. So they're not in the population with all the other 7th and 8th graders. So there's 2 wings, and 7th and 8th graders usually on one wing, 5th and 6th on the other. And so they sort of rotate through their mini teams. So they'd have like 2 teachers. One would teach math, science. One would do social studies and English. The nice thing is we're able to give them electives. So they get a PE for a quarter. They can get arts. They can get music, so they are exposed to a lot of different extra, like the electives, and so that's sort of nice. But we do keep that in mind because, you know, 5th grade is still sort of a younger population. Right now, Roberta would love to have more 5th graders. Like I said, we have about 100, so this would give us about 200 kids in 5th grade, and so she's very excited. She gets a lot of variance requests for 5th grade, but because we only allocate so many teachers, she has to be very careful to say, yeah, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, because if she doesn't trigger that extra teacher, then we're at 39, 40 kids in each class. So she would love it, and so and there's a lot of parents that have asked for those variances because we're already sending their 6th grade from Silver Lake up there. So we already have buses, and so it will not be a cost to the district.
So would the new 5th graders would go in with the existing 5th graders? The new 100 will go in and they'll have a population of 200.
Yeah, I believe that. I think right now Silver Lake has 4 5th grades, about 110 kids. So we'd be looking about adding about almost 200 5th graders.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just add, in looking at adding that space, it was not just about making sure the space was okay for the elementary school. It was about what would that look like so that the middle school wouldn't trigger double session down the road. So it's more than just about the impact on that school. We looked at down the road, what kind of impact it would have, because we wouldn't want to move 5th grade or 6th grade and then put ourselves in a situation where we would have a secondary school having to trigger year round. So I want to be clear that a double session. So I wanted to be thoughtful about how we arrived, looked at numbers, look at trend data as we move students to secondary.
Yeah, that's a very important point because as Superintendent Davis can attest, that's part of why we had to really think hard around Loader, because part of the option we talked about was could we move 6th grade from Loader to Vaughn Middle School. The problem there would have been we would have impacted Vaughn, especially with some of the brand new growth projected in the Park Lane area. So we don't want to overcrowd a second school to relieve a first school.
And in fact, I think isn't that lined out that we can't impact that? I think that just may have been part of the conversation to always have that in mind. Trustee Gonda, you had another comment you wanted to make? No? Okay.
So the next 4 schools, these are schools where there's no current cost impact. Beasley, Gomes, Smithridge, Huffaker, they're recommending, and we agree, with just additional teaming and strategic use of space. Sepulveda Elementary School is similar to them. You'll remember Sepulveda was one of the schools initially last year with Brown and Double Diamond Elementary School and Maxwell as well that we thought would convert based on projections. They dipped just below. We made some improvements last year for Sepulveda. They will continue that with no further cost investment because the projection does show them converting in the following school year. So the costs, you do have those in front of you. These are the estimated costs at this point. 2 portables at $333,000 each. The boiler room conversion could move to $250,000. The computer carts at Spanish Springs would be around $20,000 each. And the estimated fiscal impact would be $956,000. We have, I think, an approximate budget of $1 million within SOMP in order to accomplish this. I will mention one other thing. I went too fast. A school like Whitehead Elementary, that's one of the schools where we have recommended a portable be placed. That's a school that we don't project them as converting to multi-track, but they're overcrowded. And so that's an important place to add classroom space so that they can manage the building, never having to convert, but there's the good use of space so that we have what Mr. Ruth was talking about, single teacher, single classroom, single group of kids. That is the kind of the discussion part of the presentation. Certainly we would try and answer any additional questions. We would look to have action.
And do we have any public comment on this?
Not for this item.
Not for this item? Okay. To the board table, Trustee Gonda.
These are all just very difficult decisions to make about what's best for our children, but I appreciate all the work that's gone into it and the presentation, because I think it really, for me, opens my eyes to what is happening behind the scenes. All the work that the staff is doing, that the parents are doing, that they're participating in this process, these conversations are having. So thank you. That helps immensely.
Thank you.
He did mention, you may be able to, I think Dr. Lamarca mentioned the budgetary implication, the impact on this, and what was budgeted and how this is compared. That was a question of Trustee Ruggieri's. Okay.
Chief Operating Officer.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. Just to be clear, this did go in front of the Capital Funding Protection Committee. They authorized us basically $1 million to look at the SOMP plans. Out of the $956,000, $916,000 of that we anticipate coming from the bond revenue. The 2 computer carts, we would use different revenue. We can't really use bond revenue for computers and carts. So it'd probably be E-rate funding or some other funding. So $916,000 out of the bond revenue.
Pete, would you explain what the committee is one more time for the public?
Absolutely. So all capital projects now, whether it's renovating a school or if it's a roof project or building a new school, now goes in front of the Capital Funding Protection Committee first for a recommendation to come to this board. Their recommendation was to give us, to put an allocation of $1 million for the SOMP plans. Once we knew what these were going to be, we sent an email out to all of the Capital Funding Protection Committee members just to give them the specifics of what it was going to be. Mm-hmm. And now, since they approved it, now it comes to you for your approval.
Thank you, Trustee Ruggieri. Trustee Frankel?
Similar to Trustee Ruggieri, I wondered if you mentioned quickly that the money, the 900, I can't remember exactly the number, you did so quickly. 60,000 from the bond. Could you just clarify that bond just quickly so that people can understand what bond you're referring to?
Yeah, that you're talking about the rollover and not the tax initiative or
Right,
something.
that's what I
Good
wanted to make
Correct.
sure you clarified. I know.
Basically,
That's a good
it's a long answer, but I'll try to make it really short. Is this last year we actually allocated our first bond in many years, which is a $35 million bond. Out of that, we sold $20 million initially for the first bond sale. So that would be the money that we would use. Basically, the Capital Funding Protection Committee allocated $2 million for different projects, with $1 million of it being this project. So this will come out of our bond sale from this past year.
Okay, I do think a public comment card has come in on this, and we want to take that before we take any board action, if any. JJ?
Stephanie Hanna.
Good evening, Mrs. Hannah. You know you have 3 minutes. Thank you. But please just turn your mic on. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I just had a quick question. I noticed the costs associated with portables and the conversion, but I didn't see what the actual cost is associated with the multi-track year-round conversion. And I guess as a member of the public, I would just want to know what that cost is, because it wasn't brought up or discussed.
And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. The first year it's $300,000, and every year after that it's $250,000 to convert to multi-year.
Multi-track.
Multi-track. Thank you.
It's important to know as well. Thank you. No other public comment. Any further questions from the board? Please, you may make your recommendation, Trustee Davis. Superintendent Davis.
First of all, I want to thank the committees at each school, the staff, because I know there were times where we had to add additional meetings, go back and talk to the community about things, and it wasn't an easy task, but we have to remember where we started. Somewhere along the line, back in the day, I think the automatic conversion was 110%. As we work with the staff and talk about how we manage overcrowding, the team came up with a system around school overcrowding management plans at a percentage rate versus conversion threshold. And we talk about community input and voice. I know, Trustee Ruggiero, you were hard on me that day, but I think this speaks to what we value and what we said we were going to do when we made those decisions. So I want to thank everyone who came to represent their school communities. And it's going to be my recommendation to accept all the SOMPs that has been presented to you today.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Any further discussion from the board? If not, I will entertain the motion if it is the pleasure of the board.
Diane? Anybody?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the superintendent's recommendation that we accept the SOMP plans as presented. Any further discussion?
Well, I just want to add thank you, Superintendent Davis, for allowing me to be hard on you about parent engagement, because the process here today, as evidenced by our parent coming and speaking, that the engagement process worked in coming together for solutions. And so thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Ruggiero. Further discussion? Yes, Trustee Franco.
I know we're all doing a lot of thanking, but I think the thing that presses me most is that we have so many schools and such limited staff that are working so hard. And so what I really value is the amount of time that the staff is taking to really look at each situation individually and uniquely to the circumstance of the school. So I just want to extend a huge shout out to all the staff involved throughout this entire process in all the different schools, because I know it is a labor of love and it is very difficult work and there's no easy answers. And I appreciate the work that you do to keep our communities involved and our parents involved.
And just as we take the vote, I won't do more thanking, but know that certainly y'all appreciate it. But this is just a sign of the times that we're in. There are 14 SOMP plans of schools that are overcrowded. We know we already approved 2 others, and there are more to come. And this is just a sign of where we are. So all the hard work that everyone's doing to see how we manage it is certainly appreciated. But this is where we are. This is just a sign of that. So anyone that thinks we aren't, they just need to tune in. Just need to tune in. So there is a motion on the floor, and there has been a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? The motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. Again, gentlemen, thank you, and thank you to Mr. Russ, our parent, who is here with his beautiful daughters. Moving on to agenda item 4.04, discussion and possible action to modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold for multi-track year-round at the elementary level pursuant to Administrative Regulation 6111, Section 1 and Section 2, to include but not limited to exceptions for unexpected annual growth rates, school overcrowding management plans, or year notice or a year notice prior to conversion. This is for possible action. Again, this item has not been heard before 4 p.m. I know we have many public comment cards that we've received, but we want to hear from Dr. Kristen McNeil and Mr. Pete Etchert, and I don't see Dr. Lasik joining, but we want to hear from our staff at this time, and then we will hear from the public comment. So, Dr. McNeil?
So I will open this up.
Or Superintendent Davis.
Yes.
Tell me you don't talk.
I'm sorry. Just to kind of give a little background around the conversion threshold, and we've talked about this throughout the night. The conversion threshold and the process and timeline for implementing, we did adopt by the board almost over a year ago on September 22nd. Prior to recommending this conversion threshold, staff walked overcrowded schools, including the ones that are over the threshold for the next year, researched what other districts do, brought in outside experts to help us assess the situation. The Cunningham group, presented to us, and spent many months looking at what the highest enrollment was that we felt any school in the best of circumstances could reasonably accommodate. And we're going to get into some of these things a little later. After the board's detailed discussion and then vote to establish the conversion threshold and timeline, staff has spent a great deal of time informing the community of the process, which I agree with. As the board talked about, we have to ensure that we are out in the community and telling our community what those things are. So we had meetings at every schools with staff, presentations to community groups, PTAs, Rotaries, you name it, we did it. We also had 6 town hall meetings with the Connect Ed that invites, as well as media promotions and a slew of things to engage and inform. We ideally would have community input through a sump at every school before a school meets the conversion threshold, because that seems like what would happen. But the unfortunate reality is that even with the best projections, the future is hard to predict. And we know that because we've seen a shift in numbers in schools that we did not anticipate this year and a drop in other schools. When it does, we have to err on the side of caution, and when it comes to our children's safety, and especially when we talk about the safety of kids and what our 4 fundamentals were that we discussed as a team. This still allows for a full year notice to parents before multi-track is implemented. The district has looked at other options we can employ to keep these schools off multi-track, and unfortunately, none of the available options are better in short-term, medium, and we know that growth is upon us, and we have challenges every year with the shift in numbers, building houses, and as they spoke earlier, as we were talking about, Loader is a prime example of I wanted to shift to 6th grade, and Pete said, absolutely not. What you don't know is this got approved, and it's evolving daily what get approved for homes, and we talk about, are we going to chase growth or are we going to manage it? So I will turn it over to the team, and then of course I'm sure you will turn it back over to me at the end.
So Pete Etzart, Chief Operating Officer, so I'm going to start off today. And we're going to kind of just start off with some of the slides you saw back in September 22nd of 2015 in the original presentation on the conversion threshold. There's going to be some definitions. So base design enrollment capacity. This is the maximum enrollment capacity for a school. It does not include portables, and it's based on the educational specifications, which you just heard earlier today. So this is what that full capacity of a school. This is what the playground, cafeteria, lockers, restrooms, parking lots, all of that was designed for. So that is what the base design enrollment capacity is. So next one, conversion threshold. The conversion threshold is that established percentage over an elementary school's base design enrollment capacity, where when you exceed that number, then you go to the multi-track year-round calendar at that determined implementation date. Next one, multi-track year-round school calendar. I think we've all heard this many times, but just to make sure that everybody in the public understands it, this is basically a way to increase the elementary school's capacity by having 4 separate calendar tracks at each grade level. So there'll be 4 third grades, and 3 of those third grades will be on at any one time, with 1 being off. So you go to school for 3 months and off for a month. So you're basically decreasing the current school enrollment functionally by about 25%. So kind of a little bit of history of the multi-track year-round conversion. Now this is prior to their current admin reg 6111. The last time the Washoe County School District was on the multi-track calendar, the old admin reg was 110% of capacity on count day. With a projected to go to 115% the following year, you are automatically converted to the school, to the multi-track year-round school calendar beginning that next year. There was not a SOMP process back then. It was automatic. 110, projected to be 115, you went to multi-track. That was it. The other thing is, as Superintendent Davis alluded to, was the Cunningham Group. We went through a process asking Tim Defoe and the Cunningham Group to really look at our district with fresh eyes. His recommendation, which you heard earlier this year, was that all capable elementary schools outside the urban core just be converted to multi-track right now for equity reasons and kind of the handwriting on the wall reasons. That he recommended that. Now we decided, as the superintendent made the recommendation to you, to not follow that recommendation, but to do it kind of one school at a time. There was also a huge cost implication to that. Now, when I say all capable, it's just important to recognize that not all of our elementary schools can go to a multi-track year-round calendar simply because of the fact they don't have enough classrooms. If you have a K through 6 school now with pre-K, Just even K through 6, having 7 grade levels and having 3 on at any one time takes 21 classrooms, plus those special educational options classes. So a lot of our schools do not have that many classrooms. So that brings us up to the conversion threshold. And this was the superintendent's recommendation, again, from September 22nd, 2015, where the superintendent recommended and the board approved the 120% conversion threshold based on 4 factors, which we'll talk about. 1, safety of students. 2, the academic outcomes of that school, the variability associated with the student enrollment projections, and obviously school flexibility in this time of growth and just needing space for special education programs. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Kristen to talk about 1 and 2.
Good afternoon. Kristen McNeil, Deputy Superintendent. So I'll take points 1 and 2. And as you all know, safety of our students is our #1 priority as a district. Areas where our students congregate in large numbers, such as hallways, multi-purpose rooms, and cafeterias, playgrounds, are that much more of a concern when a school is overcrowded. We have seen the dramatic photo of one of our middle schools in an evacuation drill with halls crowded. In an emergency situation in which senses are already heightened, overcrowding makes it that much more of a concern for our administrators, teachers, and staff at these schools. The 120% conversion threshold was approved with safety as the main element because of this reason. For #2, academic. As you know, we are anticipating the release of our graduation rates. I cannot tell what those are. We are excited about this news, to say the very least. We also, as you know, have received our SBAC results in which we have seen gains in positive areas. We have work to do, though. However, this work becomes that much more difficult for our principals and teachers in overcrowding situations. Our teachers are working hard at learning strategies to differentiate instructions for our student. This becomes quite complex in large classrooms with 30 to 40 students. Our teachers want to deliver their best instruction and have students engaged with their learning to produce positive learning outcomes. That is what we are all about as a school district. As well, our principals are the instructional leaders of our schools, and they take that to heart. You've heard from some of them today. However, when you have 3 to 4 lunches and you are needed to manage the lunchroom, this takes time out of their day for needed teacher observations and instructional rounds, IEP meetings, instructional coaching, and support for our teachers. Principals become crowd managers when schools become overcrowded, and that's not in the best interest of our schools. Pete's going to talk about variability and school flexibility.
So we went from the 115% to the 120%. This is really setting this number, what we felt as the highest number in the best of circumstances for our schools. And to really kind of talk about why we feel 120% was the highest number, it really comes down to a little bit of how we come up with these numbers. The variability associated with student enrollment projections, I want to kind of walk you through the process, and you can kind of see the factors that are used when we come up with these enrollment projections. Now, our demographer has been amazing over the years, and I know he doesn't take enough, I should give him more credit, because he really has over the years been amazing at getting this down to just a handful of students off every year, it seems like, projections. Well, the last few years have been really, really difficult for him, and I'll walk you through this. This starts with, obviously, the school enrollment beginning with the existing school year, so the previous year. And then when you have that number, there's 5 factors, main components that we kind of look at as we project the new student enrollment. The first one is obviously the rollover of the grade levels. Existing schools or students are rolled from 3rd grade to 4th grade, for instance. And then there's a history of attrition from one grade level to the next. When you go from an elementary school to a middle school, there's other factors that come into play, such as split feeder schools, magnet school programs, et cetera. And when you go from middle school to high school, same kind of thing. You have signature academies and other things that can change that rollover rate, being quite so easy to calculate. But that's the basic thing on rollover of grade levels. Kindergarten and pre-K. Well, this gets a little bit more difficult because now it kind of becomes a little bit more science and a little bit more art. You really have to start looking at birth rates from 5 years ago. Our demographer tracks the births of mothers who lived in Washoe County and compares that to the district kindergarten enrollments to births from 5 years previously. So you start getting into that. Pre-K is really more difficult to predict, but what we use is just a simple historical ratio of kindergartners to pre-K at any school. Number 3 is the one that obviously takes the most attention right now, and that's new development and growth. This begins with the regional growth projection number that we received from the Economic Development Authority, put together that group, the Economic Planning Indicator Committee, and if you remember, we were using that 1.7% regional growth rate for population. That's what we started with. Then we did a work program with the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, who provides Washoe County a scenario of where new housing is anticipated, and they have these what they call growth hexagon areas that are distributed the growth throughout the Truckee Meadows. And you can kind of see a picture of that up on your screen. That's kind of what it looks like. It's these hexagon growth areas. Then Washoe County School District staff overlays our attendance zones onto regional planning's hexagon planning areas to predict the anticipated number of students at each individual school. And then we use a student generation number based on the historical student generation rates in a similar type of development, whether it's single family, condos, apartments. And those generation rates, we have 10 different ones from throughout the region. Obviously, a development in Montreux is not going to produce the same amount of students as one, say, in Spanish Springs or in Damonte Ranch. So we have 10 different student generation ratios. Then we also look at the exit data from every school. So we continually track all the exit data when a student leaves the school. That could be going to a private school or leaving the area, leaving the district, leaving the state, leaving the country, we track. Variances to another school, going to a charter school, homeschool, all of that is tracked, and trends are available for every school. So we monitor those trends. After all of that is put together, then it goes out for principal review. Because oftentimes school staff may be aware of local factors, say a pre-K opened or a pre-K closed, that could impact their school's enrollment. So after all of those principal comments are received, an internal administrative working group comes together with all the comments, enrollment projection adjustments, and the final enrollment projections are finalized. So you can see through all those steps, there's a lot of variables, and I think the one takeaway I would take out of all this is when we're a school district that is this close to full capacity and we have this many schools near capacity, any of these factors vary on us and we can go over quickly. That's why you saw so many schools that kind of became surprises, either on the low side or on the high side. And it's really hard for us to predict because we don't always know where the first development's going to happen. Just as Superintendent Davis said, all of a sudden we just found out this week that Park Lane Mall is going to just close escrow and they're gonna develop. We don't know yet how many units. They talked about residential, commercial, retail, but we don't know yet, but it's gonna have an impact on our schools. So the last one is school flexibility. We have to recognize too, when a school hits the 120% conversion threshold, when they're put on a multi-track year-round calendar, they go to 90% of capacity. It's not like we have tons of capacity even when they convert. And unfortunately, some of our elementary schools we know are at 130, 140% right now. They're going to be still full even on a multi-track year-round calendar. I mean, the only option is, and I've said this for a million years it seems like, is we have to build new schools. But the other thing we have to look at when we talk about school flexibility, it's not just the total enrollment. It's just not that base enrollment capacity. We have to look at the impact on available classrooms. Obviously, a lot of schools have specialized education programs. They all have different needs. Schools' class sizes are different. That all has to be analyzed as part of this. Let's get back to Kristen.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot this afternoon about different types of special educational programs. And it's not just special education programs. We want to make sure that in our district we offer as many types of programs as we can. So when we're talking about this, our longstanding tradition has been to have neighborhood schools accessible to all of our families. Special education programs for early childhood, strategies, autism programs, comprehensive life skill programs, social intervention programs, intense behavior programs, gifted and talented SWAS programs, highly technical programs such as in our middle and high schools. And when in the best interest of our students, yes, there are pullouts that will need to happen for one-to-one and small group instruction for our students. The flexibility of a school, which you've heard earlier this afternoon within the presentation for the ed specs, that's a must for our schools. We must have that flexibility in order to offer the educational opportunities that we need.
So there's a common issue with our severely critically overcrowded schools, and that is when you look at them, the variances show a real structural problem at these schools. You can kind of look at this list and see the variances that are overcrowded schools. Brown Elementary School, 228 variances out, 27 in. You can go down the list alphabetically. Westergaard, 182 variances out, 21 variances in. I don't know all the reasons why, the variance out. Obviously, it probably has a lot to do sometimes with overcrowding and just the capacities of the school. But it's a structural problem that's shown at all of our overcrowded schools. The other thing I know that always comes up when we talk about our overcrowded schools is rezoning. And the statement we've made from the beginning of this process is we cannot rezone our way out of this. Moving a handful of students from one overcrowded school to another overcrowded school is not going to solve this problem for us. And we always have to look at it, does it solve the problem or just create a new one? And so whenever we talk about rezoning, that's the first thing we look at. Is it going to solve a problem or just move the problem? We know that rezoning obviously has an impact to our families. You don't just move a child and a family to a new school easily. We know there's an impact to that family. The other thing we run into oftentimes when we look at rezoning is when we look at moving a neighborhood from one school to another, oftentimes what we're doing is creating walk students, turning walk students into bus students. That's a very common thing that we see oftentimes when we look at this, or a student is on a bus going by the school he used to go to on the way to the new one. Something else we obviously want to avoid. And obviously, as I said before, we want to look at what the impact is on the classroom deficit of a school. It's not just a numbers thing of saying moving 30 students from one school to another. What's the impact on the classrooms? Is it going to solve that classroom deficit problem? And then probably most importantly right now for us is just that unexpected growth. We went through a process, obviously. We've gone through many processes looking at rezoning, and all of a sudden when we go through the process, all of a sudden here comes a new development that we weren't anticipating. And as you know, even in the Westergaard, the last one we did as a formal process of looking at rezoning was the Westergaard Melton Verdi example, where all of a sudden the community decided not to rezone to Verdi, and actually it was a good thing. Because since that time, 2 new developments have been approved, West Meadows Estates and Meridian 120, which will put Verdi completely over capacity. And unfortunately, Verdi Elementary School is one of those schools cannot go onto a multi-track calendar because it does not have enough classrooms. So if those students would have been moved to Verdi, there's a good chance we'd have been moving them back or moving them somewhere else. So this is the situation we're facing when we are a school district at full capacity, surviving with 238 portable classrooms. This is the issue we're facing.
Riley Sutton with the Communications Department. For the record, I'm standing because I'm only going to be up here for this one slide. Just wanted to talk very briefly about what we've done to make sure that the community knows what we're facing and what this process is, because it is complicated. There are a lot of moving pieces to it, and part of that is so that we can take as many different variations in schools and communities into account. So this goes back to before the conversion threshold and the Reg 6111 processes were adopted, that we were asked to do a lot of outreach to get input, to make sure, again, that the community understands what we're facing and how we're going to be looking at it going forward. And as has already been mentioned, the first part was sort of internal, walking the schools, all of the overcrowded schools that we could, including all the ones that are over the conversion threshold, researching what other districts do, and then presenting to the board the superintendent's recommendation. And throughout that whole process, when there was a big decision coming up, we would send out a district-wide Connect Ed to make sure that folks knew that we were going to be discussing and asking the board to vote on important issues like this. That threshold, as you'll recall from that meeting, was to be implemented this year for projections for the following year, so that we would have that year time to go out and make sure that the community really fully understood and had the opportunity to provide input on it if they wanted to see any changes up front. To that end, we hosted 6 big town hall meetings, 5 last spring, 1 this fall, where we did everything we could to explain that these are the schools and this is how we're going to look at when you can do a SOMP and when it's just problematic overcrowding that can be worked through versus this is the hard line that the board set again back at the September 22nd meeting to say, no, at this point we're too concerned about safety and academics, and to make that distinction for people and to say these are the schools that we project are going to be doing the overcrowding management plans and over the conversion threshold, but again, growth is unpredictable, and here's how we're going to make the decisions at the beginning of each school year. We're going to take an early, unofficial count, but for these purposes to update projections so that we can make the most up-to-date decision with the most up-to-date numbers, and then from there send out information to the schools about who is going to be on which plan or which conversion threshold as it pertained to their enrollments. We also did a number of small group presentations, basically anywhere we could find that would have us, and then pushing for some additional ones that didn't know that they wanted to have us. We did media outreach to make sure that the town halls, besides being ConnectEd invited to all of our community members, were broadly out there in the community for anybody else that might be interested in this. Maybe they wouldn't get a ConnectEd because they're a parent of a 5-year-old and they're not in the system yet, but they'll be in kindergarten next year. So we wanted to make sure we did that outreach. And then we also did individual ConnectEds from the principals of each school that was overcrowded or that is overcrowded, to specify not just this is a big issue, but this is going to specifically impact our school. So please come to these upcoming town halls to provide your inputs, ask any questions, et cetera. And throughout that, we had very good attendance at those town halls. We, again, have done closing in on probably 100 of those individual presentations all over town. And that's really what we've done to make sure that folks understood just the process that Dr. McNeil and Mr. Eschert have outlined for you just now.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Troy Parks, Area Superintendent, and Trustee Ruggiero. I have good news. After getting community input, we have moved up our random draw process. That is the process by which our families will know which track they're going to be assigned to. So what we did was, with a little direction from Deputy McNeil, we formed a task force, and all of the departments that are affected by multi-track and trying to move this up were brought together, and we looked at what the possibilities were. Every department had to give and had to work to make it work, but we were very proud of the work that we all came together to do. In the past, we weren't able to notify our families about which track they would be on until spring break, but we've now been able to move that up till January, early February. So what that's going to look like is in October, all of our principals are going to be having meetings with their communities to share their dates for their random draw process, as well as talk to them about a ballot that's going to be coming via email for them to give input through the family preference form. That'll come out in November. And then we also had to move up our online registration district-wide. So Infinite Campus will be opening in December for 2017-18 school year. That's going to create some challenges for our kindergarten population because we really want them to be a part of that random draw process. So we're working with communications to get the word out to those families. And then we will have our random draw in, after getting final allocations in January, we'll have the random draw. Parents will be invited. And if they attend that meeting, they'll know what track they are on. And also understand more about the process to request another track if they're not satisfied with the track that they got. So wanted to share that update of good news with you.
So finally, I'm not going to go through each one of these slides, number one, because they're very difficult to read, and even with my glasses, I can't read them. However, you can see just from the colors what we're talking about here, and this is just the beginning of what we're talking about. So what you see here are enrollment projections. And the schools at the very top of the list will be going multi-track. You see other schools, what would be triggering multi-track. This growth is going to continue. We must deal with the growth within our school district. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our superintendent.
Wow, that was pretty quick, Kristen. I wasn't ready. Because I was thinking about what I was going to say. Because I've been in education 20 years, and I'll tell you one of the most emotionally charged issues is around the calendar and track. And there is no denying that, good, bad, or ugly. But I thought about my experience, because some of us will experience this as a parent. Some of us will experience this as a teacher. Some of us will experience this as the administrator trying to deal with transitioning to multi-track and what that means for the school. And I started off with saying I could empathize with some of the concerns we've had from families, earlier board meetings, some of what we heard today. But then I changed it to, not only can I empathize with you, I can do one better. I can validate them for you. It's hard as a parent who has to find daycare for a kid and what they have to do to manage the home life. That's real and that's true. It's hard for a teacher to be on a track that might not coincide for what is happening with their family life. That is real and that is true. Earlier, we heard someone speak about losing teachers, and as a former principal who lost 10 teachers, that is real. So those concerns that are brought to us are truly real. But I can also tell a story of resilience for schools that when you look at those factors, you can either determine, are you going to survive or will you continue to thrive when you look at the work based on students. And I want everyone in the public to know this has been a hard discussion for not only the board, as we've been doing this over time, but also for the staff as we listen to the concerns of the communities, of the parents. Whether you agree to multi-track or not, we've heard today some people love it, some people don't. That's just part of a choice. But over a year ago, we started this work about clear guidelines for every school, so it wouldn't be cherry picking. Here's a standard we would have as a district. And when we started this, we looked at the policy where the district had 110% capacity. And we had a discussion around that, and then the Cunningham group came and caused mass hysteria and saying, put everybody on the outer ring on year round. And we were like, whoa. But as that conversation and discussion evolved, the board challenged the staff to go out and say, what can we do and how does that look? And we formed a committee that worked really hard, pushed through numbers, talked about what it would look like. And after a lot of dialogue and looking at, and we talked about the committees, we came up with a 120% conversion threshold. And we went out in the public after we approved this, because part of that was not only do we approve it, but how do we share it with our community? And I remember our first meeting at O'Brien, and it was not easy. But we had to tell the truth because it's something our community is facing and will continue to face as we look at the economic development and growth around our community. But as a superintendent, as an educator, I would be remiss in my duty if I did not discuss what happens when you do not manage overcrowding. Because I was a teacher with 42 kids, because I would have to tell 8 of those kids to go to another room later because we didn't allocate that teacher in time because we didn't manage the growth. I'd have to be the one to tell you that we didn't have enough desks and chairs and students sat on floors. That's reality. We know what happened. I would be the one to tell you the kids couldn't finish eating their lunch because there wasn't enough instructional time to get back and forth. There are realities of operation of the building that when we consider the validation of what is truth that is brought before us, also what happens if we do not make a decision to manage the growth versus chase the growth. And I don't know anything about having 2 or 3 lunches because I always worked in schools where we have 4 or 5 lunches. And I've talked a great deal out in the public about what that looks like for a kindergarten, their first time in school, and how long it takes. But that impacts instruction and academic time, which what our core fundamental value is about, and safety. But we don't talk about what happens when we don't manage it and you have to cap a school. and you have to send neighborhood families apart because the school just can't take the space. We haven't talked about when you have to shift a teacher to a different track and add year-round and how that impacts. And we have to talk about everything, good, bad, or ugly, to make the best decision for the students that we have. And I'll tell you that I keep thinking about my experiences, and then I think about what we talked about. Are we going to chase growth, or are we going to manage it? And then what is our core value about safety of kids and academic progress and every child by name and face to graduation? The threshold was built on a principle that we talked about and we did agree upon. We don't predict growth. I can't tell you what's going to happen out in Spanish Springs because every day I drive home, there's a new house. But I don't know how many people are going to have kids or not have kids. We just don't know that. So we come to a terms about, are we going to be proactive about managing the growth so that we don't have kids waiting for deaths to come because we don't know, or are we going to continue to chase it? I'm going to close with our basic principles about every child by name and face to graduation. And this is heartfelt because it's tough to go in a community and someone points and say, you want to put me on your round, or you don't. No, I want to do the right thing for 64,000 kids as we aspire to get to the graduation rate and to have kids college and career ready, military, or bound to do amazing things as citizens. And tough choices have to be made. The decision about the threshold was about a clear guideline for any school so that we wouldn't say, well, this school, that school. We make those decisions about how we could come to the table and say, whether families come to us or not come to us, this is how we arrived at that point. And I know that that's hard right now, and we have to be cognizant that this is bigger than this year. As Dr. McNeil showed, we're going to answer a question for this year, but next year we're going to be back here with the same group of schools. Once again, are we going to chase the growth, or are we going to manage the growth? If nothing else, we have to ask ourselves, if we continue to chase growth, are we going to be effective? Are we going to manage growth so we can meet the North Star we want for every child that walks into Washoe County School District? It's a tough decision. You're going to hear vantage points that I actually say they are absolutely right. But we also have to talk about what happens if we don't manage growth appropriately and what that looks like on the system. And we haven't really had that discussion because we've talked in terms of here's what we voted on and what we do. Either way, there's going to be an impact. But our impact should be what's right for students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to our staff and to Superintendent Davis. And that will be a great time to hear our public comment. So JJ, we'll go on at a time. Just as a reminder for all who are here for public comment, remember you have a 3-minute limit, and there is a clock and there's a little buzzer up there for you. Certainly, just to be fair to everyone, should you go over the 3 minutes, I will ask you to complete your comment so that we can continue to move on, just out of fairness to everyone. And so, JJ, we will begin.
So first up is Cooper James Kumar, followed by Will Lachenauer.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me speak. Westergate is my second home. I love seeing all my teachers who taught me in kindergarten, first and second, every day. Every day I give them a hug and tell them that I miss them. I love my schoolwork and artwork that is displayed, and that I have my own cubby for the year. With multi-track, my classroom will not be my room. My cubby will not be my cubby. It will be like a stranger staying in my room at my house, using my stuff and not knowing who they are. And it's not the same because my school is not overcrowded. Westergate actually has the best test scores around. Now, please give us another chance, another year to plan.
Thank you, Cooper. Yes, please do. Is this our next comment? Well, we're going to hang on just so we can get our names for the record, okay?
Give Will two more minutes. He can have 5.
Okay.
And Stephen Cooper after that.
Oh, okay. Is it Stephen Cooper?
Will Lachenauer.
Will is first.
Okay.
Then next up is Stephen Cooper.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
That's a tough act to follow.
It is. It is.
Hello, and thank you for providing an opportunity to address our school board. This is actually a different school board than the last time I was here. And I'm specifically here this evening to ask the board and the superintendent to give the Westergaard Community Administration and parents the opportunity to formulate a SOMS plan for our school in this community. Specifically, there's a couple reasons, and this will be, I'm sure other speakers will bring some specifics to the numbers. But according to the critical Washoe County District Critical Assessment for Capacity document, there's a specific plan in place when a school is meeting the 120% threshold. And part of that is the school is given the opportunity and is required to provide a SOMS plan, which Westergaard was not able to do in this particular case. And in regards to the actual data and specifics from school district officials, there's been some discrepancy in the data, both from the data gallery site and the data that's been quoted in specific public meetings. So for those two reasons, I would ask that we are allowed to form a SOMS plan. And then ultimately, this issue does dovetail, you mentioned chasing the growth versus proactively planning for it. Unfortunately, the ship has sailed for proactively planning for growth in this community. And coming November, we're going to have a ballot measure that will actually hopefully fund planning for growth. But part of having that measure voted on and approved by the community is confidence in the process being followed by the board. And that's one of the reasons specifically I think it's important to look back at the document, look at the process that was put in place for the SOMS programs, and allow our community to form that program or formulate that plan before going to multi-track. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was told Stephen Cooper had to leave.
Okay.
So his wife is here.
Okay. Oh,
Lisa Cooper, followed by Ruth Ann Hyatt.
thank you, Mrs. Cooper.
Thank you. So I think a lot of you have heard from me. So I'm a Westergaard parent. I'm here today to ask you for one more year. I ask that we get the same respect and time that other schools, such as Brown, were given to determine what is right for our families. This is a worst-case decision from our point of view, or many in this room at least, and our community needs time to prepare for finding childcare, etc. Also, per district projections, Westergaard was not supposed to be over the 120% threshold until 2020, 2021. That is way off. Because of that, nobody in our community thought we would be going to multi-track now. Based on that, I think it's really fair of us to ask for at least one more year to process this information and plan what is best for our families. Further, I would also ask that you give Westergaard the opportunity to create the SOMP as was originally planned. I believe that we have an amazing principal, staff, and teachers. We got tons of people in, I think there's 3 overflow rooms right now. I think that we can work with the district to alleviate the overcrowding concerns. Finally, I would actually ask the board to consider eliminating the 120% automatic conversion threshold. Firstly, to trigger an automatic multi-track based on projections which have proven to be fallible, such as at Maxwell and Sepulveda, it just doesn't seem appropriate. And the current administrative regulation 611, actually section I-2 doesn't even mention projections. It just has 120% of base design enrollment capacity. Secondly, as pointed out here in this room, and which has come to my attention, this automatic conversion threshold does not apply to 26% of the elementary schools in Washoe County. So it does not apply to all the schools. It applies to us. We're one of the schools, but there are lots of schools that this does not apply to. So this is also not spelled out in the administrative regulation 611 itself. This does just not seem fair that this automatic conversion threshold only applies to certain schools. So rather than an automatic conversion to multi-track when a certain capacity is attained, I would like the board to consider the extenuation of this SOMP process. It seems to me that it would be most fair in all circumstances where a school is over capacity that the school, teachers, and community have an opportunity to develop an SOMP to potentially alleviate the school's district's overcrowding concerns. Now, it may not always be possible to avoid a school going to multi-track, but I think every school, every kid, every teacher, at a minimum, deserves that opportunity to avoid multi-track, if all possible, by development of an SOMP plan. Finally, in conclusion, we are not Alice Smith. As said, I have an email from Tracy Davis sent to me that says, children do not come in neat packages. Neither do schools. Circumstances, school, community, facilities, they are all unique, and we are different. So I urge you to please allow us at least one more year and the ability to create an SOMP to save Westergaard, and your consideration in eliminating the automatic conversion threshold to multi-track. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper.
Ruth Ann Hyatt, followed by Tavia Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. Hyatt. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Ruth Ann Hyatt. I just created a little PowerPoint here with a few of the pages from the school district PowerPoint, but I want you to look first at the timeline. The timeline, fall of 2015, according to the data gallery, Westergaard was at 111%, 111.6% baseline capacity. And then last spring, we were told that we needed a SOMP, but to wait until September. And then this year, on our official count day, we hit the 117% baseline. And then on August 22nd, we had a meeting at McQueen talking about overcrowding. But that Friday, August 26th, we had a Connect Ed message saying that we would be going to multi-track the following year, next year in 2017, 2018, and to come to a meeting at Westergaard on August 31st in order to hear about and have questions answered concerning the multi-year track. But at no point were we ever given the option to have a SOMP created, which the following pages that I have here then, just pictures from the school district PowerPoint where it talks about the process of 611, our opportunity to have a SOMP, and all of the things that are involved in that, and listening earlier to agenda item 4.03 and hearing how it works. That's what I have in here with a statement with every single page that we have not been given this opportunity to have a SOMP. So my conclusion is I feel really jealous hearing agenda item 4.03, hearing about the community involvement, hearing about all the input, and that they're doing what's best for that community, listening to the parents and have multiple meetings. I feel really jealous that we have not been given that opportunity. And I would just ask that we have at least 1 year, another year for our SOMP to be put in place to see what our school could come up with, because I think our community has proven that we are capable of great ideas. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hyatt.
Tavia Williams, followed by Lindsay Brashears.
Do you press it?
You're on. You're on.
Good evening. I'm Tavia Williams. I am a teacher at Westergaard. I am a parent at Westergaard, and I'm an active person in our community. And we brought pictures today to show you and couldn't put them up, so we sent them to your emails. And what we wanted to show were our team talk classrooms and how they are not overcrowded. The teachers don't feel they're overcrowded. The children don't feel that they're overcrowded, and parents that walk through, we never get a comment like that. We also took pictures of our highest grade levels having lunch and what our lunchroom looks like. And when you get the chance to see it, you will see empty spots throughout the lunchroom. And our point here today was our numbers. It's not just numbers. The classrooms do not feel overcrowded. Our lunchroom does not. We have a very welcoming family policy. We have children whose parents, whose aunts and uncles and grandparents come and eat lunch with them. And there's places for them to sit. We aren't having to shuffle people around and not let them eat with their class. Our fantastic principal has accommodated 3 separate lunch times. She's not in the lunchroom all the time. She's there doing positive, inspiring things with them. So instead of looking at taking the money and having us go year-round, we'd rather have a full-time AP or a full-time dean there to help assist her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams.
Lindsay Brashears, followed by Lindsay Culbert.
Welcome, Ms. Brashears.
Thank you. Can I start? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for having us. I am a parent of a Westergaard third grader, but I'm actually here to speak to you tonight as a taxpayer and a voter. Within the last 4 years, Westergaard has received 2 new portable buildings, both with 2 classrooms, 4 total. And I think the thing to really point out here is they have bathrooms. I know a lot of the portables don't have bathrooms, ours do, which I believe changes a lot. That cost taxpayers over the last 4 years almost $700,000. Now we're being told that those portables can't be used as usable classrooms, can't be counted as usable classrooms because they're not part of our base capacity. However, adding portables is listed as a viable option for SOMP plans. So please remember, Westergaard was never allowed to create a SOMP plan. By allowing Westergaard to count our portables as usable classrooms, the district is essentially telling the taxpayers that that almost $700,000 was all for nothing, because if Westergaard goes year-round, there will be 4 open classrooms every single track. So that $700,000 that was just spent is really not needed anymore. Not to mention the $300,000 the first year to put Westergaard on multi-track year-round, followed by the $250,000 every year thereafter. We're looking at almost $2 million to make this happen over the next just minimum of 4 years. If we were allowed to take our portables and use them as part of our base capacity, it would take us from 584 to 684 students. Even at our highest capacity projection in 2018 over the next 3 years, which we keep being told is over the next 3 years, if our portables were taken into consideration, we would only be at 105% capacity, nowhere close to 120%. We've been told that the 120 is based off the capacity is not just due to the number of students in each classroom, but also safety concerns. Our lunches have been modified. We have 2 classes, 2 grade levels per lunch period. Students, as Mrs. Williams just said, sitting very comfortably with more than enough room. We've also adjusted our recess. We have no more than 2 grade levels on the playground at one time, down by over almost 100 students from what we had on the playground last year. 4 years ago, we had 40 to 43 students in Team Talk classrooms. This year, we have no more than 32. One Team Talk classroom is at 29, and one Team Talk classroom is at 30. 4 years ago, yeah, it was unsafe. It is not unsafe right now. 26% of the schools in Washoe County can never go multi-track year-round because of their size, because they're too small. So their size is being taken into consideration. Why is our additional size with our portables not being taken into consideration? And everything else I was going to say has already been touched on, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Bashir.
Lindsay Culbert, followed by Nadia Entrican. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening, board, and thank you so much for having me, and happy birthday, President Taylor.
Oh, thank you.
Again, my name is Lindsay Colbert. I'm the speech pathologist at Westergaard and a proud parent of a 5th grade Westergaard Wildcat. It's a trend here. We love our school. We bring our kids to our school. Most of us live in the zone. I'm here as a concerned staff member and a concerned community member of Northwest Reno. I have 3 quick points to address during my comment time, 2 of which are questions at the end. First, I just implore you to strongly consider giving Westergaard 1 more year to develop and implement a SOMP plan. Second, since I'm a representative of special education at Westergaard, a crew that typically gets left to the wayside, I work closely with these students and their families, and I would like the board to explain why special programs such as strategy, CLS, SIP must be on a single track. It's the blue track. And is this a rights violation by mandating one family to be on one track while other families are randomly chosen for their track schedule? My third and final point, which happens to be my second question, Area Superintendent Parks touched on addressing the modified timeline and moving up the randomized drawing. Does this timeline require a board vote to modify the policy 6111? And if that policy can be modified for the timeline, we want it modified to allow our school 1 year to create and implement a SOM plan, which is already in the board policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Colbert.
Nadia Entrican. Thank you again. Followed by Crystal
I remember
Ward.
you from last time. Welcome,
Yes,
Mrs. Intrican.
I'm still married into it, considering a divorce or a name change. Don't know. This is my son, Joey. This is my daughter, Layla, and Wolfies, who have been with Westergaard since we started kindergarten. They go everywhere. Thank you for allowing us to be here. It's an honor, and it's an honor to have my kids here, being a part of this process. And we talk a lot about well, different things, but one of the things we talk about is don't be a part of the problem, be a part of the solution. And that's what I'm here to ask you for today. That it doesn't have to be a one-way road or this or that. I would like to look at every solution possible. I want to be a part of that solution on behalf of my kids, on behalf of the most amazing teachers and parents you could ever find. If we lose 18 teachers, it will be an absolute disaster. They are the blood life of our school. I'm very concerned. I don't feel like policy has been followed. I think policy was set forth in good faith with good reasoning, and I don't feel that I would really like to request a SOMP. I think we're an amazing group of people who could really work towards it quickly and efficiently and if it comes out that we are going to end up multi-track year round, then we're part of the process and we accept it and we work better with you and we come together as a community if that is ultimately what has to happen. But I want my children to understand that we work hard for the things that we get and we work together. If you went into Joey's class, Mrs. Williams, she would tell you, you can't say, I can't do it. If you go to Bemis and Colbert's team-taught fabulous class, they would say, work smarter, not harder. So why would we want to roll out all these schools at once? So many moving parts. Things are bound to go wrong. But mostly I really wanted to, I feel like policy has not been followed. I feel like we could be teetering on the edge of some civil rights violations, some students with disabilities violations. When you talk about one group of kids, I don't care if it's 2 kids or 50, those strategies kids are part of our community and our family. We're proud to have them. But those families, the district's going to place those and tell those families this is going to be your track with your teacher and you are at the mercy of them. But meanwhile, the rest of us, we get to choose or at least to make requests. And I worry about the message that sends that some people are less than. Thank you for your time. And I hope you reconsider the policy. It hasn't been followed.
Thank you, Mrs. Intrican.
Crystal Ward, followed by Amy Prosser.
Welcome, Mrs. Ward.
Hi, I'm Crystal Ward. Thank you for letting me speak today. I implore you to modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold. This would be detrimental to our students, a burden on our families, and a divider of our community. Nothing about multi-track is good for our district or neighborhood or our community. Statistics have shown that students on multi-track year-round have a decrease in test scores, and as per North Carolina's Department of Education study, a statewide evaluation of academic achievement in year-round schools by Bradley McMillan, there is no difference in test scores in a year-round versus a traditional school schedule. However, there is a severe increase in socioeconomic gap between tracks and multi-track school schedules. Furthermore, the Mitchell study by Ross E. Mitchell with the California Education Research Corporation and Douglas E. Mitchell with the School Improvement Research Group states, the longer students are enrolled in a year-round school, multi-track, the greater the divergence in academic performance by the track. For children with longer year-round education enrollment, track differences become larger. Westergaard has been on a steady climb in test scores and ranks one of the top schools in Washoe County School District. Westergaard has been closing our socioeconomic gap that ever even existed. Under multi-track, Westergaard would not stay on a steady path of climbing test scores based on studies on multi-track. Multi-track would be a burden on families due to the increase in scheduling conflicts for families. No other school in Northwest Reno is on multi-track. Families who have children in Westergaard as well as Billinghurst or McQueen would be at a loss to schedule time together as a family. Families would have no choice but to remove one or several students or children from school to attend family vacations or events. Attendance levels at Westergaard would be affected by the division of the school schedules due to the value of attendance at higher grade levels, as well as families who have cousins in the same school. However, a different track would not have the time together as a family. My parents and my sisters moved here to Northwest Reno to be with me, and I boasted about Westergaard, how awesome it was. All my nieces and nephews attend Westergaard together. My family has no guarantee that we're going to stay together, and we'll have to make hard choices on which children we're going to pull out of school to be together as a family. Westergaard is a close community. We all know our neighbors. We vacation together. We celebrate together. We mourn together. Learning does not end at school. Learning begins at home. Learning continues at home. Kids learn to be team players, heroes, and survivors. They learn to run and play, fight, win, lose, boost each other up. Kids learn from their parents, the neighbors, the siblings that spend time together. Multi-track is the divider. It'll divide our community, our neighborhoods. It's not the way for Westergaard. Multi-track is not a good plan for Westergaard. Westergaard has not been given an opportunity to explore more effective solutions. Can I continue?
You can finish your
I have like 3
statement.
sentences. Does that
Okay,
work?
just 3.
Okay.
Not 4.
Okay, as presented earlier, each school is special, and there is no one-size-fits-all. There should not be a number that drastically moves to multi-track. We should be given a chance to devise a plan that works for our community.
Thank you. That was 3. Thank you, Mrs. Ward.
Amy Prosser, followed by Sarah Johnson.
Welcome, Mrs. Prosser.
Thank you for putting us on your agenda tonight. I've made a bunch of notes based on what was said, so I'll do my best on this now. We, as Westergaard parents, actually came to the board about this overcrowding situation 3 years ago. So I have to say, when anybody came to us and said, wow, it was a surprise, we didn't know, it wasn't a surprise to us. We brought it here 3 years ago. So with that, I have 2 overall issues to discuss. The first has to do with the dissemination of information from the board to the district. When we met with the board 3 years ago, we were promised directed variances, a site visit, and that the music room, computer room, and library would not be dismantled without prior board approval. The site visit was completed, was helpful, and resulted in a rezoning committee that I'll address in a moment. Unfortunately, the other 2 commitments got lost somewhere, as variances were denied at the last minute, and the computer room is gone. Now, that was our way of handling this year's overcrowding problem, and it is letting us handle it yet again because we are a creative community, but it does bring up the concern of communication between the board and the district. We've had 3 different principals in the 3 years since that happened. So again, I'd like to know how information like this is passed between the 2 entities. I can't help but wonder if the variances had gone through when many of these children were in 1st grade, what kind of numbers we might be looking at now, considering, like they said, our percentages are actually not that high, over the 120 or maybe not even. My second issue is that of rezoning. As Mr. Etchart said, we had a rezoning committee after the visit from Member Ayazi. And because not too many students would be moved and not very many of them would be primary, which was the concern when there were 42 students in a classroom, we waited because we were told we couldn't rezone again for 5 years if we rezoned at that time. So we waited because we thought Somerset is still growing and it might be more beneficial to rezone a little bit down the road. With all due respect, you told us we were okay, and then you changed it 4 days later, so I don't think it's too much to ask to be more transparent about exactly why rezoning or other options are not viable options. We are a very creative community, and I think we could come up with some out-of-the-box solutions that will buy us not only the year that we're pleading for, but maybe more. And I'm sure that we could come up with a mutually beneficial solution if we work together. Safety, our numbers were higher then. Like I said, 42 in a classroom of team teachers, not the 29 we're talking about now. Safety is actually better now than it was then, so that can't be the main issue that's happening here. I know other schools think it's best for them to go multi-track, like the school that was here today. For me, what's not best for kids with multi-track is there's a roving teacher in each grade, so that classroom has to change every month. The schedule is different for parents and siblings. There'll only be a 1-week summer break for the 5th graders that are moving to middle school. Sorry. Burnt out principal, counselor, music teacher on rainbow track. There are the moving days in and out on track change.
Mrs. Prosser, I'm going to have to ask you to bring it to an end.
Yeah, I'm just about done, thank you. And the impact cleaning, because the school is never completely empty, so you have to move in and out for impact cleaning. All of those take up instructional time. So we're a creative community. We're, like she said, quick moving. Please let us come up with a plan and help us work this out in a way that works for our unique school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Prosser.
Sarah Johnson, followed by Noah McDowell.
Welcome, Mrs. Johnson.
Hi. Thank you for your time. I'm a parent of 2 students as well as a first grade teacher at Westergaard. Many of us in the community feel as if we are on an emotional roller coaster right now. We were preparing to put together a SOMP plan for our school when just 4 days later, we were told that it would no longer be necessary as we were going to multi-track year-round for the 2017-18 school year. As you can imagine, there were a lot of emotions involved for our community. We're here again asking to be a part of the solution. I'm asking on behalf of our kids that you take into consideration what this decision has done to the families in our community. It would make a huge difference to our kids if our parents, our teachers, and our community members were involved in the whole process, not just the outcome. As both a parent and a teacher, if safety were a concern for our students, we would be asking for another solution. It's important to note that Dr. McNeil mentioned the concern of having a school with 3 to 4 lunches is a stress on a principal. Our school has several teachers at each lunch period, but the solution would be to offer a full-time dean or an AP. Our dean's position was actually moved from full-time last year to just part-time this year. And just as a side note, if we're concerned about extra desks, I have 8 empty desks in my classroom, and there was an email that was sent to the staff at Westergaard asking that each classroom took on an empty desk. So I know that we have at least 20 some odd empty desks throughout our school with plenty of room to spare. So thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson.
Noah McDowell, followed by John Eppolito.
Welcome, gentlemen. She's going to help you get to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Noah McDowell. I'm a 3rd grader at Westergaard. I want to share how going to multi-track will change my life. It wouldn't be good. First, my family will lose out on quality time and family vacations. We usually spend our summers taking long camping trips and spend a couple weeks at our grandparents' cabin. I wouldn't be able to do that with one brother at Billings and one brother at McQueen. There's a lot that I wouldn't get to do anymore if we went to multi-track. Second, my parents will have to pay for someone to watch me. It wouldn't be cheap or easy to find a sitter for me. My 13-year-old brother could watch me if we're not on multi-track. Last, I feel 100% safe at Westergaard, and I'm getting a good education. My speech is better because of Mrs. Colbert, and I could read this in front of you because of the great teachers at Westergaard. So please look for a better solution. Don't pick Westergaard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell.
John Eppolito, followed by Stephanie Hanna.
Mr. Eppolito, are you still here? He may be in overflow. No, he just walked by?
I just walked by, I didn't see him.
Oh, okay.
Stephanie Hanna.
Okay. Mrs. Hanna. Welcome,
Hello
Mrs. Hannah.
again. I'm Stephanie Hanna, parent at Westergaard. I think we are all definitely in agreement that our schools in this district are overcrowded, that we need more funding, and that more schools need to be built. I think we're all in agreement that SOMP plan seems to be a great way to give entire school communities the opportunity to work on overcrowding together. In fact, I'm quite jealous of the 14 schools that we just heard from. Even John from Alice Taylor, they chose multi-track, but they chose it as a school community. I think we all agree, though, that in most cases, multi-track year-round is not ideal. Where we disagree is an automatic trigger without a SOMP. We disagree that 120 somehow is this magic number that's a one-size-fits-all solution, for as what I've said before, schools are not one size, they vary. We disagree that we weren't given the opportunity for a SOMP. I disagree in some of the communication that was stated, because while there was opportunities for town halls and things like that, Westergaard wasn't projected to hit a 120 mark until 2020, 2021. In fact, on August 22nd of this year, on a Monday evening, I attended a town hall at McQueen, and we were told that multi-track was not in our future for next year. So I was caught a bit off guard when 4 days later, I received a phone call that, guess what? You're going to multi-track next year, and here's the meeting where you can learn all about it. No input from parents, nothing. We do agree that children's needs are the top priority and that safety is the biggest concern. And I think you've seen, we've talked about that Westergaard is a safe school. We have room still to grow. We've taken steps already for children's safety. I think we as parents tend to know what our children need most, and they need to know that every possible decision was looked into, every possible opportunity was given for them to be able to have the best education. And I'm sorry, but multi-track is not the best education for our children. Therefore, I ask you to modify Regulation 6111 to require a SOMP before any school is triggered to multi-track year-round. Every child, by face, by name, deserves that opportunity.
Thank you, Mrs. Hannah. That's all I have. We have no other, no additional public comment cards. We've been told that Mr. Eppolito was unable to stay any longer. Are there any others that would like public comment that did not make any at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will bring it back here to the board table for discussion. Colleagues?
Okay.
Trustee Rosenberg.
I understand how you feel.
I'm sorry. My son would actually like to talk. If you don't mind?
Oh, no, please, come on up.
By all means.
Please. Excuse us. Trustee Rosenberg, we'd like to give him an opportunity. We can get a comment card from him after he comments, okay?
Go ahead, tell them what you want to tell them.
Mrs. Hendricken, we'll get a comment card from him afterwards. Hello. What would you like to share with us?
I really like Westergaard. It is a good school. I would not really like to go to multi-track because I wouldn't be able to have much fun. It changes my whole life. And I think we should have one more year to decide if we're gonna have multi-track or not. I think that we should keep our normal routine at school because I love my school and I want to keep it the way it is. So I really like Westergaard the way it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to you, Trustee Rosenberg.
Follow that is right. I understand how you feel. I've been through this in a couple of other places. I tried something this semester that I've never tried before. My film class usually numbers about 150 students. We capped it this semester at 25. I wanted to see whether or not there was a major difference in how they learn and if they learn. There is. Smaller numbers make the kids talk. They feel more comfortable talking. They seem to do better work. I understand how you feel, but I would ask all of you, if you've ever been to college and you've been in a big class as opposed to a small one, how did you feel? Did you learn more? Did you learn better? I think you did. This is not something that we want to do. Believe me, it isn't. But when you think about what the education factor is for your kids, I think it's worth it.
Thank you, Trustee Rosenberg. Okay, Trustee Rosario?
I have questions for staff because it seems like there's an awful lot of confusion out there. So I'd just like staff to come up and clear some things up. So I have a list of questions.
Who would be most appropriate? Mr. Etchart, Dr. Lamarca, and Dr. McNeil.
So why don't I'll just go through it and then you guys can figure out how you do it, how you choose to answer it. So I've heard a few times there's a discrepancy in the data. I'd like you to address that. I'd like you to address the timeline. I'd like you to address the portables. I'd like you to address special education on Blue Track. I'd like you to address the comment on variances being denied. And I'd like you to address why 120 is the magic number. Please.
So since I'm standing, I'll take the ones that I know on there. In terms of the data, because of the...
Riley Sutton for the record.
Riley Sutton for the record.
Thank you, sir.
There was not up-to-date data on the data gallery when the announcement went out about multi-track at the schools that were unpredictably over the threshold. We wanted to get the information out to families sooner rather than later, and decided that leaving the wrong data up there until we could update it, but informing them sooner made more sense than waiting to inform them until we could get the website updated, because it's kind of a complicated system how it renders on the data gallery. I think the other question may have been about the timeline and the notification, and the parents who spoke tonight are absolutely right. There was a miscue on some of this. We acknowledge that to those parents. We were not expecting Westergaard's enrollment to change the way it did. So in the interest of starting the SOMP process as soon as possible, we perhaps erred on the side of going too soon and had the initial meeting to say that they were a SOMP school before the projections were updated based on this year's enrollments. And we certainly apologized then, apologize now that it was that quick turnaround from SOMP to over the conversion threshold. But that's what happens, and we fully own that error. It doesn't change where the numbers are based on the updated enrollment and then projections that we have for this year. I think, were there any others I think the rest were you guys.
I'm going to try to comment on the timeline question, although...
You want to just for the record, Dr. Lamarca?
Yeah, please. Dr. Lamarca, Chief School Performance Officer for the record. Thank you for the question. I hope I'm answering the right question. Last year, using projections, we did indicate to a host of schools that we believed they would be SOMP schools. This was in the spring of the year. We were doing the regional meetings at the time. I do believe Westergaard was one of those schools. But we also indicated in those communications and through Regulation 6111 that we would be using the projections based on the second Friday after the beginning of the school year to refresh those numbers to generate the process. In terms of timeline with Westergaard, it's my recollection that Dr. Gonzalez, Roger Gonzalez, area superintendent, held the community SOMP meeting on August 22nd. We received the updated projections on August 24th. And that, given the change, was a big mistake. Now, I will share with you that for many of the schools that we talked about today, they had meetings, initial meetings, prior to the 24th. The reason for that was we were using what numbers we had. We didn't anticipate that kind of a change. And because of the short timeline, we had to get the community teams together. We had to allow them enough time to forward recommendations. We had to receive it, review it as we're here today. The committees, in large part, had about 3 to 4 weeks to work. And that was barely enough time for some of them. In retrospect, and with more timeline, we will wait, I imagine, in the future until we update those projections. We did follow up, I believe, after the 24th. Connect Ed messages did go out to the community, and those were referenced indicating this change. I believe you all had we had a meeting at Worcester High School on the 29th in which some of this information was shared. We met at Spanish Springs Elementary School, which was also in a similar situation with Westergaard, on the 30th. We met at Westergaard the night of the 31st. We followed up with a second meeting with staff at Westergaard, I believe on the 8th of September. It was a very brief meeting. It was prior to the beginning of school. We were attempting to provide some additional information. It wasn't really enough time for it wasn't enough time for questions and answers. So that's what I know about timeline. I'm not sure if that helps.
Can we have a chief of staff address the SPED issues, because there's some statements about blue track and especially
Blue track and green track, right.
Or the deputy, I'm sorry, Kristen.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Either one. David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. So for resource room kids who just might have a mild disability, they fill out a track preference form by their parents. They are allowed to go on any track. For specialized programs, for like a strategies class or CLS class, they are on one track, and that's for a reason, because a lot of times they have related services, and those related services have to come in and provide service like speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and so there's typically only one class, so you can't have them on multiple tracks for just one class. And that track typically is the one that we've built purposely to mirror as close to as possible the balanced calendar to minimize disruption to families.
Were there other questions variances that you had?
And also about the portables, because I remember when you're going through the presentation, how it was based off of the total enrollment, but then how they explained that the baseline doesn't include the portables, so I was confused about that.
Pete, do you want to?
Just quickly, I'll address the variance issue before we get to the portable issue. There are 182 variances out, so we are not denying variances anywhere outside. There are schools who are full, who will not take a variance, because it's not just about 1 year for that principal. That's a principal decision, and that's a principal decision for a reason. If I'm a principal at a potentially overcrowded school in 2 to 3 or 4 years, I might not take a variance, because principals typically take a variance for more than 1 year to minimize disruption to the student.
And let me just add, I think there were some emails about the superintendent issuing something that said, do not take zone variances or nothing of such. In fact, for me, that's in the weeds, because as a principal, I don't know what every kid, every grade level, there's too many schools for me to be involved like that. So there was never any direction from the district office to deny any zone variance. It follows the process. So if someone is thinking that the superintendent made a statement, issued a memo, that's absolutely an untruth.
Okay, we have this. It's this. I will address this other part of that, because it isn't appropriate to call out from the gallery. But what I will address is in 2013. Which is probably what you're referring to, at a board meeting when the board was speaking about overcrowding at Westergaard during that time. There was a motion that was seconded that's when it was decided that the Gifted and Talented program would be established and moved over to Melton. And part of the motion was that variances would be allowed from Westergaard. Part of the commentary, if you watch the video, you will see this. It's not shown here because it was not it did not come from a board member. The superintendent at the time, Mr. Martinez, added in, and it was accepted as a friendly amendment that it would be accepted if the school was not already overcrowded. And that's what Chief of Staff Lasik is speaking of. Principals are making those decisions based upon where they are today and where they expect they will be in a year or two from now. And so that was but you have to look at the tape. And I looked at the tape. You have to look at the tape of that meeting to see that, otherwise it will not show up here. So that should answer the rest of that question. There may be others, Trustee Rosario, that.
So just a general run, Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. So just general rundown on portables. Portables are a fantastic use of being able to provide additional academic space for the short term. I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes what portables were originally intended for and what Washoe County school districts unfortunately had to use them for. Portables serve a purpose when a school starts becoming overcrowded. We should bring in portables to bring additional classroom space in while we're building the new school. Then when you build a new school, then you remove the portables. That process, even when we design a new school, we have a place normally to place portables looking at the long term. Unfortunately, in the Washoe County School District, we now have 238 portable classrooms, many of those 38 years old, like the ones at McQueen. So we've lost the purpose of what portable classrooms are supposed to be. Portable classrooms do not provide, obviously, any playground space, cafeteria space, lockers, restrooms, parking lots, or anything. In fact, they take away from those things. We have many schools where the portables are placed on top of the playgrounds. We have many on the parking lots. We've run into areas where we can't even place any more portables, even if we wanted to. There's no more room to put them. We've run up to zoning ordinances with the city of Reno and others where we can't place more portables. They provide security concerns. They provide cost to us as far as facility maintenance, because when you have a central school and all of a sudden you have one HVAC unit and one central plant to maintain, every time we put a portable in, I'm putting two more rooftop HVAC systems that I have to maintain. They're difficult for us on the facility side for custodians. I mean, they're just not the answer. So I know I'm going kind of a long answer to a short question, but that's the reason that we don't suggest that we just continue adding more and more portables. It doesn't solve the problem of the background or the backbone of the school itself.
And then my final question.
And the mic, please, Trustee Rosario.
Oh, I'm sorry. My final question was, please address why 120 is the magic number.
There's probably a lot of people who can answer this. I'll start and then please join in. I think, that was kind of the focus of a lot of our recommendation, or our presentation was in regards to the safety, the academic outcomes, variability, school flexibility, all the things we talked about. The number was really set at our weekly growth meetings. And those meetings have the area superintendents, and they reach out to their principals and they talk to try to come up with what is the number, basically set as the highest number in the best of circumstances to still allow us school flexibility in case, we have to move programs or we have more growth coming in. It gives us a little bit of flexibility as far as the variability with student enrollment projections that I walked you through, because just as we talked about this year, surprise, more students showed up. We have schools that weren't projected to hit the 120% until like 2021, 2023, and all of a sudden they hit it this year. So if we set the number lower, higher, then we could even have worse situations where we have severe overcrowding that we'd have to deal with instantly and not have, flexibility of at least giving a year's notice to say, if you're projected to hit 120, we need to go now because we could run into a lot of problems, severe problems later if we go to a higher number.
One of the things that I believe we shared with you last year, which is sort of a mathematical answer to this, is when you consider a 4-track system with 3 tracks in at any one time, then essentially we're filling the building because of the 120 trigger with 90% capacity throughout the year. If we were to go higher, we would be approaching 100% capacity with each track. And so any additional growth, we would then have a multi-track school with tracks overcrowded. If you think of 120% and then you divide it by 4 and times that by 3, you get 90% of the base capacity being in throughout the year. There is no magic bullet number. It is the number that we came to and brought to you after many discussions about where we felt that safety was too much of a concern once we exceeded it.
And I'll just close for your questions, Trustee Rosario. This isn't the first time that our district has been on multi-track, as you all know. And we learned a great deal of lessons from the first time that our schools were on multi-track. Anything from track on and track off days, how to use the best instructional time during those track on and track off days. That calendar committee decided that that was not in the best interest. And so we looked at what those calendars were. Also, the 3 tracks starting at the same time. That was very different than the last time we've done this. The special education issue as far as placing students on tracks. We wanted to make sure that special education students received just the same benefits as every other student. So we had to look at that. And Chief of Staff Lasik has addressed that. Also, commitment from parents. We took a look at how we're going to be able, we made that commitment to the schools that are going to be converting to multi-track. We made that commitment and we brought forth a new timeline that addresses those concerns as far as how that lottery is going to be done, teacher allocations. And I have to say that that was not just a one-day process. We had a multi-department team come together, business, HR, legal, Chief of Staff's office, OSP. All of those departments came together to move that timeline up to make that commitment.
Thank you. Vice President Mayor? Yes, that was your final question, right, Trustee Rosario? Yes. At least for now. Vice President Mayor? Thank you, staff.
Yes. I have several questions.
Could you just turn it off?
I have several questions. There's a whole bunch of these modular buildings around. Lincoln Park has one. Florence Drake has one. Kate Smith has one. They're actual buildings, but you can move them because they're like a modular home. They have a deal underneath, and you could actually move them. They have restrooms. They have 6 classrooms. There's one out at Natchez. There are quite a few of them around. I'm wondering why we couldn't institute these modular buildings again in schools like this, where they have two modulars, so they got 4 mobiles. They got 4 classrooms. With a modular, they'd gain 2, but it'd be a permanent thing and would be, I believe, counted in the capacity. because I'm sure that that just knowing, for example, Lincoln Park, that it's counted as capacity. Now, they have switched and put their library out there in their music room, and that modular only has 2. It's not a complete modular like Florence Drake and some of those, but they have many uses where Kate Smith's a good example. They put 6 classrooms, they have 6 classrooms, and you know, I hate to say this, but Kate Smith has 3 mobiles and a modular, and they're on a lot. I mean, it's not even 2 lots in Sparks. And you talk about crowding. Well, that's pretty crowded. You can't play a baseball game on there without disturbing the neighbors. And I'm just wondering why we went away from those modular buildings, because in my estimation, and I'm not a carpenter or a plumber or a contractor, but I think that would be the ideal thing. Because then if those schools started losing population, you could move it to someplace else.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. There's several issues, and I agree that modulars, which have a concrete foundation they're actually placed on, are superior to portables. They have a longer lifespan. They're a better product. It comes down to a couple things. One is obviously cost. I mean, they're expensive. I mean, our goal in the Washoe County School District is to actually add on to the schools when we can, to build new schools, obviously, to get rid of portables and modulars, and then the last result is replace our old aging portables. The other issue comes up when you start trying to place modulars in place of portables is we're going to probably trigger code compliance. Right now, I'll be honest with you, we have a lot of portables, and right now the cities and the county governments have allowed us to place those portables without having to look at code compliance. Once we start placing permanent structures that have a concrete foundation on them, then we're going to have to meet code, and that means parking compliance, that means all the restroom facilities, it means all the other things that the city government will want us to go up to standards with. I don't think a lot of our schools, to be frank, would meet that. Because right now we are very underparked. As we know, we have a lot of code and compliance issues at our existing schools. That's why we've constantly said to the community, the only real answer here is to build new schools. That's kind of the quick one. And the other thing is modulars, again, don't provide any cafeteria space or parking lots or playgrounds or anything else. All we're doing is putting in more classroom space. And then again, to maintain modulars or portables is very expensive.
You know, I was on the city council in Sparks, and we did code adjustments for the school district for those modular units. We also had a rule about you could only put a mobile trailer on it for so many years, and then you had to move it. And there was some deal where they moved it to the other side of the school or something like that. But to me, when you look at the code, those modulars are much better, because you probably could, at Westergaard, if they got 2 mobiles, you probably could put 2 modulars there and get 12 classrooms, you know, and each one of those modulars would have their own restrooms and what have you. And so I don't know, I think maybe we should look into it again. I don't know the price, but when you're paying for 2 mobiles up here, $333,000 each, that means that's 66, right? 666 across there. And a modular, I don't know what they cost, but I would imagine that that's one thing you should look into. I really do. And another thing that I want to say, and these people here that spoke today are outstanding people. But you will not believe the obscene and nasty phone calls that I got from the public from Westergaard. It was unbelievable. And I've been up to Westergaard I feel sorry for you for 3 principals in 3 years. That's not the way to have a school. And I've never had a bad experience at Westergaard, but this emotion has run rampant. I'm glad I don't have little children that could listen to the tape on my answering machine. It was just unbelievable. And you people that presented here today, I want to thank you for your class, because you got a couple there that call me almost every day and tell me what kind of man I was and where to go. And it just really is aggravating, because I know your area and I know the people up there, and you know, I just feel sorry that some people, I'm not going to do it, but some people would get their hair on the back of their neck up because it was that bad. And as far as when you compare schools, my children were the 4th generation to go through Robert Mitchell Elementary. They were the 4th generation to graduate from Sparks High School, and they had great education. I don't care what the stucco walls are. I don't care what the carpeting's like. It's a teacher in that classroom that makes the difference. So in your saying that you're going to lose 18 teachers, boy, that gets me too, because and walking around your school, I cry, because you have a good unit there of teachers. And, you know, you talk about your families and that. You have a family of teachers and custodians and everything that's just outstanding, and you're to be congratulated. But each school has different needs, and just because one school scores 98 on the SBAC and the other school only scores 43 doesn't mean that a kid can't go to that 43 school and get a good education. Because I'll tell you, I got a good education at Robert Mitchell. My mom and dad did, and my grandparents did. And it's not that school, it's the people in it. And I want to thank, again, you people that talked here tonight, because you showed me some class. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Vice President Mayor. Trustee Nicolette?
Thank you. So many times through emails and phone calls and in board meetings, I've heard about the gains lost in test scores because of multi-track year-round. And I am not able to find substantive research that supports that. And it was brought up this evening, and thank you for that, and it's something I'm going to look into. What do we know about that kind of comment? Facilities aside, student success now.
I am personally unaware of strong empirical research that suggests that schools on a multi-track calendar perform less well substantially than schools that aren't on that calendar. I will tell you that more practically, schools that are on a multi-track calendar have more difficulty with teacher collaboration. There's more difficulty in maintaining strong pacing, but those things can be overcome. There are also opportunities that are instructionally based that come with a multi-track schedule. I want to preface it by what Superintendent Davis said at the outset, and that is, we don't see this as a desirable outcome. We see it as an outcome that we have to use in order to manage growth. So if we didn't have the growth issue, it wouldn't be that we were choosing a multi-track calendar. But just because it's a multi-track calendar does not mean we anticipate significant drops in student learning. There are opportunities in off, when the track is off, for there to be additional intervention time. So I'm hopeful that we will use off-track time similar to how some of the schools have been able to use intersession time, as Mr. Lasik mentioned, with related services, with extended school year support for special education students. We have some opportunities with off-track time to provide that kind of support.
Then I'm just going to add, and I appreciate you, Dr. Lamarck, talking about empirical data. The single most indicator of the success of student achievement goes back to what we talked about, and that's the teacher. I worked at a year-round school that was high achieving, ELL, free and reduced lunch. Schools around me were 9 months and didn't produce. But likewise, there were schools that were 9 months that produced 2. I don't think you can indicate the success of a school based only on the calendar. There's no data to suggest that, because once you get an outlier of schools that were year-round that made significant growth, then that's there is no data. We researched this a lot in Clark, and the single factor was instruction and how we helped and looked at kids based on their needs, not about when the needs were met on a day or in a month or on a break.
And just to make a real quick follow-up to that, if this board remembers, this district at one time had at least 14 different calendars. Those were multi-track, those were single-track, those were traditional calendars. You will have schools on high success, you will have schools that were underperforming on each one of those different calendars.
Trustee Rosario?
So I want to focus the conversation. So I appreciate the question about student achievement, and so that we need to have it. We need to get to work here. We worked together with the superintendent and staff to develop a process and a policy to address overcrowding. That's what this policy we're talking about today has done. We've seen the fruits of our labor. We heard about it today. But there is definitely an issue tonight. We've heard from our constituents at Westergaard. I think one of the challenges is we did not anticipate when we developed this policy that the numbers would switch like that. And we clearly, as acknowledged by Riley, there was some communication challenges, or however we would say that. I think that's been acknowledged and apologized for. And I hope that our Westergaard parents will have some consideration that this is a new process for the school district, and this is a new policy. This is the first time that we've done this, and it's not going to be a perfect system. And, you know, it clearly did not work in this instance. So I think that is one question that we have to address tonight is we developed this policy for a reason. I stand by the policy and the way it was developed. It was well thought out. It was well vetted. It focuses on safety, which is my number one priority. I cannot think of making a decision tonight putting our children's safety at risk, whether it's a popular decision tonight or not. I am not going to put our children's safety at risk. Whether we did it in the past, that's another question. I'm here now, and I'm ultimately responsible for the safety of our 65,000 students. So, President Taylor, I'd like you to possibly lead the discussion on the parents at Westergaard feel that they did not have a say in this process. We did not anticipate the change to be so quick. And we have to make a decision tonight on how to move forward, and whether we have different philosophies about multi-track year-round, the learning, things like that. I really don't think that's the point we need to focus on tonight. The point is that what is next? How do we move forward in this situation tonight?
Well, thank you for that. I've taken some notes along the way and wanted to hear from all of my colleagues before chiming in. I think a couple of things, and pardon me if I get a little repetitive. First of all, thank you for all the Westergaard community that came out, the staff, the parents, of course, especially the students that came out. I have had tremendous email challenges for the past 3 weeks in particular, and I blame you. I blame you. I do. I blame you. I blame you. But I have had a day. But that's okay, because that's we think it's outstanding. It is great to be so involved and engaged in the education of your students, and we will absolutely always support that. I will concur with a couple of things. Staff, I believe, has done a tremendous job in all of this. I mean, I support the threshold, the establishing, and it wasn't our work, it was their work, their recommendation to us of 120%. Being mindful that when the consulting came in, he suggested 115%. And before then, last year, before we had it in part of a policy or regulation, it was 110%. And so 120% does give a lot of room, because going to multi-track year-round is inconvenient. It's challenging to families and to parents and to teachers. So I certainly support that. I don't think the thing for us to do is to take a different look at that, because it's almost like a range, and we're at high range. We're certainly we're at high range. And I also want to be mindful that what we're looking at is not where schools as a whole, Westergaard in particular, not where you are today, but where you're projected to be. It feels a little better today, but next year, tomorrow, the projection is over that threshold mark, and I think that's also important to note. We have to be mindful of the safety of our kids. I also think it's really important, and I commend the staff for saying, hey, you know what? There were some miscues, because it happens. This is new. We've never done it this way. In the past, there was no such thing as a SOMP. And so the fact that that recommendation came to us speaks towards wanting to have much more involvement and much more transparency in the process. And that was the recommendation. I would love to say the board said, we're going to do a SOMP. We didn't even know what a SOMP was, just like none of you did, until staff came to us and recommended this course of action. And so there are going to be some miscues a little bit, along the way. Something else that's been really important since I've been on the board, and probably I'm sure before me, and you speak about a lot, Trustee Rosario, is engagement and allowing families to be involved in the process. And that's something I think is also really important, especially as we as a board work to do an even better job of hearing. We knew we'd be here for a long meeting tonight. We just said, okay, we'll be here long. We want to hear from you. We talked about who's answering this email and that and so on, and because we want to make sure that we get back to you. That is absolutely important to us. So the question is how, where do we land in a place that we're in fidelity with all of that, not going back on the hard work the staff has done, the messages that have been given over the past year. We just had 14 school overcrowding management plans presented. We had 2 more last year. This is a crisis for our district, and not just for our district. This is a crisis for our region. It really, really is. And again, if anyone doesn't believe it, just read those SOMP plans. Look at the schools that are over the threshold, and those many more are coming. A step that was missed in this, and probably because of it's new and we had this unexpected growth, was we didn't have a SOMP plan. The Westergaard community did not have an opportunity to be involved in that. And where I would like for us to land is at a place that doesn't give the Westergaard community a chance to do that, but for any school that has unexpected growth, meaning it's outside of our projections. The team, as Pete said, does a tremendous job of estimating some really moving targets along the way, but in those instances, count day is a month or so into school, and then it takes about a month or so to do a plan. That would mean that it's just a SOMP plan. It is a plan. The plan is not always agreed upon. Sometimes it's changed, as Dr. Lamarcus said. Sometimes there are things that are requested that cannot be done. But what it does, it brings everybody to the table, because there's no such thing as a special exception in one case, because then everybody would want that same exception, and I certainly understand that. So I would like to advocate to my colleagues a place where we land where again, it's not a Westergaard rule because we cannot do something just for one school, but where we say that when there is unexpected growth, meaning it is beyond that for those projections, that puts schools in a place where they would exceed that threshold, that they have the opportunity to do a SOMP. Not an automatic year, not an extra, they have a SOMP, and then SOMP has to go through the process because it may be a situation where there is no plan enough that will still keep our kids safe, and that has to be first and foremost. So those are my comments, and I saw you first, Trustee Frankel, then I go to Vice President Mayer.
Yeah, thank you, President Taylor. Yeah, and this is really difficult because most of you know I love the word process, and I think about process, and so that's not helping me in this situation for a couple of reasons. One way I look at process is we made a decision last year, which the staff followed, and I want to thank the staff for the amazing work that you've done, and I know this hasn't been easy, but you're following the decision that we made last year at 120%. And we made that decision so that we would be focused on safety. We would be focused on safety consistently across the district, and that we would apply that threshold consistently across the district. The other reason I think about process and fairness around that is because of the comment that you just made. Today, this isn't a conversation, even though it has been specifically about Westergaard, because we've had mostly parents from Westergaard here. It's not the only school that is in this situation. So as we look at this situation, I have to look beyond just Westergaard. I have to look at the other schools, and I have to think about a decision that's consistent and fair for the entire district. So that's part of what we did last year. So I agree with President Taylor that if we are to look at this question and what we have learned from experience, as short as it has been, we did not anticipate this. One of the things that I think needs to get stressed, and you mentioned it, President Taylor, the engagement piece, that was also the spirit of this decision and the SOMP process, and I appreciated the staff's commitment to wanting to build in steps both to at an early stage in growth so that we could get ahead of it, so we could manage it, so that we could make sure that our students in schools at 105 and 110% were not in too large schools and were learning well. My understanding about the SOMP process was to take that a step further, not necessarily in the case that we're in right now, to avoid going to multi-track if they did get to 120. And that's the thing I'm kind of struggling with, is that a SOMP doesn't necessarily change the number. It provides for engagement and input. That's the other half of the process piece for me. I am truly, truly committed to wanting this process to involve, as much as possible, community input and parent input, which I know all of us are. I should say that I was the parent of a child at Brown when Brown went to multi-track. I was a single mother, and I freaked out about daycare. I didn't know what it was going to do to her learning and her education. I was one of those parents who showed up at meetings like this. I also showed up at the rezoning conversations. So I empathize and thank you all for being here and caring so much and so passionately about this. The thing I'll share is that that experience taught me that my child is very resilient, and the teachers were incredibly magnificent. And my child's test scores went up, and her reading improved because she had greater consistency throughout the year and fewer long breaks, like the long summer break didn't do her well. In fact, she did better on a multi-track schedule. So what I know is that it's going to vary from school to school, but we have to look at it more holistically and more broadly. And so the thing that I want to say is that 120 number is out there. And that number is there for a reason, the reasons that have been discussed tonight. I also want to think about not necessarily delaying, we can't delay the conversion, but how and maybe your idea of providing an opportunity for a SOMP discussion to manage the growth right now. Because this year in this school, it is overcrowded. It is 117% is what I 107, okay, 107. So I think that to have that opportunity and to build that into the policy to look at in moments, because what we ended up with is we had some schools that were already over the threshold. We had some schools that we knew would be over the threshold for a SOMP. And then we had schools that weren't necessarily there yet, but jumped really quickly. We didn't account for that. We didn't anticipate that. So this may be an opportunity for us to address that in the policy, in our decision, and which would therefore affect the regulation. So I think maybe that's where we need to go, is do we modify in the event that there's unexpected growth, as you said, and it's going to trigger? What steps do we take short of just jumping from they're not overcrowded to, wow, they're going to multi-track year-round next year? We didn't account for that, so is there a way to modify the policy? So I like your idea, President Taylor. I like your idea, but I'm also struggling because I want it to be very consistently applied, not just because a particular school has spoken up, and I appreciate again that you have, but I also want to make sure that we're representing the thoughts and the needs of all the students in the district and all the families in the district as we approach this decision. So I obviously didn't necessarily say what I want to do, but I wanted to share my thoughts just based on what you prompted me to think of.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Vice President Mayer?
One of my former students, I always run into him, Sarah Johnson, is teaching first grade at Westergaard School. And I picture this little girl in a little pink dress and everything. I didn't know she'd turn out to be such a militant. But anyway, I think one of the speakers, and I don't know who it was, but suggested that we do exactly what you say. And I think that would be, no one goes year-round until they've been able to have I keep saying stomp. I don't know why, but a stomp. And I think if we can do that in this regulation right here tonight with because it says discussion and possible action to modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold. And so I think if we modified 61111, too many ones, but if we just would modify it to say that all schools are able to have the formation of a SOMP before going year-round. I think that's the only fair way to do it. I really do.
Well, let me clarify a couple of things. One is we don't do regulations. Those are in-house. Right? Our job is we set the policy, and then the regulations are made by the superintendent and the team inside. So it really would be for us to take the vote, and then they go from there. We do have a vote, however, that we made on September 22nd that said that at 120% there's an automatic conversion. So whatever we do here would be to modify, if you will, would be something to say something along the lines. However, in the event of unexpected growth, this is what it would look like. This might be your question. In the event of unexpected growth, that automatically puts a school over the threshold before doing the SOMP, that they will have the opportunity, because they may not want to do a SOMP. Right. Like the school this evening said they said Alice Smith said they don't want to do a SOMP, but they will have the opportunity to do a SOMP. And here's the other part of that would be this. The SOMP goes through the regular SOMP process. It doesn't guarantee any kind of anything other than, is there a way to manage this growth? And if it comes down that there is no way to manage the growth, then the conversion happens.
Yeah.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Well,
you want to follow up? Trustee Mayor and then Trustee Richard.
JJ, I make the motion for that. You got all that written down, don't you, JJ? I move that what we just discussed there, and you reiterated, I move for that.
So the motion I have would be that the Board of Trustees would recommend to amend the 120-day threshold in the event of unanticipated growth at a school, so that school would still be allowed to do a SOMP.
Not quite. Not quite. You were making the motion, so.
Okay, let me get my cheat sheet.
After we resolve the motion, I know you wanted to make a comment, and so do you.
I move that we modify the implementation of 6111 to include the following, that when a school reaches the threshold to look at all year-round school, that they are offered a year to develop a SOMP plan.
Okay, no second. Let's have a little more, I see someone's have a little bit more commentary, then we'll take another shot at the motion. Wait, Trustee Rogero, you wanted to comment, Superintendent Davis?
I have a question for Superintendent. What are the implications? So you see where this may be heading. What are the implications?
So first of all, I would like to thank Trustee Frankel for thinking of the larger masses as we make decisions, because it becomes difficult to spot decision-wide. So when we look at Spanish Springs, we know they have lots of children. So whatever decision would apply to all schools. If 200 more kids show up to Spanish Springs next year because they made whatever decision based on getting an extra year, what does that mean for kids, and what does that mean for the capacity of that building? Are we saying we're going to cap schools, bus kids out to open spaces? Like, what does it mean? We can have the discussion, but we have to talk about what does that mean as it impacts families, because families deserve to know.
Well, my answer to that would be, my response to that would be, that's why no one gets an automatic year. But because that falls into that. What if 200 extra kids show up, which could happen? Nobody gets an automatic year. It's you get an opportunity to do a SOMP. I don't think there's a SOMP plan that could accommodate 200 extra kids, and that means the SOMP plan wouldn't be accepted. It's the regular SOMP, or doesn't put any extra anything. It's the regular SOMP process. I mean, there is no guarantee. So it would be the same thing. A school would probably say we have way too many kids, but if they wanted to try to do a SOMP, they would probably want to, and they could present one, but it wouldn't be accepted because there's no way to manage that.
But remember, we have to talk about managing growth. We don't know what growth is, so the best SOMP plan could come before us, and the growth happens after we could approve something based on what we know about a conversion threshold, right?
Right, but that can happen right now. Because see, right now, 200 extra kids could have showed up at Westergaard right now.
You're right.
And they would still be on a traditional, because if they show up in August, we can't go multi-track around in August. So if they show up over summer, which is exactly what you're talking about, and which it could happen, we'd have to deal. That would be the same. That would still be the same. But we'd do the same thing we do.
I agree to some extent. However, the difference is when we know there's growth versus when we get surprised. That's a difference.
Unexpected growth.
I know, but we're talking about as a system, cleaning up the system to provide a set criteria to address those needs, so we won't be in situations. The whole idea is to have something to fall back on to share.
Trustee Frankel, then I see you, Dr. Lamarca. Trustee Frankel.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good discussion, and it's challenging because part of what I keep going back to is the number. And the SOMP doesn't necessarily mean, even if they come up with some really good ideas, and I went back to the previous presentation on the previous item to look at these strategies that can be identified by the SOMP, which is requests for multi-track year-round, requests for additional space, conversion of existing space, strategic scheduling, use of space, use of allocations and teaming. I don't see any of those changing the overall number at the school. I do see that as a great opportunity to be creative about the current challenges at a school and to allow for participation by parents and the staff of the community. So I see the value in SOMP as a process, but I don't necessarily, and I don't know, I mean, I guess it'll depend on what we learn and what they come up with, and maybe they're going to be even more creative than I can imagine and manage to bring that number down below 120 somehow. I'm not sure using these strategies are going to do that. But I believe that step is an important part of participation, and I'm all about participation. So I guess I want to clarify that the SOMP won't necessarily, and I don't want to postpone it for a year either, because if it's at 120, I'm thinking safety. So what I do think is giving a school the opportunity to do a SOMP, the school community the opportunity to do a SOMP, knowing that our goal is to give as much notice as possible, and that if they choose to do a SOMP, it delays that ultimate decision 6 weeks or 8 weeks or however long that takes. So part of what we've been trying to do is say, parents, we want to tell you as soon as possible so you can plan your lives next year. But if you as a school want to do a SOMP before we make the final decision, you may get that final decision in November or December and only have that much time before next August and school starts. But that's really, I think what you're saying is let it be up to the school to decide whether they're okay with that delay. It's kind of a little Russian roulette going on there. I mean, you may not, ultimately the superintendent may say, and bring the recommendation to us, we still got to trigger multi-track year-round. And you don't find that out until November or December. But I don't think a SOMP replaces the trigger. I think we put the two together. I think that's what I think you're saying, and I heard Trustee Mayer say postpone it for a year, and that's the reason I didn't second the motion, because I don't think we should say that. I don't feel good about postponing it for a year.
And I do want to be mindful of what Superintendent Davis is saying. I mean, if 200 extra kids show up, I mean, that we can't build in anything extra. We would handle that in this scenario with the SOMP in the same way we would handle it if 200 extra kids showed up at Rita Cannon Elementary School in August this past year. We would handle it in that same. That's one of those things we just have to scramble. The SOMP doesn't say now you have to deal in any additional way than it would. And if it's on the school community to be creative and innovative and resourceful and all of those things that could happen, to say, hey, this might help us manage this thing. And the understanding, ultimately, it goes back to the SOWG, the committee here, SOWG, through the superintendent for a recommendation and to the board. And it could be, hey, we just can't manage that. But at least then there's an opportunity for input, there's an opportunity for involvement, there's an opportunity to vet all these great ideas that may be out there. Maybe there's something we haven't considered. Superintendent David, no, it was Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you. I want to comment on another implication that I do think is very relevant, and you sort of just brought that up. I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the work the SOWG does have to do. We have to look at the resources that are available to us and use them as best we can to manage growth. As you've seen, given our budget, we've budgeted virtually all the money available to us in this cycle to handle some of these significant changes that would have to take place. Additionally, part of the decision-making that we go through, and this was mentioned, is part of it was mentioned, part of it wasn't. The SOMP team presents a plan that conceivably keeps a school managed for 3 years minimum. The SOWG looks at a plan and makes the same determination. Is this solution something that will sustain the management of growth over a long period of time? So I hate to say it, I'm not asking for this, and I might be saying the wrong thing, but I do think there are implications for the regulation as currently written, meaning that I fully appreciate the idea, the good thinking about creating exceptions where exceptions are necessary. The regulation right now does not really afford us the decision-making kind of matrix we need to provide you the information. I guess in large part, I'm not at all saying anything's predetermined, but you have what the SOWG's recommendation would be. We wouldn't recommend as a SOWG that Alice Smith go to multi-track at this point if we didn't think that was a good solution, and they're below 120. So I don't know how SOWG, given that safety concern, could come to you under the current regulation with any other recommendations.
Can I add one quick
Mr.
thing
Etcher?
too? I mean, we have looked, you saw some of the SOWG recommendations saying move 6th grade or do this or move 5th grade. We have looked at Westergaard to see, is there anything we could do? There's no district action that we can really take. We're not going to be able to rezone it out of this and have any, like Dr. LaMarca said, have a 3-year solution. There's nothing that we can do on that side. So I agree with Dr. LaMarca. We would need clarification as far as what the SOWG would be looking at when we receive the SOMP from Westergaard and what criteria we would use to evaluate it.
And I would say a point of clarification from any school in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dr. Dye?
I'm not sure if these timelines are correct, but I can't help but go back to spring 2016. Westergaard was told a SOMP was needed, but to wait until September to form it. I'll just get straight to the point. I believe that Westergaard should be allowed and provided the resources to go through the SOMP process. I know it's time, I know it's money. If this is true, I didn't write this, I wasn't there, then I believe the only right thing to do that we would do for any school in this situation would be to have them go through the SOMP process. And of course, there are no guarantees. None. The guarantee is that we are going to honor the process. That's the guarantee.
Dr. LaMarca, you leaned in like you wanted to address that.
I do, just because I want to address a subtle point. That was indicated, and that SOMP would have been for the 2017-18 school year, next school year. What happened, whether that was signaled in April or in August like it was again, the projections changed. The projections changed, and in the following year, it exceeded the threshold and for several years. And that can happen right now. I mean, I guess in a sense, what I'm fearful of is we were trying to provide information as early as possible to engender community input. And that now is arguably a mistake. I wouldn't want to not inform people early about something, knowing it might change. You know, it's like the information we have today is the best we have to work with. So the point again being, the SOMP that was signaled last school year was for 2017-18. The projection changed for 2017-18. Putting them over the conversion threshold.
And I'm totally aware of that. And having said that, let me say part two. I believe that as per the administrative regulations, we need to honor the timeline and deadlines even though we've lost months. I still say that Westergaard should be given the opportunity to go through the SOMP process, and unfortunately, along with the fortunate, will have to follow the timeline and move it up a little bit. Having said that, what that really means is the process, enrollment count second Friday of the school year, updated projections Wednesday following enrollment count. Number 3, school overcrowding management plans due third Wednesday in September. What we're really looking at now is, just to kind of give a throw it out there time, is probably the third Wednesday in October. So everything is now moved up. The final superintendent's overcrowding working group recommendations to superintendent 5th Friday in September, which now becomes the end of October. Probably the 1st of November, because we have Nevada Day if I'm doing the calendar work. Superintendent's final decision, first Wednesday in October, would technically be the first Wednesday, you tell me.
Well, I think let me just say this, Dr. Diane, thank you. I think that it's not for us to prescribe that, then that's really getting into the weeds. It's really getting into the weeds. I think,
you know how I feel about the weeds.
I know.
Sometimes you got to be in the weeds to be able to inform the decision.
Right, and my job is to come along with weed be gone. And to encourage you to join me at the 30,000-foot level. Join me. So, but let me just say this, and just in response to what Dr. Lamarcus said, I know that it because of this, and this, and again, back to none of us knew or thought we would be here, is one of those things that just kind of happened, and we're all just trying to figure it out. And I think everyone's doing a really good job, especially from a staff and board standpoint. It's not, let's beat up staff because this happened, that. We're just all trying to figure it out, doing the best we can, and trying to get people informed and be responsive as best we can. And I think and I know the regulation was put in place based upon what we knew at the time. But I need to be clear and say this. The regulation doesn't drive the board vote. The board vote drives the regulation. Okay, so we can't make a vote trying to work around the regulation. That's backwards. Because her job is to implement what we do, and she gets you guys to do that. So we have to make the best vote we can, and then really take our hands off, right? We'd be gone, and then allow the superintendent and the team to do those things that are necessary to get the best work beyond that. So I don't want to give the impression that we have to make a vote that's in line with something, because that's backwards from a process standpoint.
Well, I'm ready to move forward.
Dr.
Go
Rose,
Go ahead, Trustee Franco.
He has it.
You go.
Okay.
Not sure exactly how to word it, but I'm going to give it a try. I move that we direct staff to embed in the regulation, or I'm not sure exactly how to word it.
I don't think we deal with the regulation.
We don't deal with the regulation at all.
Because we don't do regulation.
That we move to require that in unexpected growth circumstances, when a school's trigger or threshold has been surpassed, that they be allowed to at least go through the SOMP process.
Okay, is that clear? Is that in line with our agenda item?
Did I word it like I should word it? That we make an exception.
My concern is the
with
term
something.
unexpected. I don't, how.
It's in the agenda item.
That
No,
term is,
you're
that
asking
term
what,
is there.
what does that term mean?
So
Yeah.
we're actually looking at making a policy revision
Yeah.
then.
Yes.
It's in my mind, unexpected would be outside of our projections. Because what our projections are, that's what's expected.
Growth outside of our projections. I will change unexpected growth to growth that exceeds our projections.
Is that better?
Well, that makes sense. We need some type of definition. The superintendent, the district needs some type of definition.
Understood.
Okay, so you want to just give that one more shot, restate it so everyone's clear? I'm going to take that look as a no.
Okay, so let me see if I can do this. The BOT requires during periods of unexpected annual growth that exceed.
Let me try it.
No.
Let me try it one more time.
Let me make a suggestion.
Please,
Yeah.
Mr. Romano.
Okay, let me try to help you frame this. So your only authority under the reg, and it makes sense why the reg is drafted this way, it's a little unusual for regs, but under 611, Roman numeral 1, subsection 2, it specifically says that the board, in order to modify the base design enrollment capacity, the 120% number, it requires a vote of the board. So that's what you're doing, is you're modifying.
No,
that
I'm not,
number.
I'm not modifying the 120 number
Well,
at all.
Hold on, but you are by allowing them to do a SOMP beforehand, because right now it's an automatic conversion. Do you see what I'm saying? So what you're saying is it's not going to be automatic anymore. What you're saying is you're going to allow a SOMP plan to occur before, or to happen before that's considered, right? Is it my understanding correctly?
Well, may I jump in and say this? What we're saying is there is an exception to this. We don't want to modify the 120. We're saying there's an exception. Because if you'll remember, we passed that threshold in September, and we accepted the SOMP plans of Brown and Double Diamond in January. That was after it, and we never did we talk about modifying the 120.
Okay, but, okay.
Yeah, I think there's been.
It's I'm not suggesting that you're modifying the number 120. I'm suggesting that you're modifying how it's implemented.
The implementation?
Right.
So should we say it that way?
That's where I think your authority lies. That's the only place your authority lies, under this regulation.
Okay, but the regulation doesn't drive our authority, does it?
Well, it specifically says, let's take a shot at it and see how it goes.
Okay.
In this circumstance, it does, 'cause that's the way it's drafted, and that's the way it was previously approved, as I was
We don't
explaining.
approve regulations.
I know that the 120 number was approved.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly where we're at with that, but I move that the Board of Trustees require that in the event of.
He said we should use modify the implementation of the
Okay.
automatic threshold.
Okay, modify the implementation of the automatic threshold to allow a school community to decide that they want to proceed with a SOMP when the conversion threshold has been achieved. It doesn't mean that they're not going to convert. They may, but I'm basically saying let's embed a process that allows the school community, if they want to delay that decision 2 months, and I guess that's what I'm not sure how to word that. I'm really trying to build in a process. I'm trying to build in a step to allow for the community at the school to decide that they want to have a conversation to deal with growth.
Trustee Mayor, you want to take a stab at it?
You know, the way you're saying it, it won't help Westergaard. You know, you can't make it for Westergaard without making it for all. And I think my motion was the best, but.
Trustee Rosenberg?
I'm going to try something. The problem we're having is very simple. We're all trying to be rational and logical. In education, it doesn't work. It never has, it never will. There's too much emotion going on here. So, to get us out of this the most comfortable way, of course, it could be a disaster legally, I move that based on the 120% conversion threshold adopted by the board on September 22, 2015, the following schools will convert to multi-track year-round for the 2017-2018 school year: Brown, Double Diamond, Alice Smith, Spanish Springs, and eliminate Westergaard.
It's not on the agenda.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that isn't, that we have to go with what is written on the agenda. It isn't on the agenda.
You're supposed to be helping me.
That's true.
I'm trying.
No, may I take a stab at the, I know, but let me just get to see if the verbiage is correct, based upon what we're getting from legal counsel. Then the motion could be to modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold for multi-track year-round at the elementary school level pursuant to Administrative Regulation 6111, Section 1, Section 2, to include an exception to allow, to include, did we say for unexpected growth? No, it wasn't in there. To include an exception for unexpected annual growth rates for school overcrowding management plans, period.
I think that would be perfect.
Can I please ask for clarification on that, though? Because it's putting the SAUG in a position to, this is based on 120%, which was approved by the board. So if the SAUG receives this SOMP here, let's say in a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we would have to have the board say that you are going to take away the 120%, or when the SAUG receives this SOMP plan, we would be required to say you're over the 120% and the SOMP plan is denied and you have to go to multi-track. I don't want the parents at Westergaard to feel that this is a done deal, and then when we receive it and we say no, that 4 weeks ago from now you say, well, that was a waste of time. The only way we can do it as a SAUG is to have the 120% waived by the board.
Well, what we're saying is an exception to it. We're saying an exception of the implementation. We're saying an exception to the implementation of the threshold, not a change to the threshold. An exception to the implementation of the threshold.
If legal
Yes.
counsel says that works, then that's fine. But we would be then accepting the 120% as a rule.
I need a point of clarification too. So based on this discussion, any school who reaches this gets to write a SAUG plan, right? The SAUG looks at SOMP plan, SOMP. But that group is looking at it through the vantage point of what we have in the reg. I think he's saying if they're already set up to say at 120%, then is it the conversion threshold? Did I accurately display? Is that what you're saying?
But change during the process. Maybe parents choose microphone. The point is something could change during that process. So, for example, we had a lot of parents. We don't know what will happen. Let's give the school community an opportunity to work together and move forward. But we're still going to stick to our policy. But we want to give the school community an opportunity to work together to problem solve. It's the best we can do in a situation that is not a perfect situation. That's unanticipated.
Could I ask clarification as well on just one particular point? So for the SOMP process, as we move forward with this, if a school is able to decide to have an additional year, how is that exact process supposed to be happening?
They don't get to decide to have an additional year. That's not the motion at all.
That's not the motion.
It's not the motion at all. The motion is to allow schools an opportunity to do a SOMP plan, not to have an additional
But
year.
how is that decision going to be made? So are they going to vote for it? Is it going to be by secret ballot? Is it going to be by anonymous? How is that decision going to be made?
I would say
That's what staff is going to have to clarify.
Okay, it should be made the same way Alice Smith made theirs. They went through that process and they decided they didn't want to do one. And there was another school that had originally said, as you said, Pete, that they didn't want to do one. And then when you got the whole school community together, they decided, you know what, maybe they do one. So that whatever process the schools use now, they should use the same process. It's not for us to micromanage that process. That would be inappropriate. But schools are managing that, now, just like Alice Smith did. So that shouldn't be any different. And I don't think it's for us as a board to manage that. Why would that be any different?
It wouldn't be different, and like many of you, I fully respect process, and I think that's important. But let's also not lose sight of what the outcome is. The process is for a plan to manage growth in the following year and years thereafter. So we're not saying it's enough to just allow a committee to get together and talk. We're saying that they're going to talk about how in the following year they don't go on multi-track. And in this case, that's their conversation because we have a threshold that says you go to multi-track at 120. So I get it. I appreciate process, but don't lose sight of the outcome. The outcome is to not go multi-track.
I guess what I would say is the part that you're talking about, I continue to go back to this, is in the regulation. Right, it's not for us to, for in the years to come. That's in the regulation. That's in Regulation 6111. Okay, that was not a board vote. That was in the that's in the regulation. Okay.
Sorry, maybe it's a point of clarification,
Okay.
but I think the board vote was that at 120%.
I'm not arguing that.
School converts to multi-track. So that part's actually not in the regulation other
No,
than
that's not what I'm talking
conversion is
about.
described.
That's not what I'm talking about. I guess what I'm saying is this: how is this different? If the pleasure of the board, and it seems as though it is to allow an opportunity for the school community to be involved in this conversion or to plan for overcrowding wherever that seems to be and what we're trying to do and staff's help on this would be greatly appreciated. How do we get there to allow that part? Because in this and in all the hard work that was done, and it was incredibly hard work and really important work, that's one part that we didn't quite get to, is what happens, how do we allow school communities to be involved when the number jumps unexpectedly? So we're going back now to say, what can we do? Because we think the community involvement piece is really, really important. And so what we're saying is, how do we allow that? We don't think the threshold is bad. No, I didn't hear anyone here say the 120 should be changed. I don't get a feeling from that. We don't think the threshold is bad. But what we're saying is, but in that event when projections off a little bit, and we get this unexpected growth, and they may be up a little bit, they may be down a little bit. This year we had both, right? So when they're off a little bit, how do we build in something that will give schools an opportunity to have a SOMP? And the answer I keep getting is because of what it says in the regulation. But I go back to the regulation doesn't drive how we vote. The regulation is what executes and implements what we vote. So that shouldn't be the reason why we don't do this if this is what we want to do. If it isn't what we want to do, then it isn't what we want to do. Veronica, I see your hand.
Actually, the way you just described it, President Taylor, was excellent, and then you went and used the word SOMP. And I think part of the problem is we keep trying to drive the community involvement piece into the definition of what a SOMP is currently. And maybe what we're needing to do is say, in the event of unexpected growth in a circumstance like we're in right now, we need to build in a piece for community involvement that's not necessarily about a SOMP with a 3-year process, but it's some structure for community involvement, because what happened this year was very fast. It was unexpected, it was very fast, and we ended up where we are today. So I think what you just said about how do we build in a piece for community involvement in the event that a trigger happens so quickly that there hasn't even been that growth over a couple of years and the attempt for a SOMP at a school. So let's liberate ourselves from saying the school gets to do a SOMP or gets the opportunity to do a SOMP. Let's figure out what method of community involvement, and maybe that's the direction to staff. What are some strategies we can build in to this process to make sure that we do allow for there to be some community discussion about options, or maybe it's not the same as a SOMP, but some other thing in the event of unexpected growth.
Okay, but then the question is, what does that look like?
I know.
That's the hard part, is what does that look like?
I would like to make the motion that President Taylor stated and was approved by legal. I know you got that, JJ?
Well, is there still a motion?
Can I have legal repeat the motion for me, please?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna get thrown under the bus?
Yeah, right?
You want me to try it, since I read it? No, and I can't make the motion anyway, she's trying to make it.
So what I did get is that the board modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold at the elementary school level to include an exception for unexpected annual growth rates.
Excuse me, isn't there a motion? Didn't you make a motion?
I did not, I was discussing the verbiage for a motion, and when she was saying she wanted to make the motion, I did not make a motion.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, I did not. And so, let me clarify, there are a few words, because I wanted to just, it was that the board modify the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold for multi-track year-round at the elementary level pursuant to Administrative Regulation 6111, Section 1, Section 2, to include exceptions for unexpected annual growth rates, and to include exceptions for unexpected annual growth rates, school overcrowding management plan, period. That's where I stopped it. That's what I said. Now, if we go with that or not, that's what I said.
Okay, I second.
Yes, I make that motion, as stated by President Taylor.
But it's our second.
No, we've got a motion on the table. We're
Wait,
moving forward.
hang on. I'll say it one more time. Discussion and possible, no, that the board modifies the implementation of the automatic conversion threshold for multi-track year-round at the elementary level pursuant to Administrative Regulation 6111, Section 1, Section 2, to include an exception for unexpected annual growth rate school overcrowding management plan. Period. Thank you. So the motion was made by Trustee Rosario, yes, seconded by Trustee Rosenberg, and so now is there any further discussion? You would like discussion? Yes.
Just a question, if I may, because this is going to come down to how to us communicating it out to the schools. Is this allowing that the school can choose to do a SOMP or requiring that the school do a SOMP?
It's allowing that they can do a SOMP.
So just to go back to Deputy Superintendent McNeil's question, how do they decide that they want to do a SOMP? Because in the case that you brought up of Alice Smith, they were doing a SOMP because they were at the conversion or at that threshold, so they had to form a SOMP, and their SOMP team said, we want to go multi-track. In this case, it would be deciding to form a SOMP team. So is it the principal that makes that decision? Is it the area superintendent? Is it a vote of the school and we need a certain number of parents to say that they want to do the SOMP, and then the SOMP team forms, just so that we have some idea of how to move forward from this meeting to get them going?
No, I think that's a very fair question. The only thing I could go back on is the same way a committee is formed the same way a SOMP committee is formed at the school level. And so maybe it shouldn't be called a SOMP committee, because I understand what you're saying, because that gives the impression they're doing a SOMP. And it can still be a SOMP committee, and because it's a school overcrowding management plan committee, right? Because that's what SOMP stands for, right? School overcrowded management plan. Is that what they're called? Okay,
right.
So a school overcrowded management plan committee. That committee can decide they don't want to submit a plan.
Just to help out, the reg, subsection 5 says that the principal and area superintendent will be created by the school's principal and area superintendent, so.
I'm trying to deviate as much as possible from what's already in place. I mean, if that's already there, can that not work?
It presupposes that a SOMP is going to be done, when the question is a SOMP going to be done first? So the SOMP team is formed by saying we're doing a SOMP, and then the school does it. But you're saying that the school has to choose to do a SOMP and then form the SOMP?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is form the committee, and that committee makes a decision as to whether or not they actually write a plan. That would be my recommendation. Form the committee, And then the committee decides, if, just like Alice Smith, they formed the committee, and then that committee decided, we don't want to write a plan. Or well, maybe they did, but in this case, they can decide not to write a plan. So form the committee, and the committee can decide that they write a plan or they don't, because they're kind of in that, it's unexpected growth. It's kind of, like Spanish Springs. Spanish Springs, I don't know how, they decided not to write one. I don't know what their process was, but they had a process to decide not to write one.
Okay, so let me just address, they didn't have a choice.
Oh, yeah, they didn't.
So,
They
so
didn't
what
have
I
a
hear
choice.
you saying is that we will follow the same routine for them to write the plan. It will follow the same course. The team will determine 3 years' data, what that looks like, and we will make a recommendation if we agree to it or not. Simple.
It's too simple, I don't like it.
Okay, let's move forward.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
I'm going to vote for this motion, however, I still feel that mine was better.
Thank you, Vice President Mayor. Would you say something, JJ?
All right. Can you take a look at the screen and let me know if that's correct?
I'm reading it. Yeah, I think it should. 4A school overcrowding. In the,
Instead of growth rate 4A?
it should say growth rate 4A. Yep. School overcrowding.
Just add 4A.
Lisa, you okay with that as your motion? Howard, you okay with
Yes,
that as
ma'am.
your motion? Do you get that, JJ? 4A school overcrowding management plan? Any further discussions or questions on the motion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. And I would just, that long discussion is just indicative of how difficult of a thing this is for us. And this is our first year in it. They get to do a song? Okay, we'll take a, and I mean 5-minute break. I was asked to take a 5-minute break because there's one item that, I know, I was asked to take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, only 5 minutes. Okay, we call our meeting back to order. We call our meeting back to order, and we have our final agenda item. This is discussion and possible action to approve a facilitator and rubric for the evaluation of the Washoe County School District Superintendent pursuant to the employment agreement with Ms. Tracy Davis. This is for possible action, and I am the presenter, but I see some help in front of me, so we'll go with the help. Turn it over to you. Thank you, Chief of Staff David.
All right. Good evening. I'm David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. With me is Vanjie Russell, Project Manager for the Office of the Chief of Staff, and also Don Huckabee, our Chief Human Resources Officer. So this item is about getting the 2015-16 evaluation done. Now, we've already had approval to hire Dr. Alsbury for the 16-17 evaluation, but under the contract of the superintendent, we are required to provide an evaluation for the superintendent for the 15-16 school year. So with that, there has been a lot of work, I believe, since March with the board officers, President Taylor, Vice President Mayer, and Trustee Frankel on a evaluation rubric, also with the superintendent. So this item is two parts. It's approval of a facilitator who would work with each of you to gather input from the trustees on the evaluation of the superintendent, would conduct community surveys similar to 2014, would conduct staff surveys, also similar to 2014 when we did the last evaluation of Superintendent Martinez, And so we're asking for approval of the rubric and also the facilitator for public impact. And I'll turn it over to Don Huckabee to talk a little more about who the facilitator and would be in the process we use for that.
Good evening. Excuse me, for the record, Don Huckabee, Chief Human Resources Officer. So we reached out locally to see if we could solicit folks to provide a proposal to conduct the superintendent's evaluation and work with you all. And I reached out to fellow human resources professional, retired human resources professionals, those involved in research locally, and also facilitators and mediators. Through the work of Chief of Staff Lasik, we developed the scope of work, and I pushed that out to different people locally because of a number of factors, most of them being time constraints, working within the tight parameters that we have for our timeline for the evaluation, and also other clients and already being otherwise disposed of in terms of time. We have one group, Public Impact, that had provided the proposal to do this work for us, and you have that in your board packet there. I can give you a little bit of information about the folks that would be conducting this work. Public Impact is a national education policy and management consulting firm. They have done a lot of research and analysis, worked on various education policy and management issues. They consult with states and districts on strategic planning, progress monitoring, conducts interviews, focus groups, and surveys to gather stakeholder input, completes quantitative research and analysis to evaluate programs, and develops and delivers research-based professional development for teachers and leaders. The team of two who would be working with us, if the board so selects to do this, the first person is Nita Losaponkol. She would be the senior consultant and be the client manager working with us. Nita worked with the Washoe County School District. She was with the district for 3 years, has been gone for 3 years. She is familiar with our previous strategic plan. Her background is that she has a bachelor's in engineering from the California Institute of Technology and an MBA from UCLA Anderson School of Management. The other person is Grayson Cooper. Grayson is a policy fellow with Public Impact and would be mostly responsible for administering and analyzing the survey data and compiling the interview data. And so that would be the team that would be working with us on this for your consideration tonight.
Okay, questions. Let me fill in a little bit more. As Chief of Staff Lasik provided, the officers of the board, Clerk Frankel, Vice President Mayer, and myself have been meeting with the superintendent. Vanjie has been tremendously helpful in gathering just a ton of historical information on our own evaluations, as well as what's going on nationally for superintendent evaluations, and really I just can't thank you enough, Angie, for all the work that you did in pulling this together and leading us through this rubric process. Part of our contract with Superintendent Davis, as you may recall, states that we will do annual evaluations and that we will do it in agreement with her. And so it's important for us to sit down and to come up with the process together and with the rubric together. It's not outside of what is typically done. We just, with everything we had going on earlier in the year, then we want to make sure that we get this, that we would like to get this wrapped up traditionally in October, but it's going to be a little bit later now. It is important that we wrap it up this year because this is about, again, the 2015-16 school year. And so it's important that we get this completed in the appropriate manner while we have board members that were all here for the 15-16 school year. And that's what's before us here. Trustee Franklin would like to add?
I just wanted to add, I know that you made reference somebody made reference to the work that we're doing with Tom Milesbury and around board governance and aligning the next year's evaluation around those practices and principles. So just to be clear, because I know that Trustee Gonda had that question for me, and I wanted to just make sure it was clear that this rubric doesn't track that work that we've done. This rubric came out of the work that she just described. So we're going to be using a different method in the next year's evaluation.
Could someone go through, I know I am very familiar with Vanjie's work on the superintendent's evaluation because she attends the National School Board Conference every year, all of the trainings. She, in reference to superintendent's evaluations, Vanjie participates in and takes it very seriously. And I know Vanjie well. She takes everything very seriously. So I know that this involves best practices, but could you walk us through your process, the 3 trustees that put this together, and give us a little bit more specific information? I've reviewed this. I reviewed the superintendent's contract, so this is in line with what we are, what we intended to do through the contract. But I'd like to just hear a little bit more about this process and how you came to this rubric.
I think we could, any of us can talk about it, but let's have Vanjie, because she did the groundwork and really got us going in the direction, and we'd have a meeting and give her all kinds of input and ideas and suggestions, and then she'd go away and pull it together and then bring it back, so.
This looks like a friendship getting I gotcha.
And friendship getting I gotcha.
She didn't even hear it, that's all right.
Okay.
Vanjie Russell, project manager for the record. So we met with the team of officers. I came with the superintendent's contract and brought the best practices that were identified through AASA and developed the rubric with the officers and moved forward from that. The 5 dimensions were identified. They had a 6th one that they asked to add. And then we started breaking down the criteria as far as evidence and information that would support those areas, along with the superintendent's input.
Just to add to that, I would mention that, and thank you, Vanjie, you made it so much easier for us. It helped guide our discussions as well as turn our discussions into a document that we could review at the next meeting. And I think part of what we discussed during those meetings was language, making sure we were clear on terms. We clarified the different categories to try to track the NEPF and administrator categories around developing, emergent, help me, the last 2. Accomplished, distinguished. And we made some decisions around that and looked at that. I think that's how it evolved. It was over a series of a variety of different meetings. And again, Vanjie just pulled all of our great discussion together into a logical format, which we could then look at again. So it was a series of meetings which evolved to where it is today.
You know, too, I think we should give serious thought to extending this because it's so well done. It's really a good evaluation tool, and I don't know as he's going to come up with any better than this one.
I think a lot of great work has been done. It's been done with it. One of the things I like about it is each of the dimensions are defined so that we're all on the same page. And looking at when we say strategic district leadership, what does that mean? It can mean a lot of different things to different people, but it's defined here. And then it really is a clear definition of what's developing, what's emerging, what's accomplished, what's distinguished. So it really makes it clear because the most important thing, we want this to be, certainly we want it to be accurate, we want it to be fair. We want it to really be reflective of the work that's being done. And that starts with us having a shared language around it. And this allows us to all have a shared language around it. In addition, what we'll see is, here's the rubric. In addition, what we'll see, as was stated, is the proposal that's before us from Public Impact brings in those other pieces that are necessary, getting external input from teachers, from community members, from stakeholders, from parent leaders, and so on, all of those groups that are listed. One of the things that I did want to say is under scope of work, if you look at the proposal from Public Impact, under the scope of work that they proposed, item number 1, surveys. If you go down to B, and then little 3, little 3, It says additional community and parent leaders to be selected by the Board of Trustees from organizations. I would say may include but not be limited to, because there are a couple that we want to make sure that they have a connection with the work that's being done in the district, and it doesn't tie us in. It allows us as a board to be able to take a look and say these are the groups. That's the only thing I would add. I would change that scope to say may include instead of will include, again, to give us that flexibility.
No problem, we can do that.
Okay. Trustee Rosenberg?
Public impact, are they local?
They're a national organization, Trustee Rosenberg, but the person who would be the lead on that is local.
Okay. I get nervous when I see a heading and it doesn't have an address. Because it could be a post office box in the middle of nowhere. And it's not that I don't trust anybody. I don't.
Right.
The other question I would have is, were there other contacts made before this was chosen?
I'll just address the first part of that. So we would work with our purchasing department, and they would adhere to our contract rules. So they would have to have the necessary documentation, the necessary insurance, and you know how Andrea is, they better have it.
So it can't be Uncle Joe in his garage.
I don't trust anybody. Now then, for the other one.
So yes, there were others that were contacted and provided the scope of work. There was 7 different people or organizations that I talked to regarding it, and each were very interested and very intrigued, but as I said, for different reasons, each of them individual, they weren't able to submit a proposal.
Okay.
So I'm looking at, what is this? I'm on the attachment B, page 8, and so I just want to make sure we're clear on how we complete the rubric. Let's see.
So that, I think you're looking at a spreadsheet, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is just a representation of what the final scoring would look like. So you wouldn't necessarily be completing the rubric. The facilitator would be sitting with you.
Thank you.
And going through that with you. So there would be individual meetings with each of you to walk through the evaluation, to get your scoring, to get your feedback, to get your narratives, things of that nature.
That was my question. You answered it. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yep. Comments? Yes, Trustee Rosenberg?
Are you comfortable with it?
If I wasn't, I would have made a significant contribution to the conversation, but we spent a great deal of time working on this, and I think that Dr. Taylor did address my issue already, and so we are good to go.
Fine.
Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed evaluation rubric for the evaluation of the Washoe County School District's superintendent for Ms. Tracy Davis, and agrees to the proposed scope of work to facilitate the evaluation from 15-16 school years.
From public impact. I think that is important to note. That's the 15-16 evaluation, so that, absolutely. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes. 2 things.
Dr. Dye?
I'm hoping that in some acceptable form, the results could be on our data gallery. And second, is this tied to, this performance evaluation tied to, no, I think we already answered that in the contract, but I'll keep going. This is tied to performance pay?
You want to take that?
To wage increases, or is that already built into the contract and it doesn't matter what happens here?
We can award bonus from 0 to 10%.
Okay.
Which usually comes from this. Which usually would usually come from this.
So is there a rubric that ties that 0 to 10% to one of this end score?
There will be a score sheet with a narrative. They're going to meet with each of us for 90 minutes and come up with our evaluation, our personal evaluation, and then they're doing a survey.
And a collective score then will inform that 0 to 10% bonus.
Yeah, it's for us to determine. It's not if you get a 7, you get this percent. It's for us to determine.
Okay.
But it would help it inform us as we make that decision.
All right. Thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, there's a motion on the floor that we approve the proposed evaluation rubric for the 2015-16 evaluation of the superintendent as stated from a public impact. Any further discussion?
I made.
Well, I thought that, yeah, Howard seconded.
Seconded.
Yeah, he seconded. It was a second. No further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried, and let the record show it is unanimous. Do we have any public comments for closing?
No.
No closing. Okay, our next meeting, October 25th, 2 p.m.
I'm sorry.
Data gallery is Friday.
Yeah, and that's a regular meeting, isn't it?
The data summit, I'm sorry.
Data summit.
No, that isn't a meeting.
We've always called it to order.
It's a regular meeting?
No, we've stopped doing it as a meeting for a while. It's a district event.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and we also have the graduation announcement press conference on October 17th.
And the town hall tomorrow.
And the town hall tomorrow.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'll be out of town. The meeting is adjourned, yes.
But it is in Spanish.